I know we'll get into it, but the Texas finally did make a hire right after the show was over. It was almost like at 10:59.
Yes,
Something like the news broke right when the show, like right when we parted ways yesterday. I believe the news broke, so we'll talk about that. That's big news on the 40.
Well, let's start right there with the top stories so that you are fully aware as you get up and out on this Friday morning. That's right, top news brought to you by Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment. In Texas football, it's been 2 weeks since former defensive line coach Bo Davis left to take the same position at LSU. It appears Steve Sarkisian has found his replacement. Multiple reports now that the Longhorns will hire Miami Dolphins assistant defensive line coach Kenny Baker. The Georgia native spent 1 season with the Dolphins after 11 years coaching college football. Rod, and I will have much more on the hire throughout the morning here on Hook 'em Up. But Kenny Baker looks like the 10th coach for the Longhorns. In the NFL, 2 more head coaching vacancies filled yesterday ahead of Championship Sunday in Atlanta. After interviewing 14 candidates, including Bill Belichick twice, the Atlanta Falcons announced that they have hired Rams defensive coordinator Raheem Morris, 47-year-old, previously the head coach in Tampa. Falcons actually passed on hiring Morris in 2021 after he replaced Dan Quinn for the final 11 games of the 2020 season. He has spent the last 3 seasons with the Rams, helped them win the Super Bowl, of course, a couple years ago. In Carolina, meanwhile, the Panthers have agreed to terms with Buccaneers offensive coordinator Dave Canales to be their new head coach. 42-year-old with the Seahawks for 13 seasons before leading the Tampa offense this past season. He is credited for helping both Geno Smith and Baker Mayfield post their best seasons. Also in Seattle, he worked with new Panthers general manager Dan Morgan, who Carolina hired earlier this week. Yesterday's hires means 6 of the league's 8 vacancies have been filled. Only Washington and Seattle remain open. Also yesterday, finalists for 8 of the Associated Press's 2023 NFL awards were revealed. Dallas Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott is one of the 5 finalists for both the MVP award and Offensive Player of the Year. The 4 other MVP candidates, along with Dak, are Lamar Jackson, Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, and Josh Allen. Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb, also a finalist for the Offensive Player of the Year award. And both Deron Bland and Micah Parsons, finalists for the league's Defensive Player of the Year, along with TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, and Max Crosby. Plenty of accolades down in Houston as well. First-year Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans, a finalist for the Coach of the Year award. C.J. Stroud, a finalist for and likely front-runner for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Edge rusher Will Anderson, a finalist for Defensive Rookie of the Year. And offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick in the running for Assistant Coach of the Year. All winners will be announced at the 13th annual NFL Honors Ceremony, February 8th in Las Vegas. Back to the 40 acres, entering the program's final season in the Big 12, the Texas baseball team was picked to finish second in the conference in the preseason baseball poll released by the conference yesterday. League's coaches who were not allowed to vote for their own team selected TCU to finish first for the second consecutive season. Both the Texas basketball teams are in action this weekend. Suddenly surging Texas men will look to make it 3 straight wins when they face 21st-ranked BYU tomorrow afternoon in Provo. That game tips at 1. Texas women will look for a bounce-back game when they host Cincinnati tomorrow afternoon at 2 at Moody Center.
Those NFL head coaching vacancies are filling up quick, and not with the candidates that I got to tell you that we thought. It was a very deep pool of candidates with Belichick, the GOAT, being out there, Pete Carroll unexpectedly being out there, Mike Vrabel also unexpectedly being out there, and those are not the guys getting the jobs. That's surprising. That is surprising.
It's going to be really surprising. This whole cycle with 8 openings move, and Belichick and Vrabel are both without jobs. I mean, that would be. May happen.
No, I can see it
looking more and more like it will happen for Bill Belichick.
Because I know somebody's got to be waiting on Mike Macdonald and Ben Johnson.
Yeah,
those two guys are the 2 rising stars right now in the coaching community, and there are other coordinators and other coaches being hired who don't have the resume of Mike Macdonald, the defensive coordinator of the Ravens, or Ben Johnson, the OC of the Detroit Lions, and the league's kind of been waiting on those guys.
And we mentioned yesterday, Boomer Esiason of CBS Sports and, of course, his own radio show saying it's a lock in what he's been told that the Washington Commanders are hiring Ben Johnson, the young offensive coordinator of the Lions, who's done such a good job with that Detroit offense.
And then you got Dan Quinn. There's a lot of talk that, Dan Quinn's going to end up in Seattle. It's like the musical chairs. You're running out of chairs here at this point. So honestly, I don't think Belichick's gonna have a job.
I don't either. I think Atlanta's the only place he was interviewed.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think Belichick's gonna have a gig. And if you're Belichick, you don't take a coordinator job? There's no way.
No,
There's
he'll go to
way.
TV. He'll have to go to TV.
He had to go to TV for a while. No, he can't go to TV. It's more likely he's a coordinator than go to TV. The guy doesn't talk.
Well,
he mumbles.
I did hear somebody.
He mumbles.
It might have been one of the former Patriots saying, you know what, if he did go to TV, he'd actually be good. When you get Bill Belichick in a press conference, he just mumbles. And kind of very monotone. But if you are around him normally, he'll talk. He'll be more animated than you imagine. But the insights you would get from Bill Belichick might be worth it to a network. I mean, it only takes one. There's a lot of opportunity. We'll see. But you're right. He might just have nothing.
No. He has knowledge, of course. He doesn't share knowledge with his own damn team.
Yeah, well,
this guy literally notoriously doesn't share knowledge with his own coaches and his own team. That's why his coaching tree is so bad. At least that's my theory. But we all know he operates in a very secretive, clandestine fashion and doesn't share information.
That is not good on TV.
When Jared Mayo said when he had his press conference, he said we were not operating in silos, meaning. We will share information around here. Yeah. All right. We will not. One hand will know what the other is doing. And that's not the way that Bill Belichick operated around there. He wanted to, almost like in a J. Edgar Hoover fashion, he wanted to monopolize information and isolate information. So I guess information is power. Right, so I guess that's the way he saw it, and he didn't share it with his coaches. Didn't share it, honestly, a lot of it with his players. He shared it enough of it for them to get their job done, but not enough of it for them to be able to gain the knowledge base that he did, because he was always paranoid about that. But either way, my point is, if you don't share information with your coaches, why would I think you're going to share information with the world?
Yeah, on TV.
Yeah.
Well, is that if you're just talking about games and talking about the game you're watching or whatever? We'll see. No, I mean it's pretty clear the league was not interested in even interviewing Bill Belichick.
No.
Because maybe what you just said. There is also now reports in Atlanta that Arthur Blank, the owner, the 81-year-old owner, wanted Bill Belichick, but maybe the front office, Rich McKay. The CEO and team president, because I mean that you could almost argue that there was a power struggle here. That if Belichick was going to take it, he wanted Rich McKay out because he wants to report directly to ownership, right? Like he has forever with Robert Kraft, and obviously Rich McKay didn't want that. Or Rich McKay represents the Falcons on the competition committees and in league business, and then Terry Fontenot is their general manager.
There was a chain of command.
Yeah. Strong chain of command in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And but they've had 3 straight 7-10 seasons. They're looking to upgrade, and they go Raheem Morris in that spot.
I know Raheem Morris. That's I think that's a good hire. They know each other too.
They do.
There's a history there.
There is, and I mentioned when Dan Quinn was fired in 2020 during the season. Of course, after they made it to the Super Bowl with Kyle Shanahan as the offensive coordinator, we're up 28-3. We know that they collapsed and lost that game. After that, Kyle Shanahan left to go to San Francisco, and things slipped for Dan Quinn, obviously, and Matt Ryan all of a sudden got pretty old looking at quarterback, and Dan Quinn got fired early on in that season, and Raheem Morris actually coached the last 11 games.
No, Raheem Morris he's gotten better as a coach. He really has. Remember, he was a fast riser early on.
Oh yeah, he's 47 now, so he was a coach 2009 to 20.
He was my quality control coach in Tampa. No, on that staff was loaded. Mike Tomlin was the DB coach. Kiffin was the defensive coordinator. Raheem Morris was a quality control coach on that. Rod Marinelli, I believe, was like the D line. Oh no, I'm telling you, that was a loaded. I learned a lot. I wasn't there that long, but I learned a lot.
Well, and that's the thing about Raheem Morris, right? He was a head coach of Tampa.
Yep.
09 to 11, and the record was not good, and maybe a little too early for him. Not a great team, and he went back through, and now here he is getting a second chance at 47 years old. And as you're right, I mean that Rams defense, it wasn't all Sean McVay's offense to help them win the Super Bowl. It was Raheem Morris coordinating that defense. Even this year, they were pretty good on that side of the ball. So he gets the job. I think that, I don't think I would have mentioned Raheem Morris, but the fact that he coached there and there were some that wanted them to hire him full-time after coaching the last 11 games in 2020. That didn't happen. They passed him over and went a different direction. Well, now here's Raheem Morris coming back. To me, the front office, the brass, the Rich McKay, Terry Fontenot duo won out over Arthur Blank.
Yeah.
Owner wanted Belichick. They said, no, this is the smarter football play right now.
Yeah.
Because, again,
I think you're right about that.
Because, when you mentioned Bill Belichick, you just mentioned the negative, right? I mean, he's not a sharer of information. He's clandestine, and he's not in it for very long, right? He wants to get the wins, and past Don Shula, But is he a long-term coach? I mean,
Yeah.
if I know that doesn't always work out, but if you're an owner and you're an organization, you're trying to hire a coach for the next 10 years. You'd like to hire someone who's going to be there
That's
a while.
always the goal.
Yeah, that's who you're.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're down in Houston now, if you hire D'Amico Ryans, okay, this guy's going to be here and the face of our franchise for the next decade. That's going to be great for us. Bill Belichick, 2 or 3 years max.
And that's a great point. That's his goal. Like, you already know what his goal is coming in. It has had nothing to do with the team. One of his main goals, if not his main goal, is, listen, I got to win this many. I got to win enough games to pass Shula in the next 2 years. And then after that, I agree with you. I think that's why a lot of teams haven't decided to go. But among other factors that they know behind the scenes that we don't know, they're privy to. It's really about hiring a younger coach who can have more sustainability over a longer period of time. Period. And I agree with that.
Yeah, and then the fact that no
He's
one
not gonna
else
be there for 10 years.
The fact that no one else even wanted to interview him tells you that there was
The league-
information in and around the
Yes.
league circles that
his time had passed.
He's going to want probably more authority than you want to give him at this point. And the last couple of years in New England were pretty ugly. Whatever his overall
The post-Brady years.
the post-Brady years were not great.
Yeah.
And
the pre-Brady years were okay.
Yeah.
Pre-Brady and post-Brady also hurts him, I think.
But to sit here on this Friday morning and say I'm not, pretty shocked that no one's going to hire Bill Belichick with 8 openings. I thought for sure somebody would.
I would.
And it sounded like it got pretty close in Atlanta, but in the end, the power struggle went to the front office, and they bring in a guy that they're very comfortable with, and Raheem Morris, who gets a second chance, and will take over that Atlanta job. Dave Canales was an interesting name coming down in Carolina. I kind of felt like that job was not going to go to a big name just because it's not seen as a great job right now. Because they fired Matt Rule and they didn't even give the next guy a year to finish one full season. Frank Reich was out middle of his first year. It's like if you're a coach, you're like, man, that's a pretty quick trigger there, Dave Tepper. So I don't know that you were going to get a Mike Vrabel. But maybe I know they interviewed him. But Dave Canales comes in 1 year with. I mean, here's the resume for Dave Canales. He knows Dan Morgan very well. Dan Morgan, the great linebacker, was at Carolina and Seattle. Was just hired to be the team president and general manager. He knows Dave Canales very well. And over the past 2 seasons, he was the coordinator and worked with Baker Mayfield this year. And previous to that, 1 year previous was in Seattle with Geno Smith when both of those guys had great years. Like arguably their best years,
career highs.
Not even arguably their best years as quarterbacks. So he's seen as a quarterback developer too, and you got a guy in Bryce Young that needs developed.
Well, you got a guy, not just a quarterback developer. It's a little different, right? There are quarterback developers. You're talking about the ability to resuscitate a QB skill set.
Yeah.
To rehabilitate a QB skill set. That's what he did with Baker Mayfield. That's what he did with Geno Smith. The circuitous route those guys went to become franchise quarterbacks again, right? That was Geno's 8th year or something like that.
Yeah.
8th or 9th year, and he finally has his best year ever. Baker Mayfield, the reinvention. So it's one thing to be a quarterback developer. A lot of guys want to claim that, being a quarterback whisperer, quarterback nurturer. But there's a new skill set for that group that also kind of separates from the pack. The ability, can you rehabilitate, resuscitate a QB skill set? A guy that once was considered elite, or at least had elite traits at quarterback, but for some reason we haven't been able to maximize it. And that's happened all over the NFL, right? Jared Goff. That's why Sean McVay became a made man. Sean McVay came in and was like, no, I can work with Jared Goff, and then turned him into a Super Bowl quarterback. And I was like, I thought he was a bust. And it's like, no, man, he's not a bust. You guys just don't know what the hell y'all doing.
This is why Ben Johnson's going to get a job.
Exactly. Same thing with Ben Johnson. So that is now Brian Dable. Brian Dable was able to do this, right, with Daniel Jones for a little bit. Make Daniel Jones a capable quarterback when everybody thought, oh, man, Daniel Jones, he bring out the best in Josh Allen. We know Josh Allen is a turnover-prone quarterback, period. That's what he does. But under Brian Dable, wasn't the case.
Wasn't the case,
right?
yeah.
Right? So it's I think now there's a group like that is becoming, and Canales is now, he can put his card in the kind of in the pile with the rest of them, that he could be a made man. If he does that with Bryce Young, I mean, he could end up leaving there and going somewhere else. I know that's crazy to say that, but if he don't like the owner, but he does that with Bryce Young, he'll have his pick of the litter of any job, because anybody will take him just because he is elite at being able to resuscitate a skill set of a QB.
Resuscitate meaning, and when I hear you say that, it's just coaching, right? You coach him up, but you also build an offense and structure an offense that is tailored to his strengths, that player's strengths, and whether it's Baker Mayfield or Geno Smith. It's not like they became better throwers of the football or whatever it
No.
was. You build an offense that suits that quarterback and plays to the strengths. It was what you have to do
Yeah.
with Bryce Young, because Bryce Young is not like those other guys. He's a different style of quarterback. And, you got to give him some weapons, and you got to protect the guy a little bit.
Mhm.
And Carolina's got other issues,
Yeah.
too. So that's a tough job. That's an uphill job.
That is a tough
Atlanta
job.
can be good pretty quick if Raheem Morris hires the right offensive coordinator and they find a quarterback in this cycle. So there are 6 filled, 2 left. Washington, who we're hearing and some reporting, Boomer Esiason, that it's going to be Ben Johnson, the Detroit OC, as soon as he's available. And then Seattle, which, again, we'll keep an eye on. Mike Vrabel is interviewed there. Dan Quinn, of course. With John Schneider, the
That's
general
gonna be
manager.
interesting, because there have been some curveballs here, right?
Oh, man.
We thought organizations were going one way. Atlanta, obviously, that's another example, and then they decided to go a different route. So, I mean, Atlanta interviewed 14 different coaches for their vacancy. So they did a thorough search, and they did their due diligence. I mean, that's by the way, I always said that's what I would do too. I would interview as many candidates as possible, just because you learn more and you can kind of siphon and steal ideas. But I you know what? Going with Raheem Morris makes a lot of sense for them. And he's a guy that I don't know who have they decided who they're coming in, who their offensive coordinator is going to be? That's going to be
Atlanta, no.
That will any defensive guy get a job, even Mayo with the Patriots. My first question is, who's your OC?
Well, that's what we said last year at this time when D'Amico Ryans came to Houston. It was like, who's he going to hire? And
Who's
it was
your
like,
OC?
and they brought in Bobby Slowick, and you were like, well, that's a first-year guy, never called plays. But, now he's up for Assistant Coach of the Year award in pro football.
That's a great point, E. And I can tell you right now, Raheem Morris, go look at his resume. The McShanahans like him, right? He was on the staff with Mike Shanahan in Washington when he was with Dan Quinn. I can almost guarantee that Kyle Shanahan made that recommendation. Like that, hey man, no, this guy's the real deal. I mean, he was there anyway because he was part of that Atlanta staff. But my point is, like, Shanahan was a big fan of him. They have been, and remember Sean McVay in the McShanahan tree. So I can almost guarantee you that he's going to end up hiring somebody and that's the most popular offense anyway. He's probably going to end up hiring somebody from the McShanahan tree. We just
probably from that Ram staff that he's leading.
Exactly.
Much like D'Amico Ryans just did, right? You
yes.
take someone who is an up-and-comer and a fast riser under Sean McVay. And we know in Atlanta, Arthur Smith was calling the plays and running the offense, so they need a new offensive leader, and they also need a quarterback there, because I don't believe Desmond Ridder or Taylor Heineke are the starting quarterback in Atlanta moving forward. But so those are hired. We'll get it. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain coming up in our next segment about the new Longhorn defensive line coach. It looks like it'll be also from the NFL ranks, Kenny Baker, with a pretty extensive college background, but also a now 1 year in the National Football League, scene of a developer of players. Rod will get you his thoughts on that coming up behind the BOC. Real quick on the NFL, Rod. We also got to get to this Kayshon Boutte situation. Buteau out of LSU. What a story. This thing is unbelievable. Gambling in sports is always one of those radioactive conversations. This one's big. We'll get to that coming up. But the finalists were announced for the awards I mentioned in the headlines, Rod. Real quick, MVP, is that going to be Lamar Jackson? Because remember, this vote was taken at the end of the regular season. Yeah. Nothing that's happened in the postseason happened before these votes were in and tallied. So, I think it's going to be Lamar Jackson, followed by Dak Prescott for MVP. I think Dak Prescott will finish second for that award.
That's sad.
But I think
no, it is. I mean, it's sad. One guy's going to be playing for a Super Bowl, and the other guy's sitting at home because he lost.
Well, actually, two of them, because Brock Purdy and Christian
McCaffrey.
I'm just saying,
like, in terms of what you just said, the comparison of Lamar Jackson, he'll be second. Yeah, one is first. What is first and what is second? And the guy that's second is sitting at home, and the guy
has been
for a while, for a couple of weeks now. And so I was gonna say that's why it's.
And I believe the way, and this is a new format for voting. You each voter for the AP put their ballot 1 through 5, right? You rank them first, second, and then they'll do an accumulation of points, right? Total first place vote, second place, third place. I think it'll probably end up being Lamar Jackson with his strong finish and what they've done in Baltimore. I would guess Dak Prescott's too. I think probably Brock. The fact, because the 5 finalists were announced for these awards based on kind of like the Heisman Trophy does, total points. And I would imagine Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy probably split some votes from some people.
Yeah, you're right about that.
And then Josh Allen is on the list, but I think there's only one winner, so I think it'll be Lamar Jackson. How about
they can do two.
I guess you could have
They can split it. They can do co MVP. They've done it before. That's And I don't think they will.
I don't think that'll come out. But we'll
Yeah.
see. We'll know February 8th. That's the Thursday before the Super Bowl in Las Vegas. Cowboys wide receiver CeeDee Lamb also on that list for Offensive Player of the Year. Tyreek Hill's on that list. I mean,
Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. Whoever doesn't win MVP that's on that list will probably win Offensive Player of the Year.
Also, Deron Bland and Micah Parsons on the defensive side. Is that a Myles Garrett or a T.J. Watt award? T.J. Watt with 19 sacks, Myles Garrett, Max Crosby. Good to see him on there. But 2 Cowboys on the defensive side. And down in Houston, Rod, I hope D'Amico Ryans wins the Coach of the Year. But let's remember, the Cleveland head-to-head matchup hadn't happened before the votes were in.
No.
And Kevin Stefanski very well may win that award.
He could.
From Cleveland because they, win 11 and 5 with
four
different starting quarterbacks and the resurrection of Joe Flacco. So we'll see. But man, D'Amico Ryan certainly a worthy winner of that award. I think Houston will likely sweep the Rookie of the Year awards, much like the Jets did last year. I think you're going to see C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson win Offensive and Defensive Rookie of the Year, and Bobby Slowick has a good claim for Assistant Coach of the Year.
Yeah, he does have a good claim for
it. I bet that goes.
Devin Witherspoon, though, could end up winning that Defensive Rookie.
You're right. From Seattle.
He's a really good player.
He was the 5th pick out of Illinois and did a real good job.
Yeah.
For the
Todd Monken, also Assistant Coach of the Year. He might get.
And I put Ben Johnson in there too.
Yeah. You're right.
He's one of the finalists.
Yeah, that's honestly Mike McDonald could win. That might be the tightest race. Honestly, all of them have a legitimate claim to it, and they could. You could argue any of them could win it.
100%.
I don't know about Jim Schwartz. Take him out. I mean, he's
Cleveland's defensive coordinator.
Yeah, but I think Bobby Slowick, Todd Monken, Mike McDonald, Ben Johnson have a better case.
Well, remember they had to vote 1 through 5, so you're ranking them, and then we'll see who comes out on top on February 8th. But those 3 with Houston having Coach of the Year finalists, Assistant Coach of the Year, Will Anderson, and C.J. Stroud as finalists. Even if they don't win them, that would make Nick Caserio the Executive of the Year, right? I mean, he made the hires that led to this. I mean, you have to. I mean, it almost would. That resume would say, yeah, who had the best year as an executive?
Brad Holmes had a good one. Detroit.
But that's been more of the 3-year build of what they've done.
But I'm with you. I agree with you. But I'll throw out another name.
That's a good name. That's a strong name. It's not like
But I think it is Caserio. I'm with you. I think it's. pretty obvious it is
to hire a coach in his first year is up for Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
You're gonna have the potentially Offensive and Defensive Rookies of the Year through the draft picks that you made and the draft night trade that you made.
First time head coach.
Yeah.
You're not a head coach of the year. It's first time head coach. Like you said, you did all that within the calendar year.
And right ahead of it, you dealt with the Deshaun Watson mess and restocked your draft capital and have had this organization on a really good course now down in Houston. So I don't think they have that award. I don't know when that award gets announced.
Yeah.
I know they have it every year. There's an Executive of the Year award given out.
No, they give it out. It's weird. They don't. It's like I don't know if they vote on it. I don't know how. I don't know who's responsible for it, but I don't know if they vote on it.
I don't either.
This.
I'll look that up.
But it is the Executive of the Year. You're right, and I think you're right about Caserio winning it too.
All right, coming up, Rod takes us behind the BOC. We'll get to some What the Facts. And Kayshon Boutte made how many bets? Oh my gosh! Details coming on that. This guy
he was a student athlete second.
He was a whale.
He was a professional bettor first. That was crazy. What do you do? How does he even go to school? How does he have time to do anything? He's got to be betting while he's doing. He's like multitasking here.
Yeah, we'll get you.
He's
the
like
details.
Will Chamberlain numbers, man.
We'll get you the details. He was betting a lot. Let's say that while he was at LSU and playing football for the Tigers. We'll be back. Hook it up with Ian Rod B. Just getting warmed up on a Friday.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Let me tell you about Dr. Greg Eckert and his all-star team. Now, you hear me bragging about him all the time. First of all, they can handle any of your dental health or your dental issues, no matter what they are. Anything from general dentistry to teeth whitening, dentures, porcelain crowns, veneers, dental implants, full mouth reconstruction, even root canal therapy, or whatever it takes to make sure you're getting the best quality dental care available. That's what Dr. Greg Eckert and his fantastic team are all about. Even if you have a little anxiety about going to the dentist, which All of us do. They also specialize in easing your dental anxiety. And that's what I love about Dr. Yu and his staff. I call him Dr. Yu. First of all, the last name starts with you, but also he's all about you. He's all about the patient, making sure you guys are getting the best quality dental care available. And speaking of that, that's why he's always researching, right? He's always on the cutting edge of the technological advances in general dentistry to make sure that the quality care that you're getting is top notch, right? It's world class. And now he has the ability, the technology to give you a brand new smile in just one day, folks. This is cutting edge. You get just one day. How is this? No time spent without teeth. You get temporary fixtures until they complete your permanent smile, and you're going to smile again with confidence, eat freely, without pain, without discomfort, and it's a lifelike permanent solution. So if you've been told your teeth need to be replaced, you just need to call Dr. Greg Eckert and learn about this revolutionary alternative to dentures. It's a brand new smile in just one day. I know it sounds too good to be true. It's not. It's just Dr. Yu. Call today for a complimentary consultation. That's right. You got nothing to lose but everything to gain to find out about how, really a confident smile can change your life. And Dr. Yu understands that. He understands that the quality of your smile can affect the quality of your life. So reach out today, 512-345-3166. That's 512-345-3166. And I actually witnessed one of these transformations. First time I met Dr. Yu, I came into the dental office. I was a little bit paranoid, a little anxious, and I saw a lady, and she was crying. And I thought to myself, oh, this is why I don't go to the dentist. This is going to be dreadful. Turns out she was crying tears of joy. She had looked in the mirror and saw the smile that Dr. Yu had given her, and she had never seen her smile look that way. It brought her to tears. Tears of joy being shed at Dr. Yu's office. That can be you. So hit him up, 512-345-3166, or visit dreckert.com, DRUECKERT.com.
Hello. Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Friday on the Horn, it's championship weekend in the NFL, AFC and NFC championship games on tap. Final four, make your picks. Who's going to the Super Bowl? We'll find out Sunday afternoon and evening. Also talking NFL awards and honors, coaching carousel in the NFL. And to your point, I mentioned maybe Nick Caserio is the executive of the year with his work hiring DeMeco Ryans in the draft they had. You mentioned Brad Holmes of Detroit. Hard to argue with him as well because not only has he got his, is the general manager of the Detroit Lions, has the Lions playing to go to a Super Bowl for the first time in franchise history on Sunday. He also drafted two players who are of the five finalists for Rookie of the Year offensively.
Oh, yeah,
Jameer Gibbs and Sam Laporta,
the
tight end. So it's a pretty good draft. They also drafted a starter at linebacker. I mean, they had a hell of a draft that helped fill some holes and take them over the top in the NFC. So Brad Holmes in Detroit would be a strong candidate there, as you said, with Executive of the Year. Right, real quick, Rod, before we go behind the BOC, and we'll reset those awards and all those conversations for folks who are just jumping in on a Friday morning. But developing story off the field in the NFL where New England Patriots wide receiver Kayshon Boutte arrested yesterday. Charges related to illegal online gaming while he was underage and playing football at LSU. Boutte is accused of creating an online betting account under a fake name. He actually did it through his mom's account, with his mom's credit card, and then placed more than 8,900 illegal bets. He was essentially making almost 25 bets a day. For a stretch.
What the hell?
State police said in a news release that at least 17 bets were on NCAA football games. 6 of those were wagers on LSU football while he was playing for LSU. Investigators said the efforts led to more than $500,000 in winnings.
Ooh.
Most of that money was used to place additional bets, which is what a gambler do.
He was a professional gambler. No, he was. He was a professional gambler is what he was. That was what Ty aspires to be. Kayshon Boutte was already doing it.
Yeah, so
and so I'm assuming because these guys can't plead ignorance anymore on this stuff.
No,
they're definitely being formed of the rules and the laws. I don't know. I'm sure LSU's administration has done that. Every school is doing this. There are people in charge, literally, of having these seminars with the student athletes to let them know, hey, this is what you can and cannot do. It wasn't my day, so I know it's still happening now, and they have even more the ever-changing landscape, so they can't plead ignorance anymore. Like, what? I didn't know. No, man. What? That's absurd.
That is a lot. And
that's absurd. That's not even like casual wagering.
No, that's serious. But that's again 22 to 25 bets a day.
No, you got an addiction. Either you got an addiction or you're a professional gambler. Which one is it?
Well, he won a lot. He won $500,000.
So it sounds like he's a professional gambler then.
Yeah, he's good at it.
He's good at it.
But he was underage.
And he's betting on his own team.
And he was betting on his own team.
Betting on your own team while you play, we know that is frowned upon in any league, anywhere, at any time.
Well, there are laws in the state of Louisiana that he's broken, allegedly.
Yeah.
And then there's going to be the situation under the NCAA law rules that are different than that. But, yeah, this thing just beginning, so a developing story, as we say. He plays for the Patriots right now. We'll see this all stemmed from his time in Baton Rouge. So we'll get you details on that. Also, more on What the Facts before the top of the hour. Your thoughts on all these coaching hires. It does look like the cycle with 8 openings may come and go without Bill Belichick landing a job. Mike Vrabel may not land a job at this point.
It'll be interesting what Vrabel decides to do. I think Vrabel's going to just hold out, too. I think he'll just sit out 1 year then and wait on the next coaching carousel.
Yeah. He's proven, but at the same time, look, coaches, organizations go in different directions here.
I've learned this. Just because you're good at your job does not guarantee you job security.
No, that's 100% true. That's 100%.
You can be good at your job. I'm talking to all y'all out there, all of us. You can be good at your job. It don't mean you got job security. We all know that.
We all know that. Can we go behind the burnt orange curtain? A major development from Texas football yesterday as well.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right. Let's talk about the latest coaching hire for the Texas Longhorns. We've been waiting for a long time for the Longhorns to hire the D-line coach, and we know now that it will be Kenny Baker, who is the defensive line coach for Texas. He was most recently with the Miami Dolphins, their assistant D-line coach, and now he's going to be the D-line coach at Texas. On his resume, just really quickly, This is a guy that was at Western Kentucky for a few years as the D-ends coach and D-line coach at one point. Before that, he was at Mercer at one point in his coaching career, Berry College. He's a fast riser, meteoric rise. He's talking about a guy that's been coaching at the FBS and the NFL level for 5 years, 11 years total coaching, at the outside of high school, at a level higher than high school. And he's already, rose to the NFL level. It does say a lot about him as a player. He played at Gardner-Webb. He was a team captain there, defensive player of the year for them, like a really good player on the defensive line for them. 3-year starter, ended up getting his master's and the dean's list, so he's a really smart guy. But like I said, he's a fast riser. Really, you don't see there to get to the NFL. Remember, I gave you my nepotism take, right? To get to the NFL, you either got to be related to coaching be the family business. That helps, right? You have a revolutionary or groundbreaking technique or scheme that the NFL likes, and then that gets you in your NFL circles. You got to be a great developer of talent. Maybe guys can just develop talent, and that's all the NFL cares about. Like, no, make this guy better. I invested money in this guy, drafted him, make him better. Can you make him better? That's good. That's all we need to know. Which is what a lot of coaches like, right? They don't want to get into recruiting and a lot of the other elements that you have to deal with as being a college football coach. And I think that he probably is in the NFL because he is a developer of talent. Like, I can't find anything in his resume and his background to say he's related to NFL coaches. He didn't have a groundbreaking technique or I think Brennan Marion, right? The go-go offense. The world came to see Brennan Marion. It was like, man, what is this go-go offense you're doing right now? Even the NFL started to steal the ideas from the go-go offense. So that's why he became a fast riser. So there's always a reason for it. I think what tells me about just the resume of Kenny Baker, he's a fast riser. Probably because he's a really good developer of talent, and it's a lot of the quotes from coaches, and we'll get into some of these about Kenny Baker. They suggest a guy is fantastic at being able to maximize talent, but also, as you guys know, I've said this before, he's got to be good at networking. If you get to the NFL and it wasn't because of family connections, the family business, then that says he's a guy, especially he's a fast riser, right? 5 years to FBS and the NFL level coaching, 11 years total coaching, and he's already a D-line coach at Texas and was already assistant D-line coach with the Miami Dolphins. This is a guy that makes connections, cultivates connections, relationships matter to him, and he's a guy that can maximize those relationships. By the way, that's recruiting. That's recruiting in a nutshell. That's really all it is. If you value relationships and you're able to cultivate them, that's in the nutshell. So he doesn't have a history in Texas recruiting in the state, but in terms of being able to translate that skill of just being a person who values relationships with Texas high school football coaches, I think that's something that Sark was able to identify in him. That no, he won't have any problem developing relationships in the state of Texas. Sark knows what it takes because Sark was an outsider to the state of Texas. He really hadn't had many, inroads and had many ties and connections to the state of Texas. But now he knows these high school football coaches pretty damn well, and I think he knows someone that will be able to talk to them and communicate with them in a way that they understand and in a way that they would appreciate. So I think I know a lot of people are worried about the recruiting aspect. By the way, he is from Georgia. And mostly the Atlanta area. I think so. He played high school football was Lakeside, which is in the suburbs of Atlanta. I've told you guys this before. In the last 4 years, since 2020, there is no metro area in the country producing NFL draftable players at a higher rate than Atlanta's metro area, and that's where he has all of his ties. So Sark might not even care about him being able to relate to Texas high school football coaches. He may say, "Man, I need you to recruit in Atlanta." Well, look at you. And we go into the SEC, and that's the heart of the SEC.
Yeah, that's Deep South, and that's where a lot of your best defensive linemen and defensive tackles come from, the Deep South.
Amen, brother.
And then you want to be able to develop them. I think everything you just said is, because this is kind of like a who is this guy?
I get it.
But everything you just said, paints a very good resume. I mean, this guy was the defensive line coach at Mercer up until 2018, 5 seasons at Mercer.
Exactly.
And from 2018, in a short amount of time, ended up in the NFL because he went to Western Kentucky and developed a kid there that Went to UT Chattanooga, then Western Kentucky.
D'Angelo
D'Angelo Malone,
Yeah.
became the Conference USA Defensive Player of the Year.
Now he was Defensive Player of the Year twice, and I believe he was Defensive Player of the Year before he got there too.
Yeah.
Just to throw it out there.
And he ended up a third-round draft pick.
Yeah.
And
so he was a good player.
And then he's off to the Dolphins. So yes, he can network.
Network, man.
And he's a smart guy, as you mentioned. And and then develop the players, which is what your job is. And look, if you're building a 10-person staff that can recruit, you want to be able to recruit all over the country, right? You look at it with where Sark's staff is now. You got Johnny Nansen now coming in from Arizona, where he has great ties on the West Coast and great ties that direction. Pete Kwiatkowski brings those. They have coaches that have great ties in the state of Texas already. And they're building that, especially in South Dallas and down into Houston. Terry Joseph has deep ties into Louisiana. Where you've seen Arch Manning and Williams, the safety, coming in. Derek Williams. I mean, again, you want a staff that can go. You don't want to isolate on one place, right? You want to be able to recruit well all over the country, and you see Sark building that. And obviously, he blew away the interview.
Exactly.
Sark interviewed him.
It was it's guys. Trust me. I know a lot of coaches that I studied this community. I've been talking to Coach Shipley about this too the other day, Coach Bob Shipley. To be a fast riser like that, like I said, the resume tells me without even doing intimate deep dive is that, oh man, the guy networks like a mofo. Like he's a net worker. Like when he meets somebody, they immediately like him. He cultivates relationships, and that's how you get to the NFL. And that's how you become a fast riser. I don't know how it gets in it. That's how you become a fast riser. The NFL doesn't want you there unless you can do one thing for them, and that's develop talent.
Yep.
Or you bring your scheme with you. He's not a scheme guy. He's an assistant coach. He was a coordinator at the lower level, but I think they want him there because he can develop talent. That's why the NFL brought him there as an assistant D-line coach. So, and by the way, Chip Brown had a great piece about him. He talked to a source that said, who said he's a young, hungry technician who has developed and helped groom NFL talent. So that's one source talking about him. And he also said he's an elite teacher and developer of talent with energy to burn on the recruiting trail. And so this is a coach apparently that knows him really well. A relentless work ethic and passion for the game. The coach said, just a great developer of talent. He's going to be very precise. He's going to be technical, and I think that the talent development is the biggest piece with him. That's what they got, an elite developer of talent and an elite teacher. So there's something going on with him, guys. We know it's got to be.
Well, and look, I would take it back to Sark. Sark was clearly looking for something, and those traits you just heard from Chip's report are what they were looking for. They were looking for young, aggressive, eager to recruit, eager to develop, eager to build relationships. I mean, that's what you want when you're replacing Bo Davis. And I'm assuming the name Kenny Baker came back from enough people that Sark talked to. I mean, you got to talk to this guy.
Yeah, talk to this dude.
You got to talk to this guy. This sounds like that's what you're looking for. Because as we know, in any industry, it's not always just the name and the experience. It's really this guy fits exactly what we're looking for in this spot. He also has ties into the Deep South, which we want to continue to grow our recruiting base into the Deep South as we go into the SEC.
Yeah,
he can help us with that too. So Kenny Baker appears to be the hire to replace Bo Davis. Big shoes to fill, obviously, with Bo Davis back to his alma mater at LSU. We'll talk more about this throughout the morning. Also, Rod will have a rant coming up in our next hour, more on the AFC and NFC championship games. We'll also get to some What the Facts, Rod, before the top of this hour as we get you rolling. A lot going on. Coaching carousel in the NFL is spinning. Jim Harbaugh followed by two more yesterday in the NFL. And we've got Championship Sunday coming your way fast on Sunday. It's Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. We roll back.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. When your money is on the line, why not put it on the line with MyBookie, a trusted sports book that gives you everything you need to win and win big. At MyBookie, it doesn't matter if your team is up or down. You can easily cash out or bet the game live to come out on the winning side. Use MyBookie for daily odds, boost, same-game parlays, and take advantage of huge prize pool contests. Every single sack, fumble, touchdown is another chance at a huge payday. So to get started, it's It's really easy. Go to mybookie.ag right now and register for an account absolutely free. When you're ready to make your first deposit, use the promo code HORN, HORN, to grab a welcome bonus on the house. That's the promo code HORN, HORN, to claim your deposit bonus. And for a limited time only, a free chip to use in the MyBookie casino. That's right. Free 99. You're going to hear that a lot with MyBookie. You're making money before you even place a bet with MyBookie. Try the MyBookie money bag to grab a potential Super Bowl front runner at long shot odds. Have you ever heard of 38,000 plus odds on the 49ers and the Chiefs? You won't find odds like that anywhere else other than MyBookie. You can bet anything, you can bet anytime, and you can bet anywhere as long as you're betting with my friends at MyBookie. You know you're betting with the best.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up, 1019 AM 1260, The Horn.
Our official picks on the championship games this weekend coming up. Got to make them.
Oh, yeah.
Don't text us or come after us Monday saying I told you so. If you didn't tell us on Friday, Rod. Make your pick. Who's going to the Super Bowl? We'll make those picks coming up. Rod's got a rant in the next hour as well. Time for What the Facts coming off of Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. It is a fact, Rod, that in this coaching carousel time, former Texas A&M quarterback and current Houston Texans quarterbacks coach Gerard Johnson will be interviewing for the Pittsburgh Steelers offensive coordinator post today.
That's good for him, man.
He's on the rise.
Yeah.
He's on the rise as a quarterback developer and quarterback
I
coach.
remember watching him. Not watching him, but listening to him. He was doing radio in Houston for a while on 610 for a while, doing really good. I mean,
well, of course, he battled with Ryan Tannehill down at Texas A&M for the quarterback job there. Played 4 seasons for the Aggies from 07 to 10. Had some cups of coffee in the NFL, but now coaching is his thing. And C.J. Stroud's Rookie of the Year caliber year helps him, land some interviews. Good for him. Good luck to Gerard Johnson, looking to.
Man, that's staff. See, that's we'll find out if D'Amico, how well he is at being able to replenish, because he's going to lose Bobby Slowick pretty quick here.
Yeah, he is.
And then that's another guy that would have been able to replace Bobby Slowick for you.
Can I say something?
So you might want to try to keep him around and be like, hey man, listen, you got the gig if Slowick leaves, just so you know. I will give it to you.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Potentially, but he might want to go with a guy from the McShanahan tree. He might go pluck one of the McShanahan guys again.
Well, if Slowick doesn't get one of these final 2 gigs, and I don't know that he will, then he'll be back for another season in Houston. But by the way, if Bobby Slowick were to get one of these 2 jobs that are open, that Washington was still the Redskins then, Washington Commander staff from back in the day that Kyle Shanahan was a part of, where it's where you come up with the McShanahan clan. They would have 6 NFL coaches off that staff if Bobby Slowick lands. They have 5 right now with Raheem Morris getting a deal.
It's crazy.
There would be 6 of 32 if and when Bobby Slowick, the Texans offensive coordinator, gets a gig.
Say when.
That's 6.
It's definitely going to happen.
Quarter of the league.
Yeah. No, I mean the NFL that is definitely right now the most popular offense, and like I said, Raheem Morris, because he's from that tree, or at least he's been around it a lot. I think he's going to go to it as well, and I'm trying to see who he's going to pluck from it, but I don't know. Slowick, that would be a parallel. That'd be like a lateral move, so he's not going to do that. But I can see him getting another one. So crazy, man. To make Shanahan coaching tree. It is what it is.
I mean, it's currently those coaches would be Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, Mike McDaniel, Raheem Morris, and if Bobby Slowick gets a gig, it would be 6. There are 5 current.
It's just crazy, like that, right? Isn't that just?
And they were all on the same staff in Washington in 2013.
All on the same staff. Yeah, and Washington ended up. Man, who they ended up having after that? Jay Gruden, who was the coach after that?
Mm-hmm.
Is it Jay Gruden? Wow. Yeah.
Well, and remember, Mike Holmgren and Green Bay had staffs like that, right? That all ended up going to be head coaches.
Belichick had a couple of staffs like that actually in with the Browns.
Yeah, he did.
With the Browns, he had some of those staffs. You're right. I mean, that is an art form as well.
Yeah.
As a coach, being able to hire, the right guys, young up-and-coming coaches, being able to identify, this is a great young coach. Listen, people were saying that D'Amico Ryans was going to be a great – Chip Kelly said that he was going to be a great coach when he was still a player. He was like, no, D'Amico Ryans would be a hell of a coach.
Yeah, when he went to Philadelphia after playing most of his career in Houston.
It's got to be something to be able to identify a guy like, you know what I mean? To be able to identify that.
Certain traits that are going to make it more compatible.
Yeah.
What do you have, Rod, and what the facts?
Okay, here we go. The Chiefs open as an underdog against the Ravens in the AFC title game.
Yes.
Patrick Mahomes, 8-3, straight up as a dog in his career. As a dog. That's the best.
Hard to bet against 15.
That's the best record of any QB in the Super Bowl era with a minimum of 10 starts. As a dog.
We'll talk about those games and make official picks. How about this on a coach hired yesterday, Dave Canales, who was hired by the Carolina Panthers, was selling cowboy boots until he decided to pursue coaching at his own high school. His wife, Lizzie, coached cheerleaders to make money until Dave ran into and met Pete Carroll.
Like I said, you got to know somebody.
You got to meet somebody.
You got to meet somebody. And once the NFL, you get there 2 ways. Family business. You're a great developer of talent, scheme, that kind of thing. You kind of work your way in, grind your way in, or you meet that person who's got a connection to the league and you hold on for dear life.
And you impress them.
And you cultivate, you impress them, and they go, you know what? I'll give you a shot.
And he just became the Panthers head coach and the only active Hispanic head coach now in the NFL with the firing of Ron Rivera. Good for Dave Canales, selling cowboy boots.
But hey,
15 years ago.
He knows how to resuscitate, rehabilitate, and resurrect a QB skill set. He's done it twice already.
Yeah,
Gino and Baker.
had their best seasons with him directing it.
He doing something right.
They're coaching them. We'll come back. We'll pick it up. That's just 1 hour down. 4 to go on a free football Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Stick with us. Hour 2 of our 5-hour Friday conversation. If it's Friday, Rod Babers.
It is a free flag, feel good, bake it till you make it. Ric Flair, woo! Football Friday edition. Hook 'em up with Ian Rod B.
It's a busy one. A lot going on. 2 more head coaching vacancies filled in the NFL yesterday, and 2 kind of curveball surprise picks in Carolina and Atlanta. 2 remaining, Seattle and Washington, to hire coaches. Looking more and more like the music will stop, and Bill Belichick may not have a chair to sit in. And maybe Mike Vrabel too. So we'll talk more about that. Also, the Longhorns with a new defensive line coach that they have identified. Texas basketball, big game this weekend. All big games at this point for the Longhorns, but another ranked matchup. We'll talk about it and preview Rodney Terry's team, who's found its rotation, found some rhythm, and found some mojo. They've got a big one in Provo tomorrow. We'll preview that game. Rod will have a rant. We got to make picks, official picks on these championship games, Rod, Sunday afternoon and Sunday evening. You just mentioned Patrick Mahomes is an underdog. You don't make a lot of money, I would imagine, betting against Patrick Mahomes when he's on the field.
No, you don't.
But playing, as you revealed yesterday and have talked about all week long for folks who maybe missed some of your rants, I mean, this Ravens defense, I just keeps rattling around in my head that it's not being talked about more. I mean, the Ravens defense, the first since the merger, which was 52 years ago.
First in the Super Bowl era.
To lead the NFL in points allowed per game, in sacks, and turnovers forced.
Yep.
That's never been done before. Not the, as you said, not the 85 Bears, not the 2000 Ravens, not the Buccaneers. This defense.
Yep.
So I don't know that they're getting enough credit for what they are defensively.
They are a monster.
And you know what? One of the key guys is right on that defensive line, Justin Madubuike, the Texan. Another one of those kids out of Dallas who's so good. He is a stalwart on their D line, and then they've got the great set of linebackers with Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen out of LSU, and then one of the really underrated players in this league is Kyle Hamilton, the safety. Remember when Kyle was at Notre Dame?
He's an All-Pro this year, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that he gets talked about enough, but he is so dynamic in the back end, and he just like he was at Notre Dame, where he's just all over the field for the Fighting Irish on that defense. They just draft so well, Rod, in Baltimore.
They draft football players. They draft good players. I mean, they don't care. What's the center? Tyler Linderbaum?
Linderbaum, huh?
They drafted him. Really good player. And they don't necessarily, like I said, you're seeing more and more teams start to steer away from, we only draft premium positions really high in the draft, right? Safety is not a premium position. But Kyle Hamilton, his skill set is a premium skill set. Because of how versatile he is, right? He's a multiple player. He's a hybrid player. You can have this guy covering tight ends, and he can go in the slot and go cover Jamar Chase, right? He's one of them dudes.
Yeah.
Like that, there's not a lot of guys that can, end up lining up against Travis Kelce and cover him and then also go line up against Jamar Chase. Like the very different skill sets to cover because he's long, rangy athlete that he is and skilled, how skilled he is, he can do that. And that's exactly why they drafted him. So, and we're seeing that from, Detroit Lions, right? They drafted what they needed and they thought were really good football players on their board, not premium positions. Jack Campbell, off-ball linebacker, not premium. Jahmyr Gibbs, running back, not premium, but a guy that can help you right away and can be a good football player and be an impact player, right? Immediately. And you don't have to, if you're looking at a guy who's a premium position, but what if he's a project? All right, I got to develop him for 2 years. Well, the contract is 4 to 5. So you're talking about half the damn contract. I'm developing the guy into being an impact player, and he's not going to give me impact plays right away. So it all depends on your mentality and philosophy as as an organization. But you're seeing more and more quality organizations like the Ravens and even some of the organizations right now that are still playing in the playoffs. They're starting to steer away from the premium position thing early on in the draft. It's like, no, let's get a good player. Yeah, you get a good football player in the draft.
No, he's really good, and he's going to play 10, 12 years with us.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
He might be a center, he might be a linebacker, he might be a safety.
Yeah.
But he's going to play for a decade.
That's
and
right.
He's really good.
We know he's that good. He's proven. The film says he's really good. Why are we going to go for this premium position guy who's got all the measurables, right? He's got the upside, but he hasn't proven it yet. It's like, well, we better be damn sure we can develop him. And half the time, they don't.
Well,
they don't work out.
That would be, that's kind of what we've said a little bit about the Texans and why they have a chance to rise now because, they have filled their premium positions, right? They have their left tackle, they have their quarterback, they have a cover corner, they've got pass rushers. Will Anderson's coming as an edge guy. So they're going to be in a position organizationally to take just the best player available, right? Not worry about it and just kind of take that lead of the Lions and the Ravens and just stockpile really good football players around those premium players. And that's what happens when you hit the quarterback. When you get the QB in place and the luxury of already having the left tackle in Laramie Tunsil, Derek Stingley out of corner, Will Anderson. Now we can just tell you that guy's a really good player.
Yeah, you're right. Chiefs do that because they remember Clyde Edwards-Helaire pick. It's like, that's what are you doing that? Oh, Patrick Mahomes wanted him.
Yeah.
That's how good of a position they were in because they hit him the Patrick Mahomes pick. They were like, hey, man, we're golden. We got luxury picks right now. We can do that. And they thought he'd be a good player. He's all right. He's all right. He's a jabroni. He's a jag, but not worthy of that first-round pick.
All right, we'll get Rod's rant coming up. We got to make some picks. What say you? Who's going to win these games? Who's going to be in the Super Bowl? Is it Baltimore and San Francisco, like a lot of people think, the two favorites playing at home, or can the Lions or Chiefs pull the road upset? Both are really able and capable, I would say. So we'll make those picks coming up. Two really good football games. Let's get to the other top stories, though. The headlines to start your Friday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. Start with the Longhorns. And, yeah, it's been 2 weeks now since former Texas D-line coach Bo Davis took off to take the same position as his alma mater at LSU. It appears Steve Sarkisian has identified his replacement. Multiple reports yesterday and into this morning that the Longhorns are going to hire Miami Dolphins assistant defensive line coach Kenny Baker. Georgia native spent 1 season with the Dolphins after 11 years coaching college football. We'll hear more on his development, but Kenny Baker, the name to keep your eye on. In the NFL, 2 more head coaching vacancies filled yesterday and ahead of Championship Sunday in Atlanta after interviewing 14 different candidates, including Bill Belichick a couple of times. The Atlanta Falcons announced they have hired Rams defensive coordinator Raheem Morris, 47-year-old, previously the head coach in Tampa. He also was the Falcons' interim head coach in 2020 after he replaced Dan Quinn for the final 11 games of the 2020 season. He spent the last 3 seasons coaching the defense for the LA Rams. In Carolina, the Panthers have hired Buccaneers offensive coordinator Dave Canales to be their new head coach, 42 years old, with the Seahawks for 13 seasons for leading the Tampa Bay offense this past season, credited largely with helping both Geno Smith and Baker Mayfield post their best seasons. Yesterday's hires means 6 of the league's 8 vacancies have been filled now. Only Washington and Seattle are open. Also yesterday, the finalists for the 8 Associated Press 2023 NFL awards were revealed, including the MVP award. Dak Prescott, Cowboys quarterback, one of the finalists, along with Lamar Jackson, Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy, and Josh Allen. Prescott and Cowboys receiver CeeDee Lamb also a finalist for the Offensive Player of the Year award. With CeeDee and Dak. Both Deron Bland and Micah Parsons are finalists for the league's Defensive Player of the Year, along with TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, and Max Crosby. Plenty of accolades down in Houston as well. D'Amico Ryan's a finalist for Coach of the Year. C.J. Stroud, finalist for and possible front-runner for Offensive Rookie of the Year. And Will Anderson, their edge rusher, a finalist for Defensive Rookie of the Year. Back to the 40 acres, entering the program's final season in the Big 12. The Big 12, the Texas baseball team, picked to finish second in the conference in the preseason baseball poll released yesterday by the Big 12. League's coaches who were not allowed to vote for their own team selected TCU to finish first for the second consecutive season.
Yeah, the coaching carousel in the NFL right now is starting to slow down a little bit, and a lot of the candidates that I thought would be getting gigs would be no-brainers. Turns out they're not getting the love that I thought they'd get. Mike Vrabel, I still think he can end up with a team, but he might have to sit out the season, wait for the next coaching carousel. So is Bill Belichick. So the NFL right now, I think it's interesting, right? Because we're getting the Jared Mayo thing that's outside of the norm, having a kind of a successor already built in, and he's more going to be the kind of what the Dan Campbell route, which he never was a coordinator, right? Jared Mayo, well, who knows with Belichick's regime who was calling what plays or whatever, but he's going to go basically from being kind of an assistant and being groomed to be a head coach. You got Raheem Morris, who's got ties with Atlanta, so that makes sense. That he, goes back. He was the interim coach there at one point. Canales makes sense with the Panthers just because he's a guy that's resuscitated and resurrected QB skill sets who once were considered busts or throwaways, like Baker Mayfield and like a Geno Smith, and you can do that hopefully with a Bryce Young. And you talked about the Dan Morgan connection there as well. So that makes a lot of sense too. You started looking, and obviously Jim Harbaugh. I mean, that's the home run hire for the Chargers, which makes the most sense of any of them. But it's the candidates that I thought would be the hottest candidates in this coaching carousel are not at all. And I thought Mike Vrabel would be on the market for, I don't know, like a few days in the coaching carousel. Mike Vrabel might be sitting this coaching carousel out. He might be sitting this cycle out because he's not. You shouldn't go be a coordinator if you've been a head coach like he is, because you might get stuck there, and you might do a bad job, and you might decrease your stock, hurt your stock.
Pretty clear that in a what have you done for me lately league. Mike Vrabel's first couple of years in Tennessee were really good. His last couple have not been so good, and Bill Belichick, we know the last couple have not been good. They're both seen as kind of prickly too, and maybe pretty set in how they want to do things. And I don't know if that was part of it. I mean, I do know that in Atlanta, the reports were Arthur Blank really wanted Bill Belichick for the splash hire, and they've become friends over the years. But Rich McKay, the team president, and the general manager wanted to go with someone they were familiar with. because Bill Belichick's going to want to come in and report directly to Arthur Blankrod.
Yes.
And, if you're Rich McKay, you're like, well, no, that doesn't work for me. That becomes a power struggle. I don't need him going outside the chain of command, but Belichick, that's what he's used to, reporting only to Robert Kraft. The front office won in that case, and they got Raheem Morris, who, Raheem was a coach at 30. That's amazing. When you were in Tampa, he was quality control coach.
Yeah, he was my coach in that room in quality control, and he's bounced around a lot. He
was a head coach at 32.
So because he was considered a phenom and a prodigy early on.
And it didn't go great in Tampa, but maybe he's too young for it.
Could be.
And now he's, he went to Atlanta with Dan Quinn, and he took over when Dan Quinn got let go, and did a pretty good job over an 11-game stretch as an interim. And there were some in Atlanta that wanted to hire him then, and instead they moved on, and he went to the Rams and won a Super Bowl with Sean McVay, and now he's coming back at 47 years old to get another bite at another opportunity to coach his own team.
Yeah, and he actually, and I forgot to mention this earlier, he and Dan Quinn go way back, even back to Hofstra. I believe they were actually at Hofstra at the same time. He was like a grad assistant around that time, and Dan Quinn was there. Exactly, I forgot in what capacity, assistant coach of some kind, and that may have been when they first crossed paths. They end up obviously on the same staff, and Dan Quinn hires him when he gets the Atlanta Falcons job. I know for a fact that Shanahans love them some Raheem Morris because he was on that staff with the Shanahans in Washington.
Yep.
So they were big fans of him from that point on. And even when I was on the staff in Tampa, when I was on the team in Tampa, my man Shannon was on that staff at one point. Don't forget about that. He was a Gruden guy.
Yeah.
He's a John Gruden guy initially. He was on that John Gruden staff initially. So they also, the Shanahans and Raheem Morris, that's where, they crossed paths initially, and then they became a big fan of Raheem Morris too. So you go look at that leads me to two thoughts. That's why he gets hired by Sean McVay later on, because the Shanahan clan likes him, and I'm sure he came highly recommended by Kyle Shanahan. And I'm sure when Kyle Shanahan got the gig from Dan Quinn, he and Dan Quinn were on the same page about how much they liked Raheem Morris. That seemed like an easy staff hire there. He's going to hire someone from the Shanahan coaching tree to be his offensive coordinator. That's the biggest hire that a defensive-minded head coach can make. And for him, and for these, I'll say DeMeco Ryans too, and I guess Robert Saleh, it's easy for those guys because they already know, I'm just going to the Shanahan coaching tree. Like, they already know automatically. They know their defensive style aligns with that offensive style, and I think it's automatic. And it's the most popular, offensive philosophy right now in the NFL. So I don't know who he's going to get, but I almost guarantee it's going to be somebody from that McShanahan coaching tree.
Well, and the word that pops to mind with all these hires is familiarity, right? When you're hiring someone, you want someone you're familiar with. The reason that Canales became the man in Carolina is they hired Dan Morgan to be their president and general manager, and those two worked together for 8 years in Seattle.
Yep.
We mentioned Jim Harbaugh's statement of taking the Chargers job as his fondness for the Spanos family, who he played for as a player way back at the end of his playing career, and they have strong familiarity with one another.
Mm-hmm.
In the Atlanta case, they got to watch Rich McKay and Arthur Blank got to watch Raheem Morris run the team for 11 games after Dan Quinn got fired, and are familiar with his coaching style, and apparently he blew away the interview. That's why I think
Mayo, obviously.
Gerard Mayo, obviously, familiarity, right? And you look up there in Seattle, and that's why I think it's going to be Dan Quinn, because John Schneider, the GM and president, are making the hire. He knows Dan Quinn very well and knows familiarity. When you're hiring someone for that post, you want someone you can work with, and maybe that's where Vrabel, Belichick, they do come in. When I say prickly, they come in and I don't know these guys, and they come in with a reputation.
Mm-hmm.
What if it doesn't go good? What if I don't like him? That kind of, what if he doesn't like me? That becomes problematic. Now, is it, it is proven, Jim, you don't have to prove Bill Belichick's resume, and does he know football?
Yeah,
Come on.
The post and pre-Brady years, when you're evaluating him overall now, I think it's affecting his narrative. It's affecting the narrative against him and his legacy as well. We know that.
Everyone knows he knows X's and O's and football and scheme and Belichick. But can I work with him? Are we going to get along? He
couldn't get along with Tom Brady.
I know.
So
yeah, exactly.
You think you're going to get along with him? And notoriously, I've criticized him, and this is why I've criticized his coaching tree. He doesn't share when you're talking about a chain of command is just sharing information with everybody. So everybody's on the same page and aligned. So one hand knows what the other's doing. He literally operated in a clandestine fashion, like some secretive organization. And he didn't share information with his own coaches.
Yeah, that's
So why-
problematic.
Yeah.
100%. And, Vrabel got at odds with his GM, then got at odds with the owner, got at odds with the new GM. So it's like, okay, well, maybe Vrabel's just kind of get at odds kind of guy.
Yeah, can't get
And-
along with others.
And that's, again, we'll see where this goes. 2 more to go.
But that-
Washington
It's crazy.
and
The
Seattle.
Belichick coaching tree at one point was the most popular coaching tree in the NFL, and now you got one of the offshoots of it. Because I know Vrabel's not directly from the coaching tree, but he is known as Belichickian and Belichick himself, and nobody wants it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think the NFL knows now. Like, that coaching tree, and even the coach himself. There were things that Tom Brady was. He was a deodorant for a lot of it.
Deodorant.
And he was the balance to the Patriot way. The Patriot way doesn't work without him. It's toxic without the Brady effect. You know what I mean? It's
It's 100%.
it's just like chemistry. Like, you add two elements together and then they can be something very, very constructive and helpful, but you take away one of those elements and then that element alone is toxic.
yeah, we
Right?
see it
So,
a lot.
right?
Look,
Volatile.
Now we've seen the NFL film specials a lot about the Cowboys, right? When Jimmy Johnson was there with Troy Aikman, they were perfect, right?
Balance.
Jimmy was the hard ass, and
Yeah.
Troy was the nice guy.
Yep.
And I think the very same with Belichick and Brady. That Belichick was the ass, and Brady would explain why this is good for us, y'all.
Yeah.
Like he's right,
He
guys.
didn't speak
You
to
may
you
not
in-
like
he
him,
didn't speak
but
to you in the hallway, but don't worry about that.
and Brady could be the bridge. Brady could be the guy that could, because he loves football so much. He loves being prepared and studying. And he was, even all of his statements since Belichick has, left New England, he's just talking about how much he learned from talking ball with Bill Belichick and just sitting with him and breaking down game film and looking at it with him and just understanding how his brain works. That helped him a lot. But at the same time, you got to deal with him on a personal level. And he was able to do that, but a lot of players weren't. So it was Brady that bridged the gap. And they played for Brady, and they were coached by Belichick.
a good point.
And the two together were championship level.
Magic.
And I think you could say the same with the Cowboys and Jimmy Johnson and Troy Aikman.
Yeah.
And because they were a very young football team, and Aikman was the adult in the room, and he would be the good guy. But then when Barry Switzer came in, Troy Aikman had to become the heavy, because Barry Switzer wasn't enforcing the discipline that it took to run that team. So it had to become Aikman, which became awkward because everybody's used to Aikman being the good guy. It just messes up the chemistry.
Yes.
But when it works, it's magic.
Oh no, I think Pop dealt with it with him and Duncan.
Yep, you're right
And
about
when
that.
he lost Duncan, he got down the balance of that. That's why the Kawhi Leonard be like, man, why did Kawhi Leonard decide? He's like, well, you were missing the guy that usually would be able to relate to
The big
players.
fundamental.
Yeah, and that's not really what. And everybody loves and respects Pop, but big fundamental. There was something about his presence there with the Spurs that was able to, bridge the gap, like you said, between coach and team.
And when you take one apart and take one away, then
It's a little different.
the relationship different. And
Yeah.
I'm certain, as soon as Brady left, within that first year, Belichick realized pretty quick, man,
Hey,
dang.
Well,
and of course, Brady wouldn't want a Super Bowl.
I was saying Brady exactly, and then we learned the Brady way. Oh, the Brady way works without Belichick.
Yeah.
The Brady way works without Belichick. That's when I think his legacy took a real hit.
Yeah. And currently, the best quarterback-coach relationship is Mahomes and Andy Reid right now, right?
And they're doing it, yeah.
And then you could argue John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, but that was in friction just last spring. I mean, they were Harbaugh was kind of at odds with Lamar.
Well, that's because Harbaugh has a boss,
I know.
and his boss, DeCosta, was like, "Man, listen, we were negotiating right now." And he was kind of caught in the
And
middle. of it.
Harbaugh stayed out of it.
Yeah, Harbaugh was caught in the middle of that. So I can see why
And I
Harbaugh
will say
and
that
Lamar were
Harbaugh
still good.
always defended Lamar
He
Jackson
did.
and always said, "I want Lamar here."
Yeah.
I'm the coach. I don't do contracts.
But he didn't disrespect his boss either.
No, he didn't. He got it.
I got a boss,
exactly
man.
right.
He respects the chain of command. Because he probably could have, owner probably would side with John Harbaugh.
Right.
But John Harbaugh's like, no, I'm not disrespecting my boss. It's my boss. We got to work together.
If you're the coach, you do not want to get called out to the bosses,
Yeah.
the owner's super
Goes
yacht.
back to your point about Vrabel, though. Yeah, but Vrabel did not respect chain of command.
You're
He
exactly
also
right.
called out his boss publicly. And, that's, yeah, I mean, a lot of people will feel a certain way about that in the organization.
100%. All right, since we talked through this, let's get to Rod's rant after the quick timeout. Let me ask Ty Henderson back at the Horn headquarters. Ty, which way are you leaning on these games on Sunday? With and we'll do the official picks in bullish and BS before the end of this hour. But do you have a lean here? Baltimore, Kansas City. Are you leaning favorites with the Niners and Ravens, or you think either one of these road teams can pull an upset on Sunday?
I'm on the Chiefs pretty heavy. The other game I'm not so sure about. I think the 49ers will win, but I think it'll be closer than the 7-point spread.
I do too. I think that was eye popping. But you pointed out, Rod, this is a reason before we make our official picks before the end of this hour. The Lions, because you think of Detroit as a tough city and cold and windy. They play indoors, right?
They
So it's a
play
dome
indoors.
team who's
Yep.
played in a lot of dome games. Their numbers in places like Chicago and on grass on the road not as good.
Yep.
Not as good. Not as dynamic. And the Niners, of course, you wonder if the Niners got to see the light at the light of their season and coming at them like a freight train when the Packers nearly beat them and they didn't play a very good game at all last Saturday. Do they flex a little bit here? But they also don't know if they're going to have Deebo Samuel, so that's a huge factor. We'll look into that coming up.
That's big.
And then you're on the Chiefs, huh? You are an advocate of not betting against Patrick Mahomes as an underdog. Is that kind of the feeling you've got?
I've been saying since these playoffs started that the Chiefs are going to win the Super Bowl, or at least go.
At least be there. Okay. All right. Then we'll take your thoughts. There's Ty weighing in. We'll make our picks in bullish or BS before the end of this hour. Coming back, though, Rod will have his first rant of this Friday morning, talking AFC and NFC championship games. Your thoughts on this coaching carousel? Are they getting these right? Who's done the best one? I do think it's hard to argue that Jim Harbaugh is not the slam dunk hire of this cycle with the LA Chargers bringing in the most proven and established coach that there is. And they know they can get along with him too, Rod. That's part of the familiarity thing. A lot of people can't get along with Jim Harbaugh. The Spanos family know him.
Yeah.
And he knows them. So there's familiarity with, okay, he's abrasive, but we know how to deal with that, right? That's a good thing. Got to have it.
Gotta have it.
Rod will have a rant coming. Bullish and BS. Your thoughts on these games. Text line is open, 512-447-3776. Happy Football Friday. Callahan's General Store, folks, this Friday, this weekend, or any day is a great day to make it a Callahan's Day. What a weird weather week, obviously. And I mean, weird weather, 2 weeks with the ice and the freezing, and then all the rain and inches of rain, and now we're dealing with fog, and it's going to warm up. This is when it's a challenge to get your yard and your gardens winterized and understanding how to do the proper maintenance for all this stuff that's going on. That's why I always encourage you to get to Callahan's in any season, any stretch of weather, because the experts at Callahan's will help you if you want to keep your yard in golf course condition. Callahan's is our partner on our tour of Central Texas golf courses. This month we're highlighting and spotlighting Great Hills Country Club out there near the Arboretum. But Callahan's wants to help you keep your yard looking like a golf course year round. And all you got to do, you walk in there to Callahan's, go to the left side, and that's where they have all the fertilizers, organic and conventional, the weed deterrents, and the things you need. But as I always say, they've got the best stuff and they've got it sourced. The stuff that they carry is all for Central Texas, right? It's built for yards in this area and the grasses and the turfs and the gardens in this area. But the people are what separate Callahan's from any other store you're going to go to, I promise you. Because they're experts. They've worked at Callahan's, most of them, for double-digit years, a long time. They've been there. They know the yards, and they know how it works and how to apply it properly and not waste your money, right? When you invest in your yard, you want it to work. You want to know that you're doing it properly at the right times of the year, the right amounts at the right times, and for your particular yard, Callahan's and the people there will help you and guide you. That's why if you go back again and again throughout the seasons, you're going to have a yard that looks like a golf course, I promise you, and some beautiful gardens and all your shrubs and bushes. Everything at Callahan's General Store. That should be the first stop and the only stop year round at Callahan's. They also have the hardware department and the Western wear and everything else you need, seeds and pet food and everything you need. It's Callahan's General Store. Find them online at callahansgeneralstore.com. And remember, it's always a good day to make it a Callahan's Day.
All right, let's talk about the championship games coming up this Sunday. Start with the AFC. The fact that Patrick Mahomes is an underdog is something worth discussing because it doesn't happen very often. Patrick Mahomes as an underdog. He's got that dog in him, as we know. He's got that dog. The last time Mahomes was an underdog in consecutive starts, think about it, he was an underdog also versus Buffalo and ended up winning that game. I picked Mahomes in that game. I ain't picking him in this one. But as an underdog in consecutive starts, last time was his rookie season. Basically the first year that he played in 2018. That's when he was a dog in back-to-back road starts. That was the only time in his career exactly that he was a back-to-back road dog. His second and third career starts, he won both games. He started his career being listed as an underdog in 3 straight starts. Prior to last week, he was favored in 100 of 108 total starts. Patrick Mahomes is now 8-3 straight up in his career as an underdog. The best record of any quarterback in the Super Bowl era with a minimum of 10 starts. And the Chiefs open as a 3.5-point dog versus the Ravens in the AFC title game. I believe now it's still 3, if I'm not mistaken. Ty may know better than me. But it's just the 6th time that Mahomes has opened at a 3-point dog or higher, and the first time since 2020 versus Baltimore. He is 5-0 against the spread in those games. So as Ty was talking about, that's probably smart money. In Mahomes' 11 games as an underdog, he is 11-0 in a 6-point teaser. So there you go, Ty. You'd probably like that. So there you go. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is an underdog. It's just something you don't see a lot, and when you do see it, usually he makes us look silly with him as an underdog. So and also it is his 15th game on a road trip, which is 2 or more road games in a row. 12-2 straight up on road trips when he's got those back-to-back road games, and 7-7 against the spread. So he's right there at 50% of the time he covers. And he's listed as an underdog in 3 of those games, 3-0 straight up. So as a dog, it's he shows us why he's got that dog in him.
He's quickly look. He's already on all-time greatest quarterbacks. He's behind Brady and Montana, and then he slots in right in that conversation already.
Yep.
At 27 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Montana, Brady, and then you can make a very strong argument that Mahomes is ahead of the rest. I mean, I know people would argue for their horse in that race, but hard to argue. And there's still so much more Pat Mahomes football to be played, including Sunday.
Yeah, and he's going against the best defense in the league. As I told you, first defense in the Super Bowl era to lead the NFL in scoring, takeaways, and sacks. It's never happened. This Ravens defense has got a chance to become an all-time great defense, but they got to shut down and neutralize one of the future GOATs to do it. Patrick Mahomes versus number 1 scoring defenses, including the playoffs, he's 3-1. 9 touchdowns to 4 interceptions, 339 yards passing on average, 32 points per game on average. And the Ravens, as I said, they're allowing 16.5 points per game, best scoring defense in the league. So, yeah, I'm picking the Ravens in this matchup, but I would not be surprised at all if Mahomes goes in there and just dices up that Ravens defense, even though it's the best defense in the league, because we've seen it before. We've seen it before. Also, something to watch is Spagnuolo. Listen, Spags is awesome and what he's done with that defense. Kansas City, listen, they're a top 5 defense too. So, we're talking about, Lamar Jackson and the Ravens defense being so dominant. But Kansas City's defense is pretty damn good. They blitz a ton. They probably have the 6th highest blitz rate in the NFL, around 31%. Lamar Jackson, remember I said this when DeMeco Ryans did blitz him.
Like crazy.
He did early on, and it worked early on. They just made adjustments in the second half, and they're just better than you. For Kansas City, though, the Ravens are not that much better than Kansas City, in my opinion, if they are better. And I think Kansas City could have more success blitzing Lamar Jackson. Listen, Lamar Jackson is great versus the blitz. I believe his QBR versus the blitz, or at least when pressured, is 3rd in the NFL. But the reason that you want to blitz him And last 6 games, he's got an 86 QBR versus the blitz. So that includes with the Texans. 6 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, 9.2 yards per attempt. So I'm not saying that it's guaranteed to work. He's the damn MVP, or he's going to be the MVP for a reason. But with Lamar Jackson, as I said earlier, you don't want to, when he drops back to pass, you don't want to defend 3 plays in one. When he drops back to pass, you want to defend just 1 play. And the best way to do that is to make him declare. Make him declare means to get rid of the ball quickly out of his hands. You can do that via the blitz. He'll go to his hot read, or he'll tuck it and run really quickly to abandon the pocket, and that makes him a runner right now, and that is great too. But what you don't want is him dropping back as a passer, you having to defend the initial pass play, then him deciding to extend the play and having to defend the second reaction scramble drill, and then after you defend that successfully, having to defend one of the most elusive and one of the most dynamic runners in all of the NFL when he decides to tuck the football and become a runner. Your defense can't defend all 3 of those scenarios, and you can't defend them for 4 quarters. You can't. You got to make him declare, and the blitz the best way to make him declare. And I think that's what they'll do. And against Josh Allen, the Chiefs were really creative about how they basically forced Josh Allen to one side of the pocket or the other. And they were really clever about that. So they faced dual threat quarterbacks before, so they have a plan. I think one of the plans has got to be, man, you got to blitz. They blitz a lot anyway. They're definitely going to blitz Lamar Jackson, and they should. You got to make that dude declare, man.
Yeah, and they've got an elite defense, just like the Ravens do. It's just, I mean, and we make our picks. I mean, I'm leaning Baltimore like you are, Rod, just because this is the best Ravens defense and one of the best we've seen in NFL history with the numbers you just gave against the worst Chiefs offense of the Mahomes era. I mean, this is an offense that can be erratic. They're mistake prone. Gosh, even in the Buffalo game, the Mecole Hardman fumble, which, by the way, give credit to Travis Kelce on the podcast he does with his brother Jason. He took full responsibility for that fumble because he missed his block. Like, if he had blocked the guy who forced the fumble and engaged him better, it would have been a walk-in touchdown. Wow. So Travis Kelce, like he said, I apologize to Mecole over and over again because I screwed that up. I didn't get good leverage, and I missed the block, or else that guy has no chance to swat the ball out. But either way, that's how they've been. That mistake at the goal line, I think every Chiefs fan that saw that was like, oh, man, that's going to cost us. That's the game. We're going to lose because they've seen it all year, Rod.
Yep.
There's been a 1 or 2 plays, by a receiver, either a drop pass or a fumble, tip drill, interception, whatever it might be, that has led to a loss. They're going to be in this game. It's not going to be like the 34-10 Texans game. They'll be in this game because they're really good on defense and they've got Patrick Mahomes. But at the same time, do they have enough? Because we've also seen Baltimore against elite teams, Rod.
Yes, Baltimore. We've seen them blow. And this is the thing. You just said it. I think that's the key, right? If they're going to be in this game late, that is something that Baltimore, they have shown vulnerability late in games. If a team is still pushing, right? Baltimore's recipe is be a front runner, blow a team out, which they have done, right? You go look at their point differential versus playoff teams. I mean, they are, I believe right now, I want to make sure I get the stat right. Yeah, so right now, if you go look at just regular season, the 2023 Ravens and the 07 Patriots are the only teams in NFL history with a plus 100 point differential versus playoff teams. So they've been blowing teams out. But late in games, and they have, their 4 losses, they've happened late in games when teams are still pushing, and they've had collapses of sorts, right? They are 3-4 in close games, the Ravens are. They're 3-4 in close games this year. They're talking about 1-score games in the fourth quarter, and they've blown more leads than they have game-winning drives. They haven't been in that situation a lot, and it's very possible they're going to be in that situation versus the Chiefs, and when they have been in that situation, they have a losing record. The Baltimore's only win that produced the winning points in the fourth quarter or overtime this season, that punt return. That punt return touchdown versus the Rams.
Rams, yep.
That was it. That's the only winning points they've had to score in the fourth quarter of a game. Otherwise than that, they've been late game collapses, or they've held on.
That would lean
those games.
That would lead. If you think it's gonna be a close game, then take the Chiefs.
That's kind of what I say. If Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs can just keep it close enough to make it a 1-score game in the middle of the fourth quarter, I think that's when the odds start to flip in favor potentially of the Chiefs. But you'll know that early on how the game's going. You'll be able to tell that. But like I said, the Ravens, they just that defense is legit. But also the defense of the Chiefs is underrated. We don't talk about them enough. How about this? that Chiefs defense, they're second with 57 sacks.
Yeah,
They're right behind the Ravens. But their I believe their pressure rate was around 27.8%, second highest rate in the league. So they're second behind the Cowboys in pressure rate and second in sacks.
No, we've seen that from the beginning. They've rebuilt the secondary. They've drafted guys like George Karlaftis to go with Chris Jones, and they can get pressure on a quarterback. Charles Omenihu is part of that pressure package for the Chiefs, and they're really, really good. That's what they're built around now. But just like you said, the Ravens in close games have stumbled at times. The Chiefs all year in close games they've blown it with their own receiver and offensive mistakes that have led to losses. And so I still think that has to be considered here. And I do think the Ravens are playing their best football right now. I mean, the Ravens into the month of December, I erased the Week 17 game against the Browns because the Browns had to win it, and the Ravens didn't start anybody. So it was like a practice squad game for the Ravens. But in the other 16 games, and especially in the month of December where they smashed the Dolphins and they smashed the Niners, they seem to be peaking right now. And so I don't want to say I eliminate those games that they lost the 3 before, but at the same time, they're just really, really good, and it's almost like John Harbaugh's team's like his brother's team at Michigan. They're like a vice. Mm-hmm. They just keep, you ever get a vice on a workbench, and you just keep twisting it down, and that's kind of what they do to you. They just wear you out, and their defense is making plays while their offense is tough to get off the field, and then put the ball in the end zone, and Lamar scrambling for first downs and touchdowns and making plays down the field off schedule. All of a sudden you look up and you're down 2 touchdowns. You're like, damn, now I got to chase against that pass rush, which led the league in sacks. I mean, that's a tough team to beat, especially in their building. Rain in the forecast, Rod. It's going to be a wet field. Temperatures will not be freezing, but like right at 40 degrees, and there's an 80% chance of rain all afternoon in Baltimore. And that's the 2:00 game. So you can anticipate wet field. And I just think that's a condition that the Ravens love to play in.
Yeah, well, they can play any solid football. They spread you out. They can play power football like they've done. Okay, real quick about the NFC title game. We'll come back, obviously, and preview that a little bit more later. The Deebo Samuel effect is going to be big because the 49ers are 12-1 straight up, 10-3 against the spread when Deebo Samuel starts and finishes the game. But when he doesn't, 1-4 straight up, 0-5 against the spread. He leads the Niners. How about this little stat? He leads the Niners in targets and receptions when they are leading this season. He's actually first in yards per rush attempt for them when they are leading too. When they lead, he's part of the formula with them as a front runner to separate. And without him, I mean, we've talked about it. They're averaging almost 2 touchdowns less per game. Like 2 touchdowns fewer touchdowns, two fewer touchdowns per game without Deebo Samuel in the lineup. That's a big number. 13.8 points per game, I believe, is the exact number.
Well, and you've pointed this out a lot, but it bears repeating that what makes him so dynamic when he's healthy is he and Christian McCaffrey are interchangeable. Mm-hmm. I mean, they're pretty much the same player on the field, right? You can line Deebo up at running back. You can use Christian McCaffrey as a receiver. It just makes them, and it opens everybody else up, and there's a reason. And it is Brock Purdy, right, who's a good quarterback, but he's not, he's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not going to carry your football team if you don't have the pieces. It is all part of the master plan of Kyle Shanahan and Christian McCaffrey already having Deebo Samuel and drafting Brandon Ayuk and, having George Kittle. That was the final piece when they made that trade last October or 2 Octobers ago now. And when they're all on the field, I mean, they're a team that should win the Super Bowl. If Deebo's off, it's a little bit different because it just changes. And you can really, at that point, you can force Brock Purdy to beat you, right? You can make Brock Purdy. With Deebo on the field and Christian McCaffrey and all the pieces, Purdy's just a point guard. Purdy's just executing the plays, and defenses are on their heels just trying to figure out where it's going to be, and that's where Purdy's really, really comfortable. We saw last week, especially when it was raining, and by the way, this week for that game, if you're looking at it, looks like a beautiful night in Santa Clara, 70 degrees, no rain in the forecast. Looks like a great night.
Yeah, but even when we talked about this, the Detroit Lions are dome warriors. They play in domes a lot. The last time they played outside was December 10th in Chicago. So in the past 12 games, they've only played outside once. Every other road game for them, Chargers, Saints, Vikings, Cowboys, was in a dome. And Jared Goff wasn't great. I mean, he wasn't great outside. So that's something to consider. I know it may just be overblown, but he only had like 161 yards in the game. They lost to the Bears. I was like, the Bears are on a good team.
Well, that's also familiarity, a word we were using in the coaching carousel. The San Francisco 49ers have a lot of familiarity with Jared Goff. They know him from his Rams
That's
days.
a great point. Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that.
They have a good scouting report on him, obviously. They'll have a plan that because Goff has been on a heater, man. Goff's been really, really good. And Amon-Ra St. Brown, I mean, all the weapons we talk about with the Niners, the Lions are equal with what they have at receiver and tight end and running back, and offensive line is elite. So it was a real fun game, By the way, when you're watching that game on Sunday evening, you know, that is the site of Super Bowl 60, Rod. That'll be the site of Super Bowl 60. We're at 58 this year, then we'll be at 59 next year, and then Super Bowl 60, which will be a big round number that I'm sure they'll make a big deal about. That'll be in that stadium, Levi's Stadium, Santa Clara,
there you go.
California. Baltimore, and 2 outdoor games for your championship, which is cool. We'll come back. We'll go bullish or BS, make our official picks on these games with Ty and Rod and myself. Also bullish on the NFL awards that were out, the 8 awards from the AP. 5 finalists were announced at each. We'll make our picks. We're going bullish or BS coming next.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn, Rod Babers here. Hey, listen, Austin, Texas is a great city. We know this because people keep moving Austin, making it one of the fastest growing cities in the country. And as the city continues to grow and thrive, so does Ironworkers Local Union 482, folks. They don't go to the office. They actually build the office. And a lot of the iconic landmarks that we love in this city were actually created and by the skilled craftsmanship of Ironworkers Local Union 482. You see the labors of their love all over this great city in the Pennybacker Bridge, DKR Stadium. And like I said, this is one of the best organizations in Central Texas. They've been around for a long time, since 1935. And they've been helping shape greater Austin. And right now, you can become a part of this prestigious organization, Ironworkers Local Union 482, because they're hiring about 3,000 people for a big project right here in Central Texas. And if you are a little bit frustrated with your work choices, maybe you're just looking for work. Maybe you want some new opportunities. Maybe you want a new challenge. Maybe you want to feel valued by your employer. Maybe you want to contribute to the economic impact of the city that you live in. You can become a member of Ironworkers Local 482 and accept the challenge of becoming the best version of yourself while helping shape our city's economic development. And like I said, they're hiring about 3,000 people, so you can become one of these lucky folks. They have a ton of different positions with competitive pay, competitive salary, and competitive benefits as well. So you can go online at ironworkers482.org to check out the numerous opportunities and find out which one suits you. So right now, it's a great opportunity for you to become a member of Ironworkers Local 482 and take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. So maximize your potential and be your best self today. Simply go online and apply at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Foggy Friday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Be careful out there. That dense fog advisory continues. Been such a strange weather week for the morning commutes, from downpouring rain to fog. Had ice last week. Man, looking for a smooth commute one of these days.
Just looking for some good weather.
Yeah,
some
no kidding.
sunshine.
Sun did come out yesterday. It was a nice afternoon, nice evening. Hopefully you got to get out and enjoy that a little bit, but it was brief.
It was
It was brief, and it's going to be...
We took a walk in it, though. As soon as it came out, I was like, oh, we're going for a walk. Let's
Yeah,
go.
you got to get that vitamin D. Got to get out there. Got to get in the
Get out
sun.
there,
It's good
man.
for you, by the way.
It's great for you.
There's some people think that if you shine it on your nether regions, it's really good for you. I don't know. Those Hollywood weirdos.
Yeah.
Holistic weirdos.
I think it's called perineum tanning or something like
Yeah.
that.
Well,
Perineum
we've had a
sunning.
discussion about this before.
Yeah. No, it's
Back
a
in the
thing.
day.
It's a thing. Yeah.
Absolutely. Sunning your
Hey,
netherworld.
I think it works.
Looks like a lot of sunshine on Sunday, by the way, for Championship Sunday. Sunny and 63. So crisp but nice. We'll take that. Hey, Rod, it's
That's a
bullish or
beautiful
BS time. And
Let's talk about these coaching hires.
coaching hires. Is there any doubt that the most bullish coaching hire is Jim Harbaugh? The one that is the most
Yes. I think that's
low risk?
I think that's the one I'm most confident in, that if I had to pick one, if I had to bet money on one that is going to work out, and I don't know what your definition of workout is. I guess that means playoffs, compete for, and make it to the playoffs. That would be.
How about last longer than Frank Reich did in Carolina?
Yeah, that's a great question. Which one of these coaches is going to last longer than the average? Because the average for an NFL coach right now at one stop is 3.5 years. It's basically what it is to be an NFL player. They got the same shelf life, pretty much. And I think if I had to bet on which one of the coaches would last the longest, it probably would be Harbaugh.
Which is why it's
he's making more than
by the
5
way,
years.
to your point, and that stat, that 3.5 years, that's why it's ballsy for Jim Harbaugh to take this job, because he could stay at Michigan the rest of his life.
Oh yeah.
No matter
no
what,
doubt.
NCAA,
Nope.
he's got job security forever.
Totally
at
agree
his
with
alma
that.
mater. He could have coached like 75 there.
Mhm.
Now NFL, you go to the Chargers, and
Didn't work
3
out.
4 years, and all of a sudden it's not working, and Justin Herbert's not developing. You get fired. That's the National Football League.
No risk it, no biscuit, man. You know him. He's a competitor. That dude is a competitor. He can't turn it off.
He can.
And honestly, he's probably still mad he lost to his brother.
In the Super
knowing
Bowl?
Jim, knowing Jim
back
Harbaugh,
in New Orleans.
that secretly grinds his gears. He can't stand it in that house having his brother. It's his little brother too, right?
Yeah.
Johnson, little brother. Oh, little brother, and he's got the Super Bowl and you don't. Oh, that bothers
I
him.
thought Jim was
He
his
does.
brother. Was he not?
I'm looking it up, but either way.
Is he? Well,
Yeah.
Jim looks older.
Well, we'll wait until the final 2 coaching hires are made and we get all 8,
Jim's
and then
had
we'll
a
do
tough life then.
we'll do a hook 'em up power ranking of the best hires. But the latest 2 being Raheem Morris, who, as you told us when you were in Tampa Bay playing NFL football, he was a quality control coach. He's been a head coach before on 2
It's crazy.
occasions, and now he'll be the head coach at 47 there.
I like that. I'm bullish on that one.
I do too.
Yeah, I like that. I
I'm
like
a-
that hire.
I'm a fan. And then Dave Canales was kind of out of left field coming from Tampa Bay, but he did do a great job with Baker Mayfield in that offense this year, on the heels of doing a great job with Geno Smith the year before in Seattle.
No, Todd's right. John is the older brother. Jim is the younger brother. They're by a year.
Yeah,
I think
they're
it's
there. Yeah,
by a
I
year.
knew
They're
they
really
were there
close.
almost.
It's like 61, 60. But Jim looks like he's older. Like right? Looks like
Well,
Father Time is whipped up on Jim
Hey,
Harbaugh.
looks
college
just
football is
like
more
him.
taxing.
He looks just like his dad.
Yo,
He's
you're
also
right.
got genetics. He looks just like his dad.
Football, but no, he's right. Now, Todd's right about that, though. Look at the way Mac Brown aged, right? Mac Brown's around the same age as, like, Pete Carroll and Nick Saban, but they age better than Mac. At some institutions, there's more pressure put on you when you have those college jobs, and I think Texas is like that. I think Michigan's like that, too.
I think the best
think it's just-
example of that, it's not in football, but if you look at Barack Obama before he took office and after he took
Yeah.
office, he
Oh,
looks like
presidencies,
25
yeah,
years older.
All the presidents
stress
are like
jobs.
that.
But
Yeah.
I am also big on genetics, and John Harbaugh just got the better looks of the two. He looks more like his mom, and Jim looks just like his dad. I mean, it's almost uncanny. I was seeing his dad walking around at the championship game on the field after they won. I'm like, is that Jim or John? Which one?
Well, because as he gets older,
Yeah, he looks
right,
more and more like him.
yeah,
Looks more and more like him.
No,
Oh, okay.
That's a good
So
point.
yeah, we'll power rank the jobs because Seattle and Washington are still available. The only 2 open. We'll see if the Seattle job might get filled today.
like I said, Mike McDonald and Ben Johnson, I can't see neither one of those guys not getting jobs because they're the fast risers, and there's the reason they're still in the mostly the big reason, or one of the big reasons that those teams are still in the playoffs. And they've been talking about those two guys for 2 years now.
Yeah, Mike McDonald's the DC in Baltimore.
And Ben Johnson, they've been talking about
OC
him
in
for the last
Detroit.
2 years. So I know one of those guys is getting a job. I guess Mike McDonald may not get one, but I know one of them is. Ben Johnson or Mike McDonald, one of them is getting a job.
All right, so gentlemen, bullish or BS? We'll do some bullish and BS next hour too about the Longhorn basketball team playing at BYU tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock. Also, the NFL awards and honors. The Vegas has heavy favorites, some real heavy favorites on who's going to win. Now that the 5 finalists have been announced at all of the major awards in the NFL, we'll run through some of those coming up. But do we have who's going to Super Bowl 58, guys? Who do we have?
Oh, it's easy to me. I'm going Ravens and I'm going Niners. Ravens versus the Niners. Easy for me. I ain't picking against Lamar Jackson the way he's playing.
I'm not either.
And I'm not picking against my boy Shano because I know this is finally, well, they're not completely healthy. The Debo thing worries me, but they've been building to this.
If Debo
for
doesn't play,
years.
I'm picking Detroit.
Yeah, if Debo don't play, you're right. That's trouble, man. That's trouble.
There's just so much mojo with the Lions right now.
And
It
the
is.
49ers aren't necessarily good at defending the run either.
That's right.
No, they're allowing 6 yards per rush outside the tackles right now, and Jameer Gibbs, he gets to outside.
I think part of the reason for that is they're not playing many close games where teams are airing it out more than running. I think Detroit will stick with the run game. Will be closer, like I said, that 7-point spread.
Look, I'm going to say it. I mean, I'm going to take the Ravens, and I think they cover the 2.5. I think they win that game by 7 points or more. The Chiefs are good, but this is the worst Chiefs offense of the Patrick Mahomes era, and I think this is the best defense they've faced. This is an elite defense. I just don't think they match up well there, even with Patrick Mahomes. The other one's going to come down to Debo. If Debo plays and is healthy, I'll take the Niners.
I think you guys are right.
But if Debo doesn't play or starts and then can't finish, I really like the Lions. I really do. It's hard to the words coming out of my mouth of the Detroit Lions could be going to the Super Bowl. Come on, when has that ever been said by anyone, Nober?
No, not for decades.
But I will go officially Niners Ravens to the Super Bowl.
Me too.
Because I think Debo is going to play. We'll come back. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
We're rolling take A, we're rolling take over 5. Double go.
It is a Friday. It is a foggy football Friday, Rod, but despite the dense fog, it's still a
Freak flag, feel good, fake it till you make it. Ric Flair, woo! Football Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. And sad to say, we're running low. Fewer and fewer of those football Fridays on the horizon. I believe we only got two more.
Well, if we
That's
count
it.
the Senior Bowl next weekend
Well,
as a football game.
because we still would have a football game on the horizon, so we'll still be talking football. But after that, no official football anymore. I mean, you want to count combine weekend and stuff like that?
No actual game weeks.
Man, it's gonna be
frustrating.
sad. It goes by fast.
It goes,
Flies by.
and it's been a fun year, but at the
It's
same
been a
time,
great football year. Texans won the division, made the playoffs. Cowboys made the playoffs too. Yeah, one. Yeah, okay.
yeah. Well,
know that was
Cowboys had a great regular season.
They
which we've
did,
come
but
to expect now.
it's just a different. I don't know. It's a different feeling as a Texans fan because I know Cowboys fans are not happy.
Yeah,
with
it's
their-
a hollow year for the Cowboys,
Yes,
without a
they're not-
doubt, and maybe even less than
They're
that.
not happy with the ending. Texans fans actually, even though they got beat, by double digits and blown out by the Ravens, every Texans fan I talk to is ecstatic.
Future's bright. Future's bright.
Right there. They are so optimistic right now because their team is ahead of schedule. The Cowboys are behind schedule.
Yeah, Texans fall in line with kind of the Longhorn fans right now.
Yeah.
Longhorn fans
They're
are
giddy.
they're disappointed that they lost in the semifinal to Washington, but man, they feel like the future is bright, the
Yeah.
ceiling is high, and a lot of good things to come. The way Steve Sarkisian. Speaking of Steve Sarkisian, coming up behind the burnt orange curtain, Rod will tell us about what looks to be the new defensive line coach at Texas. Looks like Sark has identified Bo Davis as replacement. We'll get you details, and Rod will get you a deep dive on him. Also, we'll be halfway through our Friday conversation, so we'll go at the turn at the bottom of this hour. Plus, we'll talk some NFL, obviously a ton of NFL. Here. In reference to our conversation about the Harbaughs before the top of the hour, Rod, and Bullish and BS, says here that, by the way, one of you astute texters on the message line posted that, hey, you guys talking about how Jim Harbaugh has aged worse than his brother John.
He has.
He did play 14 years of NFL football as a
Yep.
quarterback. And if you remember Jim Harbaugh, he was a physical quarterback.
That's true.
He-
That will age you.
He took a pounding. He didn't
That would-
mind sticking his face in there. And he was not a quarterback who, like we see the quarterbacks now sliding because they should, but Jim Harbaugh was not a
Well,
slider.
that's a different age. They didn't protect quarterbacks back then. They protect quarterbacks now. They didn't. Ask Joe Montana. And
Well,
them
even for
quarterbacks.
his era, he was more Jim Kelly than.
Yeah, they didn't protect them quarterbacks back then. I mean, they got rattled around a ton.
Oh my
Even
gosh.
when Brady first got in the league, they didn't protect Brady when he first got. Go look at
Well, that's why
Brady's
Brady is
getting rocked.
openly criticizing
Yeah.
the current state of football.
Him and Peyton Manning, they're the ones that really why they started protecting the QBs
Well, they make too much money.
they were going secretly to officials and to the company's committee like, hey man, I need to protect these quarterbacks. That was going on.
Well, the
behind
owners who
scenes.
run the league are saying these are our biggest investments. We can't
Yeah.
have them getting hurt.
and now
The
they're getting hurt.
Plus, the TV ratings go down when you got backup quarterbacks
And now they're getting hurt more than ever, and the TV ratings are through the roof. So
through
what?
the roof.
So what?
Yeah.
So what does it mean? What does it mean?
Yeah. What does it mean?
Tell
I
me
don't
what
know.
it means.
Tell me what it means. Yeah.
It means we're
Well,
addicted to football.
And of course, in the AFC, we have two AFC MVPs squaring off, and then in the NFC, we have the resurrection story of Jared Goff as the number
Yep.
one overall pick, and now back, and obviously Brock Purdy is he's become a polarizing conversation, and it really leads to the conversations that we're having. But Jim Harbaugh, by the way, told the Detroit News that he's going to be in Ann Arbor today to say goodbye to his team.
Okay.
He's going to then fly to Baltimore to root on his brother in the AFC Championship game, and then he said, "I'm going to Los Angeles, and that's it. I'm moving back.
Moving
LA
back,
for
baby.
good.
That's right.
Too damn cold here in Ann Arbor."
Now we'll say, and that's another thing too. Yeah, the West Coast, man, make you feel young again. The West Coast make you feel young and vibrant on that West Coast.
Yeah.
I think I'm happy for Jim Harbaugh. I'm happier for Justin Herbert. I think Justin Herbert's going to benefit the most out of everybody that's
He's the happiest guy this morning.
Yeah, or everybody that's involved with this and that will be impacted by it. It's him because his legacy was, man, he was just going to be one of those guys that had all the tools and was a great player that just kind of went by the wayside and never got a chance to even play in big games because they never got there.
Well, now that we know that that's a great point too, by the way, and I think you're right on the nose. I think that it's interesting now that we know that the Falcons have hired Raheem Morris.
Yep.
Remember, they interviewed Jim Harbaugh twice. I mean, they interviewed 14 coaches.
They interviewed more coaches than anybody.
You wonder if Jim Harbaugh had said, you know what, I really want the Falcons job, if they would have hired him. Instead, he wanted LA. He wanted the Chargers because he knows the Spanoses, and he's got Justin Herbert.
Got a quarterback.
It's almost like, and you know, he knows the West Coast. But I still wonder if the Falcons could have hired Jim Harbaugh. Would they have? I don't know if Jim Harbaugh would have taken that job. So we'll see. We'll never know. It's Raheem Morris's gig. Speaking of Jim Harbaugh, can I ask you and tie this bullish or BS? There was a picture that was posted of he and his wife celebrating the new contract with LA, and they were at a steakhouse, and they both had these really nice big steaks. And Jim Harbaugh, of course, sitting right next to his steak plate, a big old full glass of milk.
Man, that's disgusting. I don't like white condiments or white liquid, so you know how I feel about that. It's
I mean, you
disgusting.
expect to see like a nice red wine or
No.
something. No, a big glass of milk.
Disgusting.
Is that so? Are you bullish on that, Ty? Big glass of milk with your
That is-
tomahawk steak?
Oh, no.
No. That's disgusting.
It's just so Jim Harbaugh. You got to see this picture. And you got this beautiful steak. You got his wife next to you. They're out for a date, celebrating, and there's that big old glass
I
of
don't
whole
know if
milk.
either of y'all will get this
So
reference,
gross.
but in Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Charlie Day is the actor, but his name's Charlie in the show. His favorite meal is milk steak. It's mentioned
Yeah.
many
No,
times.
I see it. Yeah,
So that's
funny.
what that makes me think of.
Can I just say,
That's funny.
and the caption indicated that it might have been warm milk. Is that possible? Can you drink warm milk?
I
Mother's
don't,
milk.
I don't even know. Some people drink warm milk, don't
He
they?
seems like
That's
the
what
kind
it
of guy
said.
that would drink breast
Before
milk.
bed?
What, Jim Harbaugh?
Yeah. Like,
Breast
or at
milk?
least
No, I
has
don't think it
tried
was breast milk.
I guarantee
Well,
you
look-
that man has tried breast milk before.
Because
Well,
you drink hot chocolate, and when I was a kid, I would just heat up and put in the quick
Yeah.
powder, and I'd
Some
heat it up,
people-
and it'd
some
be
people
like,
drink warm milk.
yeah, I guess
It's
he does.
so great.
With
Like
a
what? Like
steak?
little kids, though. That's like what you drink. Like little kids drink before they go to bed.
Yes, that's exactly right, and that's so to see 60-year-old Jim Harbaugh
Not, like I said,
with this big cup of warm milk.
disgusting. No, it doesn't surprise me though. Jim Harbaugh is an eccentric person. Like
He's a weird guy.
He is a very, very weird dude. And
Well, you had the sound yesterday
Yeah,
of
he's crazy.
Amon-Ra St. Brown on a recruiting visit to Michigan. Said he got in there and just sat there, and Harbaugh sat there in silence for 2 minutes, just like staring at him.
guy's weird, man.
Didn't say a word.
Nope. And Amon-Ra St. Brown said that's why he didn't go. He's like, no, I don't. That dude's weird. Dude's strange. And then he was talking to Blake Coleman, who was like, yeah, he's weird. So either you're into it or you're not. That's pretty much what it is. That you either love him or hate him, and you're into his quirky, weird, eccentric ways, or you're not. And I think that's probably why he did go to San Diego, because they were like, "Oh, we're not bothered by your weird, quirky."
Yeah, we
ways.
know him.
Yeah, you're good. We're used to that. It's all good. We know
'Cause-
we know what to expect with y'all. Some people like they're taken aback, like, "What is going on? What is wrong with this dude?
Yeah, he's-
Why is he shirtless, walking around in khakis and cleats, around the facility? That's weird." And it's like, no, that's Harbaugh.
Yeah, it's almost like a Mike Leach level of weirdness and
Yeah.
quirkiness with him.
He's
But he's a damn good football coach.
He's an acquired taste.
All right, let's get to the headlines. All the top stories you need to know as you start your weekend. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring it to you. Start with Texas football. Been 2 weeks since former defensive line coach Bo Davis left the Longhorns to take the same position at LSU. Here's Steve Sarkisian has identified his replacement. Multiple reports now that the Longhorns will hire Miami Dolphins assistant defensive line coach Kenny Baker. Rod will have more on his resume and what he brings coming up in Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain. 2 more head coaching vacancies filled yesterday in the NFL ahead of Championship Sunday. Atlanta is hiring Raheem Morris, 47-year-old previously was head coach in Tampa when he was 32 years old, and he actually took over for Dan Quinn when the Falcons fired him during the 2020 season. He coached the last 11 games in Atlanta. Last 3 years he's been with the Rams, coaching their defense, helped them win a Super Bowl. In Carolina, Panthers have agreed to terms with Buccaneers offensive coordinator Dave Canales, and the 42-year-old was with the Seahawks for 13 years. Before leading the Tampa Bay offense this past season. He's credited for helping both Geno Smith and Baker Mayfield post their best seasons. Also in Seattle, he worked with new Panthers general manager Dan Morgan, who Carolina hired earlier this week. So 6 of the league's 8 vacancies are filled. Only Washington and Seattle remain open. Developing story off the field in the NFL, where the New England Patriots wide receiver Kayshon Boutte arrested yesterday on charges related to illegal online gaming when he was underage and playing at LSU. Boutte is accused of creating an online betting account under a fake name and then placing more than 8,900 illegal bets. State police said in the news release that at least 17 of the bets were on NCAA football games. 6 were wagers on LSU football. Investigators said the efforts led to more than $500,000 in winnings, with most of that money being used to place additional bets. Back to the 40 Acres, entering the program's final season with the Big 12, Texas baseball team picked to finish second in the conference standings, according to the preseason baseball poll released yesterday. The Leafs coaches who voted on the poll were not allowed to vote for their own teams. They picked TCU to finish in first place. Both Texas basketball teams in action this weekend. The suddenly surging Texas men will look to make it 3 wins in a row. They'll face 21st-ranked BYU tomorrow in Provo. That game tips at 1 o'clock. Then the Texas women will look for a bounce-back game when they play Cincinnati, host Cincinnati tomorrow afternoon at Moody Center. That's a 2 o'clock tip.
Yes, I think it's actually a really good hire by the Falcons. The more and more I look into it, I like it better than the Belichick hire. I'll just say that. I do like it better than the Belichick hire. I think Belichick would have been way too stubborn and pig-headed about that coaching, about the coaching staff, but about the way he wanted to coach the team and the way that he wanted to respect hierarchy or chain of command. And I think Raheem Moore is coming in there. If he goes with the McShanahan coaching tree and hires someone from the Shanahan coaching tree as his offensive coordinator, I do think Raheem Morris will probably is a better fit for what they want to do right now.
Well, especially if you believe what you just said is true, and I do, and we talked about this when he was first interviewing Atlanta. We were talking about it maybe as a strength that they have Rich McKay in place as the team's president, right? Rich McKay, third generation NFL guy. He handles all their competition committee. He represents them at the NFL meetings. He's the CEO. And then they have the
Terry Fontenot.
Terry Fontenot is the general manager.
Yep.
And so they have a real chain of command. And that's not Bill Belichick's norm. He's used to reporting directly to Robert Kraft and Robert Kraft only. And it sounds like Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, reported that that's something he still wanted with Arthur Blank. He wanted to go directly to Blank, which Rich McKay and Terry Fontenot are like, no, we're going to have a chain of command. We like Belichick, but in the end, they go with a coach who they're more familiar with. They know they work with. He was there in Atlanta in 2020. There were a lot of people there apparently in the front office that wanted to keep going with Raheem Morris after they fired Dan Quinn, but they chose elsewhere, and he's gone on to great success with the LA Rams, won a Super Bowl with Sean McVay. So. Yep. I think it again, familiarity. I mean, you say what you want about who's the best fit. We just said it with Jim Harbaugh. He's quirky, but the Spanos family knows him well and familiar with how his quirks are. Bill Belichick is an acquired taste, man, in a big way. And it comes with short term. I mean, how long is he going to be there? I mean, if you're hiring a coach, you want him there for at least 5 years, maybe 10 if it works for you. You'd love to have that opportunity. But so he's, 2 or 3 years max?
Maybe 4.
Yeah.
But then when you're bringing in a new quarterback, which that organization will draft a quarterback.
Sure.
You would like the coach and the quarterback. You almost want to be a matchmaker as a GM, and you like them to grow together. And that way you want them a little bit younger, and you'd like, ideally, for that coach, like you said, if everything works out, for him to be there for 10 years, if that is going to be the case. So I'm with you. I don't trust Belichick hiring a coaching staff. I think that was something else I question, and I don't necessarily trust him having input drafting my young quarterback.
It's why a lot of people thought, and maybe still think he would be a good fit with the Cowboys, right? Because would he work with Jerry Jones? The reports from NFL insiders that he and Jerry Jones have developed a friendly relationship over time. They've known each other for 40 years since Jerry bought the team. And he would report directly to Jerry. It would be kind of like the Robert Kraft thing, that he wouldn't have any interference. It goes, you're reporting on to one person, which is what Belichick would want. To where if you're Arthur Blank in Atlanta, you're tearing down your whole front office. If you're hiring Belichick, you're pretty much pushing Rich McKay aside, and that's what he wants. Now, does he deserve that? That's a fair question. But in Atlanta, it's been built that way. And they go with someone that they're familiar with. The Jerry Jones thing, that would be kind of his style.
Yeah, but then you worry about who is he going to hire as the OC to help oversee the development of Dak and the Dak-friendly offense. I don't trust Bill Belichick doing that.
No, I don't either. I just say it would be more of a fit.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And I don't think it's going to happen.
My big question with any defensive coordinator becoming a head coach is, all right, who's your OC? Who's your OC and why? I need to know. Who's your OC and why? And I think when Bill Belichick brings it, he's like, oh, Josh McDaniels is my OC. It's like, well, nah, then you're just trying to recreate the Patriot way. We're not, no. I need to know who's your OC and why you chose him as your OC, because then you'll be able to explain to me your brand of complimentary football as a head coach. What's your vision for this team, their brand of football, their identity, because that's what it is, right? And you pair up this offense with this style of defense. That's why the Ravens are so formidable. When they went out, the guys like, "Nah, we're gonna get Todd Monken. We want a guy that's got air raid roots. We want to spread teams out with Lamar Jackson, the greatest dual threat, most dangerous dual threat quarterback in the history of the NFL, with a spread offense. How are you gonna defend it? Well, I don't know. And then you
and an elite defense on the
and
other
an
side.
elite defense, right? This is the kind of, so when you bring in a defensive-minded head coach or even a special teams, which is what John Harbaugh is, I got to know what style of offense that you want to pair it up with, and that's because that is important. Because not all offenses match up well with every defense.
No, you're right about that. And it's interesting when Baltimore, as we watched this AFC Championship game, Todd Monken came from Georgia, and Mike McDonald is a Georgia grad and was a staffer at Georgia before as he climbed the ladder. So Georgia Bulldogs being represented in that. We know over in the NFC it's Longhorn versus Aggie. And I'll play some sound for you coming up later with Kyle Shanahan was asked about.
I saw that.
Did you see that?
Yeah.
We'll play it. It's pretty funny.
It is funny.
He went full Longhorn, and good for Kyle. But Longhorn versus Aggie in the NFC Championship game. Real quick, Rod, 2 vacancies left. I'll mention this again, that if indeed the Seahawks are waiting on Mike McDonald, and maybe that the Commanders are waiting on Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator of the Lions, well, that's going to bring Dan Quinn back to Dallas for another year, because that would be it, right? Belichick, Quinn, Vrabel, all people we were certain were going to land one of these jobs. They all 3 would be without a chair as the music stops, potentially. Now, Dan Quinn still could get the Seattle job. We'll see. That may happen soon. But there is some thought they're waiting on the Baltimore defensive coordinator, because he is the hot commodity right now. But I wanted to give you these, Rod, and we'll let our audience and Ty weigh in, too. You can hit it. But here are the Vegas odds now that the 5 finalists for each NFL award have been announced. This is Associated Press, and the way the votes go with all the AP voters is you list you rank your each award 1 through 5.
Okay.
So now you have 5 of each, and according to the Vegas Insider, Lamar Jackson is the heavy favorite, minus 10,000 to win the MVP. So it's in Vegas, it's almost assumed that's Lamar Jackson. Dak Prescott plus 1,800, Brock Purdy plus 2,500, Josh Allen 4th. So slam dunk for Lamar Jackson, I believe. And I think those last couple of games against San Francisco and then Miami solidified it for Lamar. That if you were on the fence, those 2 performances were like, okay, Lamar Jackson.
It is.
He had a 5 touchdown against the Dolphins. Throwing 56 points.
Well, and
in a showdown game in the AFC.
He uplifts the play of everybody around him. They have built that whole offense right. That's why I think Dak is gonna, like you said, Dak's gonna finish second potentially, and he deserves it because they built the offense around Dak pretty much. It was built.
Well, he had a great regular season,
and even more.
The vote was in before the playoffs began.
And the reason that Lamar deserves it above Dak is because Lamar doesn't have. Dak's got CD at least. Right, CD's in the running for Offensive Player of the Year. CD had he's an All-Pro, first-team All-Pro. Lamar's got great weapons around him, but who on offense is a first-team All-Pro of the weapon? Mark Andrews has that kind of talent, but he wasn't that.
He's been banged up.
He had been banged up this year. It's Lamar Jackson's offense pretty much.
100%. He's going to win the MVP.
Yeah,
and rightfully so.
Yeah,
for the second time.
And they're the best team too. The way
100%.
They dominated teams down the stretch. So
and remember,
Zay Flowers made a huge difference in this offense.
He did, but he's not
even up for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, so I'm saying like that. CD stands out as a first team All-Pro. Like he's literally one of the top 3 best receivers in the game right now.
Well, and we'll get to that because here it is right here.
Lamar didn't have that.
Odds to win the Offensive Player of the Year award, which. You've got Christian McCaffrey and Tyreek Hill as the odds favorites right now. Christian McCaffrey's the odds favorite at minus 375.
Wow.
Tyreek Hill's plus 275. CeeDee Lamb is plus 1,500. So it's really, according to the Vegas insiders, it's between McCaffrey and Tyreek Hill. Who would you go with?
McCaffrey or Tyreek Hill. Damn, that is good. Probably McCaffrey, but. Yeah, I'd probably go with McCaffrey.
Yeah. Tyreek Hill or McCaffrey. Vegas says it's between those 2. CeeDee Lamb 3rd, but that's plus 1,500.
How many receiving yards did Tyreek Hill? How close did he get to 2,000?
And his house burned down.
His house. That is true. I forgot about that.
I'll probably have to go with McCaffrey though. I don't know. I'm gonna go with Vegas on this one, McCaffrey.
All right. I think that's probably gonna it, but it does appear between those 2. He had He finished with 1,779, almost 1,800 yards receiving.
Tyreek Hill.
13 touchdowns.
Yeah, because he slowed down. He was
And
on.
he got hurt.
He was on the
Remember,
pace. Yeah, he
dinged
was
up
on
a little bit.
He was on the pace for 2,000, Ty. So you're right. He was on pace, and at that time, he was in MVP conversation.
NFL's Defensive Player of the Year odds: Myles Garrett minus 200, Micah Parsons plus 300, and then T.J. Watt plus 400. So it's really a three player race there. Max Crosby's down at plus 5,000, but
Cowboys are clearly the most talented team in the NFL. If you based on these things, based on these awards too.
oh yeah.
You got 2 Defensive Player of the Year candidates.
Well, listen, I mean,
MVP.
Deron Bland is one of the 5 finalists.
That's what I'm saying.
Deron Bland and Micah Parsons are both among the 5 finalists for the Defensive Player of the Year.
You guys lost in the wild card round.
They lost it by a lot.
With all these,
Does Green Bay have one guy that's on any of these lists?
No, nope. But and remember,
That's
T.J. Watt
not
had
funny.
19 sacks. Myles Garrett, that's probably going to be Myles Garrett, right? When it comes down to it in Cleveland.
Oh
He
yeah.
had the most hype, but I haven't looked at all the stats. He got the most hype. I think he should win it because I love the way they use and they move him around.
By the
everywhere.
way, in the Green Bay game that the Cowboys lost to, and again, this is regular season awards,
Oh, man.
Micah had 2 tackles. 2 tackles.
I told you
And-
he faded. He faded toward. He must have been
and then,
hurt
of course,
or
his
something.
brother on Twitter went after Dan Quinn for not using him properly. But
'Cause
either way.
I think the discussion now is because they basically they've turned him into an edge rusher. He's just an edge rusher now. Like all the multiplicity and the positionless football stuff is pretty much out the window. He just rushes from the edge. And now the question is, should you turn him back into a player who can be a movable chess piece that, depending on the matchup that week, you're moving him around to help you? Because he was actually a more impactful player when you were doing more of that.
Yeah,
And now he's just an edge
where,
rusher.
where offense didn't know where he was going to be.
Yeah, everybody knows where he's going to be all the time. It's like, okay, well, I can chip him. I can put a tight end on him, make him run the hump.
Move the
There's things
pocket.
you can do, yeah.
All right, Offensive Rookie of the Year, C.J. Stroud, heavy favorite, minus 1,000. And I think because Puka Nacua has a great case, and he's second odds at plus 450. But Puka Nacua, I mean, C.J. Stroud's game in Week 17, that Saturday night where they beat the Colts, and it was essentially a playoff game, and he played great. I think for anybody that had Puka Nacua and maybe we're going to push for him, C.J. Stroud won the vote.
How
I
could
mean,
it
that
not
was
be Puka Nacua? He broke like every rookie receiving record.
Well, so did C.J. Stroud.
Did he break every quarterback record?
Yes.
Touchdowns, yards.
A lot of them.
He's the first rookie to lead the league in passing yards per game. He's the third
Nah.
quarterback all time alongside Tom Brady and Joe Montana to lead the league in passing yards per game and touchdown to interception ratio.
Yeah, but
only
touchdowns and yards.
23.
Yeah, I'd take how many? Puka Nacua had like 13 touchdowns
I know. He had a
and
great
over
rookie
100
year.
receiving
And
receptions.
in any other rookie year, Puka Nacua would have won. Any other year, Puka would have won it.
Yeah.
But C.J. Stroud just had a phenomenal
Won a
rookie year.
playoff
And
game.
led his team to a playoff game and a win.
Yeah, a playoff win.
And if there was any doubt as tight,
and won a division.
that's why I'm saying
They won a
if there,
division.
if there was anybody leaning Nacua because he's just had such a phenomenal season, then that game against the Colts in Week 17 solidified it because he just played
Yeah.
great, and that was essentially a playoff game on the road. Was huge. The touchdown, the 75-yard bomb to start the game, no interception. So I think Stroud's going to win it. But that takes nothing away from the year Nacua had.
No, Puka. That was like you said, it was the greatest rookie receiving season
Of all
in
time.
NFL history. So.
And he plays with Cooper Kupp.
And I want to say, didn't Laporta basically break some records too as a rookie tight end?
Yeah, he
The
did.
rookie class was nice.
Nice. Well, and you're going to see two of them because in the Final Five that were announced yesterday, Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta,
Yeah.
both rookies for the Detroit Lions,
Rookie.
first and second round
That
picks.
was
So
a nice rookie class for the NFL, man.
100%.
Some ballers.
Now, according to let me check here. So, according to Vegas, Jalen Carter of Philadelphia is the odds favorite to win the Rookie of the Year on defense.
What over Witherspoon
Yeah.
and Will Anderson?
That's what it says here.
I like
Will
that.
Anderson's a finalist along with the. I didn't even see Jalen Carter as one of the finalists, so I don't think they're going to be right on that. Let me go check that.
No, I think you're right about that. I didn't see him either, but I'll go check right now.
Yeah. So, but the Texans have a chance to sweep offense and defense. If he doesn't win it, I think it'll be Devon Witherspoon, who was the 5th pick out of Illinois to the Seahawks and played really, really well.
He was great this year.
And comeback player of the year.
This is my favorite one.
I mean, I know DeMar Hamlin's going to get votes because he's alive and he's still playing on a roster. That's accomplishment into itself.
That is.
By the way, did the Bills really try to run a fake punt with DeMar Hamlin?
They did.
With the Chiefs only had 10 men on the field.
They're like, man, we paying him. Y'all don't want him to play. He on the roster. We playing him. Y'all just want us to sit this dude on the roster and let him just collect these checks. By the way, remember they guaranteed his contract, and we're never supposed to play him ever again, but keep him on the roster.
He wasn't
I'm
really
voting
good with
for-
the start. He was what, third string?
Well, yeah, he's alive, and that's he
Yeah.
was dead on the field, so that at least brings the
He's gonna win comeback player because he came back from death.
yeah.
Is Joe
So he
Flacco
went-
still
Because
number 2?
Because you also have to consider who came back from the furthest.
He came back from death. Winner.
Baker Mayfield came back from being a backup with the Rams.
Yeah.
DeMar Hamlin came back from being dead.
So winner.
Winner.
Done deal.
Vote. I mean,
No competition.
Joe
at all.
Flacco came back from being on his mom's couch at Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
This guy came back from not living.
He came back from death. So
Yeah, that
he
wins.
wins. And I don't know how much he played. Honestly, I have no idea. Did he play at all?
He was a special teams player.
He
played
played.
on special
He made
teams?
like 2 tackles all year.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so we'll see. I mean, if he doesn't win it, it's probably going to be Baker Mayfield because he led the Buccaneers into the playoffs and had his best
He won a
season.
game. He
And
won a
won a
playoff
playoff game.
Yeah.
But again, none of that mattered as far as this vote goes. The vote was in right at the end of the regular season
Oh, that's true.
after week
You're right.
17. Coach of the year, I think it's going to be D'Amico, or it should be D'Amico Ryans, but it might go to Kevin Stefanski because what have I just said? It was the regular season games and the final in the end. Unless D'Amico
But
Ryans,
D'Amico did win the division as a first-time rookie
You're
head
right.
coach, and that was during the regular
You're
season.
right.
First time.
that's going to be very close.
This is the first time in like 100 years, guys. Remember I told you guys the last time that a rookie head coach and a rookie quarterback won the division and went to the postseason was 1920. And it was like George Hallis. And like, I believe his name was Dutch Sterneman.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Yeah,
Come on now.
I think he's going to win it. And I think if there's anybody that's going to beat him, it's be
It
Stefanski
will be
because he
Stefanski.
won 11 games with
Four different
quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And won-
Actually, they actually started 5. And then last week they started another one.
and the fact that D'Amico and the Texans smashed the Browns in that playoff game won't matter because the votes were already in on that front. That we said that morning after. Like if Stefanski wins Coach of the Year at the NFL Honors on February the 8th, it's gonna be kind of awkward because D'Amico. Right, we all saw
Beat
the
him.
game,
Yeah.
45-14 or whatever the
Was that
final
really
score
on
was.
Stefanski though?
Well, it went
Joe
head-to-head
Flacco
in
threw
a
back-to-back
blowout.
pick sixes.
Joe Flacco been throwing picks all year, actually. They've just been winning in spite of that, truth be told.
Yeah.
Like, go look at his interception rate. Joe
Well, I
Flacco's
mean,
been throwing picks like that all year.
I mean,
He's been throwing. He's
But
been throwing
back-to-back
for a lot
pick
of yards,
sixes like
too.
that.
Yeah, you're
That
right.
was
No,
the
that's-
nail in the coffin.
That was the worst.
Well,
he
it was
had
still
played.
24-14 at the time, and the Texans were in control of the football game.
He got out schemed though. They got out coached.
big time,
They
big
got out
time,
coached though by
100
D'Amico and his staff.
100% in all phases.
Yeah.
Offense and defense and special teams. All right, we'll come back. That was the number one defense in the league, and C.J. Stroud shredded them for big
Number
play.
one pass defense.
Yeah, number one pass defense. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that would have won. If you held your vote, that would have certainly been a big deciding factor, but it was too late. All right, we'll come back. When we do, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. We'll take your thoughts on those awards and who should win them. And remember, February 8th is a Thursday night in Vegas. That's when they'll have their kind of award show, red carpet, NFL honors. All those will be announced. Also, the NFL's Man of the Year and all the pomp and pageantry of the NFL. All right, we'll come back. When we do, Rod will tell us about the new, apparently the new defensive line coach for the Texas Longhorns. Get you details there. Also, some off-the-record conversations for the end of the hour coming back next that will be at the turn with Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn, Rod Babers here. Yes, we all dread being in traffic. You don't want to be in traffic. What you don't want to do is be in traffic in a car that you're not happy with, right? If you want a new car that you're happy with, something you feel a lot of pride in driving, something that you look forward to driving in, even if you're going to be in traffic, all right? You look forward to riding in. Reach out to our friends over at Apple Leasing. That's what they're all about, folks. It can be tough to navigate the car market. That's why a lot of people dread getting a new car or leasing a new car. They just don't want to go out there and deal with the headaches of the entire process, right? The price shopping, going to different dealerships, vetting the dealerships, going down the rabbit hole to research what kind of car would fit you and your family lifestyle best and your budget best. See, that's what Apple Leasing is here for. Apple Leasing has the ability to put you in any make or model vehicle that you want. The professionals over at Apple Leasing can help you get the price you want, the payment you want on the car that you want. Listen, folks, time is money. And my friends at Apple Leasing, they're going to save you both. They're going to save you time and save you money. Apple Leasing, all it takes is one phone call or one click on Apple Leasing's website, and you'll get a quote on any make or model vehicle that you want. They can even give you the value of your an estimate of your trade-in right over the phone. See, this is what Apple Leasing does well. They want to take out the stress and the headaches out of the process for you and simplify it for you. That's what they have, their simple interest easy lease. Now, what the simple interest easy lease is going to do for you, well, it's going to simplify things. It's going to make things easy for you, right? Because it's going to offer you a lot of flexibility, which is going to give you more possibilities and options to help you find the vehicle that fits you best, but more importantly, the vehicle that fits your budget best. So the key to the Apple Leasing simple interest easy lease is that it's simple and it's easy. That will get you out of a bad lease and into a great lease with our friends at Apple Leasing. That's the value they can find for you. Everything is overpriced. All right. We all know that. We're all frustrated consumers. That's why leasing makes more sense than ever. You're only paying for the part of the car you're actually using. So call Apple Leasing today, 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. And folks, they get all the same discounts, all the same incentives that the dealers do, except my friends at Apple Leasing. They pass those savings right on to you, the customer. So give them a call, 512-346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. That's appleleasing.com.
Thank you, Kenny Loggins. Appreciate you bringing us at the turn. We're halfway through our Friday conversation, getting you into your weekend. Coming up for the top of the hour, Rod, we'll get some off the record. You know, we just talked about Tyreek Hill in one of the nominees for Offensive Player of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
He's also in an off the record topic, which is never good. You never want to be an off the record.
Nah, it's like being on Jerry Springer.
Yeah, not good. Not good. We'll get to that. But at the turn, Rod, right before we get to your behind the burnt orange curtain and learn about the new Longhorn defensive line coach, how about this? We told you it was coming, and it did. The Alabama sophomore Nick Dunlap flew back to Tuscaloosa this week and told his head golf coach that he's turning professional.
Didn't take long.
Mm-mm. After winning the event out in Palm Springs, he says, "You know what? I'm 20. I'm going pro." He will make his debut on the PGA Tour as an official professional, where he can collect checks next week at the Pebble Beach Pro-Am. So it's a pretty good way to start your career out at Pebble Beach, one of the beautiful golf courses of the world. So that's happening. Also, of course, they're playing the Farmers Insurance Open right now, and it's a good leaderboard. You've got Kevin Yu at 8 under 64, along with Patrick Cantlay as your leaders right now as they play into the weekend. Remember, that's a Saturday finish. Coming up there at San Diego, Torrey Pines. So golf on the brain. Get over to Callahan's General Store this weekend. Of course, they're closed Sunday, but open tomorrow. They got live music from noon to 4. So get on over there, get all your supplies and everything you need to come off of these rainy days. It's going to be nice this weekend. Get over to Callahan's General Store, bringing you At the Turn, our halfway point of our show each and every morning.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, let's talk about the Longhorns' new defensive line coach, because a lot of Longhorn fans out there had to go deep down the rabbit hole after they heard about Kenny Baker getting the job as the new Texas defensive line coach, because a lot of Longhorn fans were unfamiliar with his work. He was originally a defensive lineman as a player at Gardner-Webb. He was team captain there, really good player, defensive player of the year for them. He was a 3-year starter, 4-year letterman. Ended up there as a student assistant after he got done in 2009. And after he was there as a student assistant in 2009, I think he got his master's there as well. So he's a smart guy. Dean's List a couple of times. He ends up going to Lakeside High School in Georgia to become a defensive coordinator there. And then and that's actually Lakeside High School from 2010 to 2012. 2013, he goes to Berry College. His first time coaching at the college level was 2013. And he's co-defensive coordinator there and linebackers coach there. 1 year leaps, goes to Mercer from 2014 to 2018. He's there as a defensive line coach at Mercer. In 2019, goes to UT Chattanooga. He becomes the defensive line coach at UT Chattanooga, and then goes to Western Kentucky, where he actually, Western Kentucky starts to get a name for himself, really with talent development, developing some players, some high caliber players into all conference players, and one of those guys, D'Angelo Malone, into an NFL player, 3rd round pick for the Atlanta Falcons. That's where he starts getting a lot of his reputation. He's been a guy that can develop talent. Go look at a guy like K.N. Edwards, who was an all-conference player for him at UT Chattanooga around that time. You go look at Devonsha Maxwell was another player from his time at UT Chattanooga. Telvin Jones. Now, these are not names that you guys know. They're not guys who got drafted, but these are guys that were not all conference caliber players prior to him joining the staff, and then were able to achieve at a really high level once he got there. And that's the kind of the reputation he has. So after he at Western Kentucky, after he's done there for 3 years, 2020 to 2022, he ends up as the defensive end and D-line coach there at one time or another. Then he goes to the Miami Dolphins last season as the assistant D-line coach with the Miami Dolphins. And that's obviously the last stop that he had before he becomes the defensive line coach at Texas. And by the way, the Miami Dolphins, they were 4th in rushing yards per attempt allowed. They were 3rd in sacks. They were 2nd in QB knockdowns. They did not blitz a lot. They had a very low blitz rate, which means a lot of that was manufactured by the defensive line. And he was the assistant D-line coach there. So he's got, he's a fast riser. It's a fast, meteoric rise. To me, that says a few things. Number one, he's great at networking. He can network like a mofo, and he really values relationships and cultivates relationships really quickly and maximizes them. That's how you become a fast riser. That's how you coach for just 11 years total and make it to the NFL and already become the D-line coach at Texas. Fast riser can network. That's not the only thing. I want to say that's obvious. That's part of his skill set. And so people who are worried about him being a great recruiter, I know I can't vouch for his recruiting chops, but recruiting is relationships. And this is a guy that is obviously really good at and values cultivating relationships, maximizing relationships. And in terms of recruiting, he may just be one of those guys that Sark wants to put his kind of mark on a particular region or a particular metro area. Remember what I said about Atlanta, which is where he's from, that Lakeside High School where he was the defensive coordinator, and even high school where he went to school. He's from the Atlanta metro area. And I've told you guys this several times. Since 2020, no metro area in the country is producing NFL players at a higher rate, draftable talent at a higher rate than the metro area. DFW is second. So it's right there. But then that's the Atlanta metro area. Sark knows he's got ties in DFW. Now you got multiple guys with ties to that Atlanta area. You know, you got Tashard Choice, who was there at Georgia Tech for a while. And you got this young man now also has deep ties there, Kenny Baker, to Atlanta area. So that's something to consider if you're upset about the recruiting aspect of it. But you only get to the NFL a few ways. I told you guys about nepotism, family business. That's a way to get to the NFL. You can get there, great networking, which is why I think that's one of the ways he got there. But even networking won't necessarily, to me, it won't be the biggest determining factor in you getting a job in the league. Usually it's about, can you develop talent? Or do you have a groundbreaking technique, a revolutionary scheme or technique the NFL covets? Like Brendan Marion, his go-go offense. You know, there are lots of NFL teams that were literally stealing Brendan Marion's go-go offensive concepts. That's what made him a fast riser. He had a revolutionary, groundbreaking scheme that everybody wanted a little piece of, even Sark. So that can be a reason to use a fast riser. For Kenny Baker, I think he's a great relationship guy. I think he's great at cultivating value in relationships, maximizing them, and I think he's a great talent developer. That seems to be the reputation, and you don't make it to the NFL without being able to develop talent. This was from my man Jerry Hamilton, who does great work, and we trust Jerry, had him on earlier this week. Said he talked to a source, and the source said this about him: phenomenal hire. He teaches run game and teaches pass rush at a high level. Phenomenal hire by Texas. Chip Brown spoke to a couple of sources about him, and Chip Brown spoke to a coach who said a young, hungry technician who has helped groom NFL talent. He also went on to say he has relentless work ethic and passion for the game. And another coach said just a great developer of talent, elite teacher. He's from Georgia, and he's going to recruit hard. And as a coach, he's elite and has gone through every level of college and football and worked his way up. He's earned it. Just a great developer of talent. He's going to be very precise. He's going to be very technical. And I think the talent development is the biggest piece with him. There you go. So talent development seems to be the buzzword around him. And I can tell you right now, he's a great networker. That usually translates to recruiting, and he can recruit Atlanta. That is the most fertile recruiting ground arguably in the country right now. And he's got deep ties there.
Well, two things that stand out of all that are several things. One is that Sark was not going to just hire a name. He was going to hire someone who checked the boxes he was looking for. Because no one's heard of the name Kenny Baker, right?
Not really.
The average fan.
No.
So he was looking for he was going to do the deep dive and find the right. I mean, Ed Orgeron's name was mentioned, and even Rod Wright. And now Rod Wright might have been a great hire, but Rod Wright, in the interview, I was told, did not embrace recruiting as much as Sark needed him to.
Mm-hmm.
Which again, Rod Wright has options. There's reports he's going to end up as the full-time D-line coach of the Texans.
That'd be big.
Which good for him, good
Yep.
for Rod, and now he gets to stay where he is. But this is a guy, as you said, I mean, there's a lot to like about a guy who rises that quickly, and everywhere he goes is successful, and everywhere he leaves, the place he left has good things to say about him. Well, he's not leaving places because he's rising.
Yep.
I mean, from Mercer to the NFL in about 5 years.
It's hard to do. I can trust him as a guy who knows the coach community. That is tough.
Yeah, from Mercer where
Without
he was.
a coach, without a dad or an uncle that's coaching in the league with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So now here he is, and he's got the ties to Atlanta and the Deep South, which the Longhorns want to be able to recruit there. He kind of fits the culture mold that they're looking for here, and it's about development. Because the one thing I kept saying with Bo Davis, you don't want to lose the way he's developed these linemen, because they're reaching their ceilings. I mean, how many times before Bo Davis came did we say, man, if that guy could just have the light go on and he reach his ceiling, he could be a real good player, and it just wouldn't happen. Bo Davis found a way to have those guys play to their best.
Yep.
And so More Ojimo and Keandre Coburn became draft picks, and now Tavondre Sweat develops into the Big 12's defensive player of the year, and Byron Murphy. So that needs to continue. I mean, you don't want to lose that just because you lost Bo Davis. So he was certainly looking for all of those traits.
Mm-hmm.
Great developer, just energetic as heck, and wanting to grind it out and get on the recruiting trail. And when you say develop relationships, well, that's recruiting, right?
That's all it is.
Because when you recruit a kid, you start when they're in a sophomore year, and you got to develop that and cultivate that with his family over 2-3 year period. The recruitment of Arch Manning for A.J. Milwee and Steve Sarkisian began when he was a freshman and a sophomore.
Yep.
I mean, and those, times showing up at the high school and showing up and meeting the family, those paid dividends when it was time to make a choice. That's what recruiting is, Rod. It's not,
It's an investment in a relationship.
Yes.
You're investing in it. You got to, and you make several investments before you'll see any return on that investment.
Yeah.
That's over years.
Yeah.
And you got to be willing to cultivate that relationship and not get distracted and not have lulls. How more often you hear a guy say, you know what? Yeah, I didn't talk to that coach for a while, but he kept on, he was very consistent. He was very persistent. And then the recruitment came back around. We came back around to Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Recruit to the whistle.
I'll mention one
Recruit
thing
to the whistle.
to that point. Because you see, if you have X or Twitter and social media, and you see Sark and his staff, they're all over. They're flanking out. They're going to every high school in the state, essentially. And then the coach of the high school takes a picture.
Yep.
They say thanks for Coach Sark and whoever for stopping by and taking a look at our players here at whatever high school. But they're going to schools, Rob, where they don't even have prospects. They're cultivating the relationship when that program does have a prospect.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, you can't just show up when there's a 5-star.
Yeah. But then you look shady.
Yeah. So you're just stopping in on your way. I mean, if you're down in the Houston area, you're going to stop at all the high schools. You're going to stop in and say hi and meet the coach. And, hey, our door's always open in Austin. Come on and see us.
Oh, you got a kid? Yeah, 2026 kid's going to be pretty bad.
But you got to do that for when they do have that guy
yes,
you want.
Yeah.
And if you haven't planted the seeds, you're
like an outsider.
Yeah.
Like an outsider.
Oh, now you want to come say hi to our program and get to know me. That's nice of you.
Yeah.
No,
totally
but
agree.
that's the kind of stuff you have to do. And that's why if you're, if Rod Wright didn't want to do that, I get it.
It's a full-time job. I tell you guys, recruiting is a full-time job. Coaching is a full-time job. Coaches in college have 2 full-time jobs they have to do.
Yeah.
And you can make the argument, well, you're not paying me enough to do 2 full-time jobs. I'll take less money in the league so I can do 1 full-time job.
And do it better.
And do it better and have some downtime. Because recruiting, guys, y'all have no idea the amount of time these guys spend on the road in airports just to do what you just said. To go stop by, coaches and make sure they're cultivating those relationships. It is tough.
A lot of high schools in
especially if you don't like to do it. Like I said, everybody's not an extrovert. Some people are introverts naturally. They don't want to be out there. Some of y'all got jobs just so you can sit in the office and want to sit at home. Don't even want to go into the office anymore because you don't want to deal with people. You just want to do your job. The NFL, there's some coaches like that too, and they don't want to go recruiting. They don't want to go talk to mom, crack jokes, sit in the living room.
I mean, you can bring it down to something simple. It's why, not all bartenders are really good. Not all waitresses or waiters are really good. Some are great, and you know the difference real quick. And recruiters are the same way.
Exactly.
You got to connect with people, but you got to hustle. And it's a full-time gig. I'll say this from what we do. I tell Jerry Hamilton this all the time, and I couldn't do his job. I mean, covering recruiting. What he does? There's no way.
No way.
He's like trying to follow these coaches around.
Those guys are in their cars all the time. They're driving around the high schools. Yeah, you're right about that. And they have to talk to kids
all the time.
So you got to be on your game on your social media because you got to hit up kids in the DMs and be texting back and forth. Oh man,
no way.
I can't do it.
Couldn't do it. We can do this though. We also can come back. There's a little bio and thought on Kenny Baker coming in to be the new defensive line coach for Texas. It appears.
Trust him, Sark. Just trust him.
Trust him. So he's made really good. And the last box he checks is he has NFL ties now. Now he had a year in the NFL. Which helps when it's
because Sark couldn't justify the hire if he didn't have that. Think about it. He just hired the guy out of Western Kentucky. Everybody be like, "What the hell are you doing, Sark?" But that 1 year in the NFL, everybody goes, "Okay."
NFL.
Okay.
Oh, he's got an NFL pedigree.
Yeah, you go.
All right, we'll be back. When we do, we go off the record, including Tyreek Hill in off the record, where you don't want to be. I promise you. Hook it up with Ian Robbie. Oh, Underdog Fantasy, folks. I know you're loving it if you're playing and participating. If you're not, I don't know what you're doing. If you love to play the games and watch the games, NBA and the NFL, of course, Sunday you're going to be watching the AFC and NFC Championship game. But you can start doing the Underdog Fantasy tonight with the NBA. And the Texas team's in action tonight. Get after it. You want to watch these games? You'll be watching sports anyhow. Go to Underdog Fantasy. Get yourself signed up if you haven't. Download the app. And the game tonight, Rockets are playing the Hornets. Mavericks are in Atlanta. Spurs are playing the Trailblazers tonight. So you got games. You're going to want to watch them. What you're going to do, as I said, with Underdog Fantasy, it's so simple. You pick 2 to 5 players. They're going to play in games tonight that you're going to watch. And then you pick between 2 and 5 hires or lowers, right? Essentially what they do, they go higher or lower on some in-game stats that points points and rebounds, assists, all these things. NFL, you know what those stats are, higher or lower. And if you go 5 for 5, you can win 20 times your money. Put what you want on it. You can do little small dollar opportunities. Go bigger than that if you want to. It's just a fun way to put a little something on the game that you're going to watch and use your expertise, have some fun, and win real money. As we say, if you go 5 for 5, you win 20 times whatever you put on it. That's what it's all about. At Underdog Fantasy, such a blast, so easy to do. Pick them, watch them, and win them. UnderdogFantasy.com. Get signed up with the promo code Hogan. My last name HOGAN, and they're going to double your first deposit up to $100. Underdog Fantasy, UnderdogFantasy.com. NBA tonight, NFL on Sunday, all weekend. It's UnderdogFantasy.com.
Must be 18 or plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Off the record. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. This thing sucks. All right, Rod, it's time for Off the Record. Stories you need to hear into your weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Because they'll be talked about, I guarantee you, into AFC and NFC championship game weekend. How about this? A lawmaker who wants to make new cars not be able to go more than 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. What state do you think this is from? A lawmaker wants to pass a bill that would force all new vehicles to have a speed governor, so they cannot go more than 10.
It's got to be out of California somewhere.
There you go, Rod.
It's got to be out of Cali, man.
California.
Trying to control my speed like that?
Come on, man.
Yeah, that's a Cali thing, though. Cali.
Probably the person going super slow in the left lane.
Come on, man. Are you serious?
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
That ain't gonna happen, man.
It's not gonna happen in Texas. I know that.
Hell no. We like our speed, not guns in Texas, man.
People come from out of state and they come to Texas. They can't believe the Buc-ee's, and they can't believe that you can go 85 miles an hour on the road.
Yeah.
On some roads.
You got to pay for it, though, right? You use a toll road.
Yeah.
But what upsets me is when you get on the toll and go slow. Listen, the toll is made for speed. Don't get on there and go slow. What you paying for?
Especially if it's like
You're
one of
paying
those,
money to go fast.
like on Mopac, one of those,
Yeah.
inside lanes.
Oh, that is so annoying.
Somebody's going 50.
And they going when the people. That might be the most annoying thing when it's a single lane,
The
like
HOV.
little toll like that. Yeah, the HOV, and then one
that's why I
person
don't
is
take
going
those.
60. Oh,
and
It's
then,
too
of course,
risque.
the traffic is passing you.
yes. It's
Like, come on, man.
I'm paying money to go slower. Nothing grinds your gears more than that. Oh, that's annoying.
Off the record, Rod, what do you have?
Okay, how about this, guys? Apparently, the Spurs. This comes from Bleacher Report. The Spurs staff is advised to not contact Wemby after 9:30.
He goes to bed?
Apparently, yeah. He reads for an hour before he goes to sleep, and 9:30 is during reading time, right before he goes to bed.
He's educating himself. I love it.
That's what that comes.
I
from.
love that about him.
Yeah, that comes from the San Antonio Express News. Actually,
Good for
Oh,
women.
sorry, the Athletic. I take that. The
Taking a
Athletic,
page
yeah.
out of LeBron's book. He's quite the reader himself.
Well, well, look, you know that, what is it?
No, because are you talking about when LeBron says like he reads a new book?
When
and
that
they asked him
reporter
what
asked him about the Malcolm
what
X
he's
book,
reading?
and he was like,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
It's been good. And they're like, what about this part? He's like, yeah. He's been caught several times, just like
He
carrying
has
around a
been
book.
caught several times, acting like he's some ferocious reader.
He carries them around. It's like the dude here in Austin that carries around the empty guitar case because it picks up chicks.
It does.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I've never done it.
I
At the
don't
same
know.
time-
I don't know about that one.
No, chicks love dudes that know how to play a guitar.
You have to be
Play an
good,
instrument.
but you can't use that skill too often. You can't be the guy at the party that's like, "Hey, you want to
Yeah,
get
well,
like
that
if there's
becomes
if it's-
cheesy, right?
Yeah, but that's
any game like that there's a line to it.
Yeah, you got to be like
Once you cross into the cheesy territory,
Yeah,
it
you got to
ain't
be
gonna work.
sitting on like in the 6-pack on campus. You got to just be sitting there by yourself one day.
Yeah,
just,
but the case just sitting next to you.
But yeah, just sitting there. Then you just
You become a more interesting
bus
strumming
person.
a little bit, and then the ladies will just start flocking around. You're
Yeah.
like, oh, what is he doing?
Dogs do that too. Babies. We ever at a park with a baby?
Hey, it works with the ladies. I always say I have a son. I got a daughter, but if I had a son, I would definitely teach him how to play an instrument. You'd have to learn because, dude, it's gonna help you pick up chicks. If you got no game at all, this will help you pick up some chicks. Do that, and I'm also gonna teach him how to deep snap, pick up chicks, and get yourself a scholarship, and with no skill at all.
It also
Boom.
helps your
welcome.
brain develop too. That's
That
one
is
of
true.
The great thing about learning an instrument and reading, like LeBron. Okay, so I'd also say this. Remember, Shohei Ohtani is the one who says he sleeps 12 hours a night. Like
Oh,
he has to get his 12 hours of sleep.
Oh, LeBron does too. LeBron says he sleeps 10 hours a night. Usain Bolt as well. J.J. Watt as well.
Got to recharge, man.
Elite athletes, they say that's when most of your recovery happens at night when you're sleeping.
And that's my main problem. I get about 6.
So you're not recovering enough. You're not getting enough REM. You need that REM. You get to that
I mean,
REM.
I get up at just after 4, so if I got to wait up till the game's over, then I go to bed. And I try to go to bed early a lot of times, but not every time.
You're not an elite athlete, though. You're not an elite.
Trust me. You got that right. All right, here it is, Rod. We hate to report personal news, but Tyreek Hill, this is a People magazine story.
Oh, no.
So we have Dolphins receiver Tyreek Hill says he hasn't filed for divorce from his wife, but court records show otherwise.
Has she filed? Or are you talking about has he
He
filed?
filed. Court records show that he filed a petition for divorce from his wife
Oh.
of 2 months. 2 months.
It's Kenny Vaccaro's sister, too.
Keita Vaccaro.
It's Kenny Vaccaro's sister. And he is allegedly cheated on her multiple times already because there are multiple women claiming that he is their baby daddy and the children are within the window of him being with, what's her name, Keita Vaccaro?
Keita. They
Yeah.
got married just 2 months ago during the Miami Dolphins
Yeah.
bye week.
So these women are like, he's been cheating on you for a while, girl.
she
It's the
seems
women.
like
But
she's
he
pretty
filed.
crazy. I don't.
But
I
he
get crazy
filed.
vibes from her.
He filed, though,
Yeah, he filed.
according to the court records. But now he's saying
Hey.
he didn't. Maybe his
Well,
lawyer
'cause-
did. I
Well,
don't know.
yeah, because it's cheaper to keep her. She probably didn't sign a prenup. It's like, dude, you realize you're about to lose half of your fortune?
What are you doing?
All because you had a woman for 2 months, a wife? Cheaper to keep her, man.
House catches on fire, marriage falling apart. Come on.
Come on, Tyreek. Get it together, brother.
Hook it up. Rolls on Friday.
Hey, what's up, folks? This is your lifetime Longhorn, Rod Babers. Austin, Texas is a great city. It's one of the reasons people keep moving to Austin, making it one of the fastest growing cities in America. And as the city continues to grow and thrive, so do our friends at Iron Workers Local Union 482. Many of the iconic landmarks we love in this city were created and built by the skilled craftsmanship of Iron Workers Local Union 482, like the Pennybacker Bridge and DKR Stadium. The folks at Iron Workers Local Union 482 don't go to the office, they build it. So if you're looking for an exciting employment opportunity, or if you want a refreshing career change, you can become a member of Ironworkers Local Union 482. Right now, they're hiring over 3,000 people for a huge project right here in Central Texas. They can offer competitive wages, competitive benefits, a pension plan. They even offer training for unskilled labor through their apprenticeship program. Become a member of Ironworkers Local 482, and you'll take pride in the type of teamwork and craftsmanship that helps shape the future of our great city. Maximize your potential today and be your best self. Simply go online and apply at ironworkers482.org. That's ironworkers482.org.
Ring in the new year with the
Previewing Championship Sunday, 4 teams, 2 games. The winners will meet in Super Bowl 58 in Las Vegas. Ravens and Niners are the favorites, but can the upstart Lions pull the upset and take that franchise to the Super Bowl for the first time ever? And obviously Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs have the opportunity to get back there again. Sort of pretty much residency now. The AFC Championship Game's residency for Patrick Mahomes since he became the starter in Kansas City. Super Bowl hadn't been too far off. He kind of lives there. Kind of lives there.
Yeah, it's become at this point routine. But I don't know. This year, I think Lamar Jackson, the Ravens, just have a superior team.
Feels like their year.
Yeah.
It really does. And
better defense. Lamar Jackson isn't better. He's not a better quarterback than Patrick Mahomes, but he's playing like a better quarterback this season, because he's going to end up winning MVP. Even offensively, for the first time ever, I think the Ravens actually have a better complement of weapons around their quarterback than the Chiefs have too. Chiefs have, do they have the head coach advantage? I don't know. Usually they do. Not in this one they do. I mean, John Harbaugh's a hell of a coach.
Well, it was a good debate when it was Belichick
And they're
Brady.
playing on the road.
Yeah, when it's Belichick Brady and Reed versus Mahomes. And, those games were typically at Kansas City. This one's in Baltimore. Could be raining. Keep that in mind. And by the way, we're talking about NFL honors and the awards. Rightfully, John Harbaugh is one of the 5 finalists for Coach of the Year, and should be, along with D'Amico Ryans and Dan Campbell, Kyle Shanahan, and Kevin Stefanski. Remember, you had to vote 1 through 5. The voters, the AP, had to vote 1 to 5 on a ballot. I mean, John Harbaugh, navigating the Lamar Jackson situation, hiring the right offensive coordinator, hiring Mike McDonald to be the defensive coordinator. He's really good. He's done a good job this year.
And I'm honestly, guys, the truth is, nobody was talking about John Harbaugh saved his brother's butt. He gave him Mike McDonald, guys. Remember, he gave him Mike McDonald as the DC and then took him back and then gave him Jesse Minter.
Yeah.
If not for that, honestly, guys, Jim Harbaugh might not win a national title.
At Michigan. Yeah, that's right.
Because he saved the defense. The defense was struggling.
Bro, can you
help me out here, man?
Can I borrow a really good defensive coordinator? Because I'm getting my butt kicked.
You got a
over
good
here.
defensive mind down there. It's like, yeah, I got a guy.
I can't stop this Ohio State thing.
I just have him for a while. You got him. I need him back though, because he's pretty good.
You can rent him.
You can have him for a minute.
I'll send you another one. After
Don't forget that, man.
Well, and that's having a brother in the league helps in that regard. Now, Jim Harbaugh's back into the league. And by the way, Jim Harbaugh did make a trip to Ann Arbor today to say goodbye to his team on his way to Baltimore to root on his brother in the championship game and then back to L.A. where he's going to be the head coach now. He did meet the media and did deny any wrongdoing with the NCAA. He said he wasn't running from violations or anything like that with the NCAA. He just felt like it was time. And look, that we'll find out if the NCAA comes in and hammers. Now, the fact that, according to reports, his agent was working to get him a contract at Michigan that gave him full immunity and, an unfireable for cause if indeed he does get hammered by the NCAA or the university does, would tell you that maybe they were at least a little bit concerned about it if he came back. But obviously, for Jim Harbaugh at 60, if he was going to go back to the NFL, now's the time, right? Now is the time. You're 60 years old. Yeah. You just won the championship. This is a good opportunity to go to a place you played there, you know the owners, and he's 60, right? I mean, at some point, you're just going to stick in college for the rest of this thing.
It's time to make that. You make that decision now because your next job is going to be your last or one of your last jobs, or your next contract, whatever it is.
If things go well in LA, you plan to be there a while because you have a quarterback who's 26 years old, who's ready to.
You shouldn't be drafting another quarterback there.
No. Developing him. And as you said, the happiest person in this whole cycle might be Justin Herbert, to have a winner and a quarterback developer and mentor like Jim Harbaugh coming in to take you to a higher level, which is what he does. That's what Jim Harbaugh does with players. And it's what John Harbaugh does, quite honestly. John Harbaugh has been as consistent as it gets and kind of has coached in the shadow of Andy Reid and Bill Belichick in that AFC. But, he has a Super Bowl. This is a chance to go back and get another one, which would give him as many as Andy Reid has. And, I just keep going. You have an MVP at quarterback with a dynamic offense that scores, ridiculous amount of points, over 28 points a game. But your defense allows the fewest. And they've forced the most sacks, and they forced the most turnovers of any team in the league. That's why I said, this is the worst offense of the Patrick Mahomes era, and it is. But somebody texted in and says, well, that's a pretty high bar. It is. I mean, I'm not saying the offense in Kansas City is bad.
No.
It's never going to be bad with Patrick Mahomes. It's just not as dynamic as when they had Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce. Even last year, this offense has been erratic. I do think the emergence of Isaiah Pacheco has been big for them.
That is big.
If they can have a run threat. But no one runs on the Ravens. No one really runs on that team.
Yeah, it's hard to make plays consistently anywhere versus the Ravens.
Well, think about it. The best running team.
Sean McVay did a really good job. That was throwing the football. They were throwing.
When I say no one runs on that team, I mean I didn't expect the Texans to go in there and be able to run the ball much, but they had been running the ball better with Devin Singletary. They ran for 32 yards. Why do you think the Lions went in there and scored 6 points? Because they didn't run the ball, and everything fell on Gerald. I mean, that game was 28-0 before you could blink against Detroit because Detroit couldn't move the ball. I believe in when the Lions, who are now playing to go to the Super Bowl, went to Baltimore during the regular season, they had 4 touchdowns before the Lions had a first down. It was 28-0.
Yeah.
Skunk. And that's a pretty damn good team. And what are they built on? Running the ball to let Jared Goff run off play action.
Damn good team.
Because no team in the league, no quarterback in the league is under center more than Jared Goff. He lives on play action. They got to be able to run the football. He's really good when he's on rrhythm and they're able to run it, but they couldn't run it. And you know who else couldn't run it? The Niners.
Yeah. No, another thing, really, the Mike McDaniel and the Dolphins. I mean,
Couldn't
any of
run it.
those McShanahan coaches that we've talked about, and all those systems are built on the outside zone, right? The Shanahan zone blocking running scheme. You get that established, and then you can build all the play action stacking on the run game concepts. But when you shut down the running game, which Mike McDonald's been able to do a lot of the times, and then they get these big leads, and not only can he neutralize the run game with his scheme, but then you have to abandon it when they get these big leads.
That's right.
Right? Because their first half, you look at first half point differential, I believe the Ravens are top in the league. They're number one in first half point differential. So they're blowing teams out. You got to abandon the run. They stop the run, and then you got to throw against a team that leads the NFL in sacks and takeaways.
Only team I've seen run the ball on them was that game that got to overtime with the Rams. Kyron Williams ran for 114 yards in that game.
Rams did everything on them.
Yeah, Rams.
The Rams, that was the last time that Mike McDonald had a really an offense be able to get the best of him.
Yeah, and they scored 31 points. That was a heck of a game. I'd go back and watch that. But the Miami Dolphins, remember when they played the Dolphins on New Year's Eve, and the Dolphins, it was what they had scored. The final score was 56-19.
Both the 49ers and the Dolphins scored 19 points. Detroit only got 6.
Yeah.
Texans haven't scored a touchdown.
And Devon Achane, the Aggie, went in there, and he had a big run early. That got them a touchdown on the board. He broke one with his speed, but from then on,
they shut it down.
Couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Couldn't do anything. So, yeah.
Which means they made one adjustment. They were like, all right, make the adjustment. We got that.
Yeah,
they couldn't get anything else after that. That's why, it's going to be interesting because you talked about this with Spagnuolo. I believe that, and you let me know if I'm wrong about the stat, the Chiefs lead the NFL in second half scoring defense.
Yeah, points allowed in the second half all year long.
Yeah, so this is going to be really good between Mike McDonald and Steve Spagnuolo. Both of them are great at making adjustments.
Yeah, it's great. No, it's
really
no one's sitting here saying that the Chiefs can't win the game. I would never say a game quarterback by Patrick Mahomes, coached by Andy Reid, and Steve Spagnuolo don't have a chance. They have a great chance. This could be a really good game. Same time, I just think the Ravens, you got to pick a team. I think they win the game. I just have seen them play. I mean, Detroit's a really good team. We know that. San Francisco's a really good team. And they didn't just get beat by this team in that building. They got skunked.
Yeah.
And I do think, having watched the Texans play there last Saturday and all the offsides, it is a loud place. I mean, that place, and I heard and talked to several folks who were at that game or on the sidelines, said, man, it's as loud as any stadium I've been in. The crowd noise will be a factor in a championship scenario. They don't lose a lot in that building.
Yeah.
And I think that's also something that can be against the Chiefs, who this year, I mean, their right tackle, the kid 74, he's got more penalties called on him than any player in the league, and kind of a record-breaking year for penalties for him, Jawan Taylor. Mm-hmm. That could be a problem. I mean, the Texans kept jumping off sides. They couldn't hear. This guy lines up off sides half the time.
No, you're right about that. I'm with you. I've said I'm not picking against Lamar Jackson for the rest of the postseason. So I basically got him winning the Super Bowl until there's an upset of some sort, because I think they'll be favored also in the rest of their games. But this is the thing. Football's about matchups, right? We talk about this all the time. We talked about this in the Sugar Bowl,
the Longhorns,
Washington and Texas, right? We said, man, it's just, I told you from the get-go, I said, it's just a bad matchup for Texas. Texas is on paper, Texas was a better team overall. But the game ain't played on paper, right? Game's played on the field, and on the field it's about matchups. And Washington was just a bad matchup for Texas. Their strength, their sophisticated passing game, being the best passing offense argument in college football, against Texas' biggest weakness on defense was their pass defense. Just a bad matchup. And you see that at the NFL level play out as well. I don't know if for Lamar, basically Lamar Jackson and the Ravens offense is a bad matchup for every defense in the league. That's the problem. Like, no defense really matches up well with them. Like, they don't have it. There's no defense that can match up well with that. You would have thought, oh man, maybe it's San Fran. They got really good linebackers. They got line play, but their secondary is vulnerable. So what the Ravens do? All right, we try to keep the play alive. Because the 49ers depend on their pass rush getting home, so you won't have time to expose their secondary. Well, just buy yourself a little bit of time, which they did. Bought some time, and then, boom, able to hit some plays over the top on that 49er defense. So if the 49ers don't match up defensively well with you, I'm not sure who does. Like, I don't know if there's a defense that matches up well with them. Like, that's why, because they're so malleable. They can go power running game, or they can decide, man, we're going to spread you out, go RPO, pace and space, spread offenses. They can do whatever they need to do to win the game.
Yeah, and against this Spagnuolo defense, they're very good in coverage, right? They've
They are very good in
invested in their
coverage.
secondary.
They might be the one to match up with. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. But at the same time, they can go power run, and because they can go power run, Rod, out of passing sets. You talk about this with Sark all the time, because they can put that big Ricard on the field, and but still put 3 receivers. They can power you that way, where you've got light boxes and light personnel, and Lamar Jackson's still a problem, and they still have a good running backs. I mean, it's why in their last 7 games they're 7-0 straight up, and that Lamar Jackson has started. They're 7-0, and they're 6-1 against the spread. This is why they're the betting favorite, and I think they're going to win that game. I'm actually more. I don't know. I mean, nothing's going to surprise me with Patrick Mahomes. I just think the Ravens will win that game. I'm really intrigued by the late game in San Francisco because the weather's going to be good. But you've pointed out the Detroit Lions are a dome team, and they played a bunch of dome road games this year just by coincidence. And they're a different team outside, and they don't have their home crowd with them like they've had. I mean, there were frenzied home environments the last 2 weeks in Detroit. Can they play as fast on that grass field against a really good team and a really good defense? Same time, the Niners have issues, and I think the Packers were able to exploit them last week and really outplay them. And weren't able to finish it, but they really outplayed that team. So this one intrigues me, where I don't really have a solid. Because if Deebo Samuel is at all questionable or can't play, all of a sudden the Lions are head up right with them.
Yeah, I think it's a toss. I think it's a coin flip, pretty much a toss-up if Deebo doesn't play. If Deebo plays, 49ers are going to win.
Agreed.
49ers record, I mean, you go look at, I gave this number earlier. It is just mind-blowing, too. Without Deebo Samuel, because Deebo matters a lot in this offense, it's been meticulously built and constructed, this monster of multiplicity for Shano, and Deebo might be the most important piece. Even though Christian McCaffrey right now gets the most recognizable and gets the most headlines, the most important piece might be Deebo. The 49ers 12-1 straight up, 10-3 against the spread when Deebo Samuel starts and finishes a game. And that's key, because sometimes he'll start a game and won't finish, and then the 49ers, they look a little bit different throughout that game. They're 1-4 straight up when he doesn't finish a game, and they're 0-5 against the spread when he doesn't finish a game. They're averaging around 13.8 fewer points per game without Deebo in lineup. Guys, that's 2 touchdowns. That'll lose you this game.
Yes, 100%.
You'll lose the game. But to balance that out, and by the way, it's another nice little factoid. Deebo Samuel, when the 49ers get their lead, because they're a front-running formula, right? That's how they win games. The stat that when the game is within 1 score possession in the fourth quarter, when they're actually down at a deficit, that Shano got his first win as a head coach with the 49ers in that situation when Brock Purdy had the game-winning drive last week, because they're a front-running formula. Deebo Samuel leads the Niners in targets, receptions, and in yards per rush when the 49ers are leading. He is the key. When they're leading, they give you heavy doses of Deebo over and over again, and it just makes that offense a whole lot easier to defend when he's not on the field. The flip side of that is, if Deebo plays, like I said, I think even if he's just a decoy or a distraction and they don't necessarily weaponize him, I still think just the gravity that Deebo has is going to force the Lions to pay attention to him, bracket him from time to time, leave Brandon Ayuk in man-to-man coverage. What I'm really worried about, though, is the Lions. If you're a Lions fan, because I am a Lions fan, but I'm more of my man Shano fan, the Lions' pass defense lately has been terrible, especially against number 1 wide receivers. Don't forget what CeeDee Lamb did to him.
Oh, yeah.
13 for 227. Justin Jefferson, 12 for 192 and 6 for 141. Puka, 9 for 181. Keenan Allen, 11 for 175. Mike Evans, 8 for 147 against that defense. And if you don't think that, the healthy Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel, if he's healthy, won't be able to light him up, then you're crazy. Since week 9, the Lions are allowing 303 passing yards per game and 8.7 yards per attempt. Crazy. But combine that with the fact that the Lions' offense is just different on grass, as we just talked about. Guys, they've only played 1 game outside in the past 12 games. 1. That's it. And that was against the Chicago Bears. They lost, and Jared Goff threw for 161 yards, and they only scored 13 points. They're a different offense outside.
A not great Bears team.
Yes.
Who's a division rival, obviously, who knows, those are always typically closer matchups than the non-division matchups. But, yeah, that's a great stat, and that's what gives me pause on the Lions of are they ready to go outside. Now, the weather is going to be nice. That's a fast track when it's nice there in San Francisco or in the Levi Stadium. So looking forward to that. You're right about Debo. He is – I think we all watched that game with the Eagles where they got off to a bit of a slow start and then scored touchdowns on 6 straight drives. And that really began the Eagles' spiral. Because they just punished them. They had no answer. they could run it, they could throw it, and that's what they do to you. I mean, they just come at you with so much. But you know what? The Lions, when healthy, which they are kind of San Francisco light. They've got a really good quarterback who's very accurate, especially out of play action. They can run it with Montgomery and get outside with Jahmyr Gibbs.
That's fair.
We mentioned the numbers yesterday for Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's over 1,700 yards receiving this year. He's a first-team All-Pro. Laporta's maybe playing as the best tight end in the league right now, even though he's a rookie. Jamison Williams has come on. They've got Josh Reynolds. I mean, that's a good team. Their offensive line is way underrated. So both of these offenses are dynamic if rolling. And this is the one that I know that keeps being a touchdown blind. It just feels like this is a game coming to the fourth quarter. I really believe that. But the Niners don't like playing those kind of games. They like to wallop you early.
They're kind of like the Ravens. The Ravens, guys. I said this earlier. The Ravens are, if you go look at close games this year, they're 3-4 in those close games. They're 3-4, and the only winning points they've scored in the fourth quarter this season were in that punt return for a touchdown in overtime by the Oklahoma State receiver. What's his? I forget his name. But
Kylan Wallace.
Yes, you're right. It was against the Rams. That was the only time that they scored winning points in the fourth quarter. They are also a bit of a front-running team.
Oh,
that's how they operate.
That's it. That is. Real quick, the reason I have optimism for the Lions, can I play this for you? This is a TikTok video, so it's got some music to it, so it adds to the drama. But here's why the Lions fans believe. And believe their head coach, Dan Campbell, in a matchup of Longhorns v. Aggies, Kyle Shanahan versus Dan Campbell. This is why Lions fans believe they have a good chance on Sunday.
I think it's important, right? You can't – I don't know if it's – it's not the first thing you think of if you go to L.A. or just in general, right? You got the sun, you got the beach, you got plenty of other things going on. And here, man, and it's harsh winters, right? Auto industry, blue collar, things aren't always easy. And I just think that's, that's what we're about. And that was, you want something the city can be proud of. Though you can look at those guys and say, man, I can back that guy. I can back that team. I can resonate with those group of guys. They're kind of salty. They don't quit. They play hard. And so I feel like we've done that. And I think these guys, they have a kinship with this city and this area. And they love it, man. And ultimately, that's what you want.
There you go. The grit is their motto, and they imbibe and they kind of play like their city is built, just tough, hard nosed, but which would tell you they should be fine outside, right? Even though the last time they did play outside, it didn't go great.
It says it should be, but yeah, I don't know. But I don't think necessarily that'll be a huge. But the offense is different, I think, with what you talk about. But offensively, if they can run the ball on San Fran, they got to stay in the game to do it, though. If they start getting blown out, then they got to abandon the running game and start throwing it more. As you pointed out, the 49ers have a really good scouting report on Jared Goff because they used to play him a lot. So you don't want the game in his hands. You want this game in the running back's hands. I threw this out there earlier. Outside the tackles, the 49ers, 28th in rush defense outside the tackles, 29th in yards before carry per rush allowed outside the tackles, and they're 24th in 10-plus yard rushes allowed outside the tackles. The Detroit Lions, 5th in rushing yards per game outside the tackles, 4th yards before contact per rush outside the tackles, and 3rd, at least Jahmyr Gibbs is, in 10-plus yard rushes outside the tackles. He's going to be the key. If that guy can get to the edge, and he does better than any other running back in the league, the 49ers allow 6 yards per rush outside the tackles, guys. The problem is teams have to abandon the run against them because they're usually up by double digits, and you got to start throwing the football. If they can stay in the game and run the football, control the football, keep that offense of San Francisco off the field, that might be the key. Watch that, running to the edges, because that's what Aaron Jones did against the 49ers too. He got to the edge a lot.
He did. All right, we'll come back. When we do, Rod will have his second rant of this morning. We'll play some Who Said That for the end of this 9 o'clock hour. Then, of course, that'll lead right into the fabulous fifth hour, which will be the 25th hour of our week. Looking forward to it. Roll with us all the way. Also, we'll get back into the Keyshawn Boutte story. He made how many bets while playing at LSU? Oh, my goodness. We'll get to it. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B.
All right, let's get into the championship weekend a little bit. I gave these stats earlier, but they're worth reviewing. Let's talk about Patrick Mahomes as the underdog. It doesn't happen a lot, and the few times that we've seen it, usually Patrick Mahomes, who's got that dog in him, he proves us he all pretty foolish, making him an underdog. Now, Patrick Mahomes, the underdog. he has been an underdog now 2 weeks in a row, which for him is even more rare. All right, because he was an underdog versus the Bills, and now on the road, second playoff game in a row on the road, he's going to be an underdog versus Lamar Jackson and the Ravens in Baltimore. The last time Mahomes was an underdog in consecutive starts, you got to go all the way back to his rookie season, at least when he made his first 2 starts, when he was a dog in back-to-back road starts. Only time in his career, his second and third career starts. He won both of those games. And he started his career being listed as an underdog in 3 straight starts. Prior to last week, he was favored in 101 of 108 total starts. Let that sink in for a second. Patrick Mahomes, as a dog, 8-3 straight up in his career. As a dog, the best record of any quarterback in the Super Bowl era with a minimum of 10 starts. The Chiefs open as a 3.5-point dog to the Ravens in the AFC title game. They'll probably be on a 3-point dog when it's all said and done. Not sure what the line is right now. But the 6th time, only the 6th time that Mahomes is opened as a dog of 3 points or higher, and first time since 2020 versus Baltimore, he is 5-0 against the spread in those games. So in Mahomes' 11 games as an underdog, he's 11-0 and in a 6-point teaser. So that's a guy that when he's an underdog, usually that's when that dog comes out in him. I would bet, I'm not a betting man, but I would bet on Lamar Jackson and the Ravens to win that game. But I do think it could end up being really close. It could end up being a blowout. The Ravens have blown out really, really good teams. But just giving that info to you, that, man, Patrick Mahomes, usually being the dog brings out the best in him. This will be Mahomes' 15th game on a road trip. They define road trip as back-to-back road games, all right? So back-to-back or more. Maybe you got 3 road games in a row. He is 12-2 straight up and 7-7 against the spread. All right, in those games. He was listed as an underdog in 3 of those games, went 3-0 straight up. It's every reason that I'm picking against Patrick Mahomes in this matchup, he's already defied in his career. Like, I'm picking against him because he's going against the number 1 defense in the NFL. By the way, this Ravens defense could be one of the best defense in the history of the NFL. First defense to lead the NFL in scoring defense, takeaways, and sacks in the Super Bowl era. That's right. 85 Bears didn't do it. 2000 Ravens, 02 Bucks, 2013 Seattle Seahawks. You name a great defense, they did not do what this Ravens defense has done so far this year. Patrick Mahomes versus number 1 defenses, including the playoffs in his career, 3-1. Touchdown interception ratio, 9 touchdowns, 4 interceptions against those teams in that sample size. Passing yards per game on average, 339. And his teams averaged over 32 points per game in those games. And the Ravens, as I just told you, have the best scoring defense in the league. So something's got to give. Usually it ain't Patrick Mahomes. And picking against Patrick Mahomes is giving me the bubble guts. It's giving me anxiety because it's just not something you do. Even last week, and a lot of people were picking Josh Allen and the Bills, and I said, I'm not picking against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. The Chiefs have a better head coach and have a better quarterback. I'll take them in that matchup. I'm not sure they have a better head coach in this matchup because John Harbaugh is really underrated. If they do, it's not by a sizable gap. And yeah, they have the quarterback advantage, but Lamar Jackson's going to win the MVP this year. So they may have the quarterback advantage, but once again, not by a sizable gap. So if you're thinking about those matchups, Patrick Mahomes being the underdog, that's the only thing, those stats I gave you, the only reason that I'm a little reluctant to pick the Ravens. But, man, I'm not picking against the Ravens again this season. Speaking of the Ravens, and how dominant this team has been. I gave these stats a little bit earlier. This is something else to keep in mind about the Ravens. The Ravens and the 85 Bears and the 72 Dolphins, only teams in the Super Bowl era to score 25-plus points per game while leading the NFL in rushing offense and scoring defense. And also, they, along with the 07 Patriots, the 2023 Ravens are the only teams in NFL history to outscore their playoff teams they've played by at least 100 points. The only teams to ever do it. So this is it's a dominant team, but this is the thing also to keep in mind. They play a lot of zone coverage. Matter of fact, that's kind of their expertise. They play a ton of zone coverage, and they come up with really creative pressure packages in front of those zone coverages to confuse and discombobulate quarterbacks. There is no, I would say, connection and chemistry between a quarterback and any receiver better than Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes. And zone coverage is all about you being able to link up and feel where the soft spots, determine where the soft spots are in the zone. Mahomes and Kelsey can do that better than anybody else. And that's just because they got great chemistry. That is something to watch. And if you force the Ravens to have to go play more man-to-man defense, then you're getting them outside of their comfort zone, because what they want to play is pattern match zone, passing off receivers in coverage. And by the time you start and that's why they get a lot of interceptions, because you thought the guy was open, but he was being passed off into another defender's coverage zone. And so they're really good at that and really good at disguising it, which is why they get a lot of takeaways. But they won't be that. I don't think that'll be a huge advantage for them versus the Kansas City Chiefs, because of the chemistry of Mahomes and Kelsey. That is something to watch.
They do have good linebackers, and they have Kyle Hamilton, who I think might be someone who could
Kelsey stopper,
at least try to be, because he's such a long-rangey athlete and such a good player with a high IQ. Because if you can somehow eliminate Kelsey, I mean, you double your chances of slowing that offense down.
No doubt.
And that's where Buffalo ended up giving up 2 touchdowns, but they were down to no linebackers that were healthy. They were banged up in their secondary too. This is a healthy Ravens team. Let's not, because you could argue that last week, remember, they rested their starters in Week 17. They had the week off, and when they were 10-10 with the Texans, I was hoping for some rust over rest, and I think there was some rust. They got yelled at by Lamar Jackson in half, and they outscored Houston 24-0. So I do think this is a team coming in primed, healthy, fresh, all those reasons. I mean, to pick Baltimore is not to knock Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs. It's to say they're playing on the road, possibly in the rain, against a really fresh, really talented, really well-coached football team with a great home field advantage. It's just, I think, too much is stacked against the Chiefs right now. And let's be honest, even against Buffalo and as banged up as they were fortunate to win that game. I mean, they needed.
Patrick Mahomes played really well, though.
He did. He played
really well.
He played really well, and I expected him to play really well Sunday.
He played really
well.
But
they were still fortunate to win if Josh Allen can engineer a touchdown drive late, or Tyler Bass makes a field goal.
Bills were kind of lucky too, though.
Oh yeah, well
that fumble go through the end zone,
sure.
And then they had a fumble that probably should have been recovered by the Chiefs that wasn't recovered. I don't know if I think it on both sides. I think
but that fumble through the end zone are things that the Chiefs have done all year. They do that all the time. They make mistakes like that crush them. And that's been the story of the Chiefs this year. That's why they're only 11-6 in the regular season, because they lost games where guy lines up off sides, or guy drops a pass that's in his hands, or just those things seem to be a staple of this team. And we're now in the middle of January, so you are what you are. They're mistake prone on the outside, and they almost made a crucial one against Buffalo.
That's bad versus the Ravens. You're mistake prone versus the Ravens. You will be blown out.
Yep.
You will get blown out.
And if you go back to the first half of that game before Steve Spagnuolo made the adjustments, they were running, just power running against the Chiefs. So that's what the Ravens are going to try to do, coming out and really bully this team a little bit. I don't know. I just think everything checks the box on the Ravens side for me. And I think, this is probably the first of several. Lamar Jackson, now that Lamar Jackson is back, signed, and has the offensive coordinator that he's got, this will be the first of several. And Patrick Mahomes said that this week. This will probably, they haven't played the Ravens in the playoffs in a big game like this. I think we'll see more and more of these, because the Bills are going to have to make some changes. The Josh Allen thing in that window seems to have, they've missed it. Now it seems like it's the Ravens and the Chiefs that are going to be battling on. Maybe even our Texans, Rod, rise up and become part of that conversation in the future.
One thing to keep in mind, though, is also that Patrick Mahomes is probably the most clutch quarterback. Not probably, he is the most clutch quarterback in the NFL, and he is really good in game-winning drive scenarios, fourth-quarter comeback scenarios. If that ends up happening, if they're in that situation, the scales, I'm telling you, they're going to tip in favor of the Chiefs. The Ravens do not want this to be a one-possession game in the fourth quarter. This year, they're 3-4 in close games. They got more blown leads than they have game-winning drives. They don't do well in that situation. I don't know what it is. It's one of their biggest weaknesses.
You're right about that.
If it is a fourth-quarter game, one-possession game in the fourth quarter, I think then the experience of Patrick Mahomes, the experience of Andy Reid, I think that ends up kicking in. Not that John Harbaugh doesn't have the experience, but we haven't seen Lamar Jackson do it.
You're right about that.
Especially in the playoffs. We've seen Patrick Mahomes do it all the damn time in the playoffs.
Well, you expect
our career, he's been – exactly.
Well, if Tyler Bass had made that field goal, I think everybody in the world fully expected with 1:47 to go that Patrick Mahomes was going to take his team down and kick a field goal and win that ball game. Mm-hmm. And that's the confidence you have. And you're exactly right. This was the same conversation we had about the Texans last week. Can the Texans get it to the fourth quarter, make it a close game? Because this is where the Ravens, because the pressure does swing right over to the Ravens sidelines for Lamar Jackson. For the fourth quarter leads they've blown. There's a mental side to that, and the Chiefs embrace that. They love the fourth quarter. They love winning time. I'm gonna stick Baltimore here. I think they will win this ball game coming up. It's just too much in their advantage, too much in their favor. I know they didn't have to travel last week into Buffalo like the Chiefs did. I don't know. Chiefs played that super cold first round game. At some point the fresher team wins out. I think that's Baltimore.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's a good point though. They could just be worn out, and they don't have the depth. Baltimore is deeper.
Yeah,
Baltimore is just
deeper home.
Yeah, they're just deeper. And the Ravens, how about this? Also are playing their 4th consecutive home game. Like, how often does that happen? Deep into you're in the AFC title game now, and they haven't played on the road since Christmas Day.
Yeah, because they played Miami.
San Fran.
Remember, they came back from that San Fran game, played Miami, Pittsburgh to wrap it up, and then Houston last week.
Yeah,
That's right.
so very favorable
And
for
they've
them.
been home. They haven't traveled since Christmas.
Christmas Day against San Fran. That was the last time they traveled. So that's something to keep in mind. Flipping to the NFC side of things, I think the one thing I talked about this that I am worried about as a 49er fan would be the run game of the Detroit Lions. I know it sounds crazy because they got elite weapons in the pass game. Laporta, and they also got, Amon-Ra St. Brown's an all-pro. But I love what you said, E, about the scouting report the 49ers have on Jared Goff. I do think that matters because there's familiarity there. They've seen him before. They know him as a player. But I think the pass rush is actually going to be something that can neutralize Jared Goff. He actually isn't great under pressure. The 49ers can apply a lot of pressure. So I think the Detroit Lions are going to try to run the football. They can run to the outside on the 49ers who are allowing 6 yards per rush outside the tackles. That's something to watch. If Jahmyr Gibbs is getting to the edge on them, and that means they can, as you point out, E, they can go under center, play action pass, deep shots downfield, that's trouble for the 49ers. And also, watch the 49ers right tackle. Their left tackle is amazing. He's awesome. Trent Williams, he's the best left tackle in the game. He's only allowed 1 sack all year. You know how many sacks McKivitz has allowed? 12.
Yeah, he struggled last week, too, against Green Bay.
And Aiden Hutchinson, he got 8 sacks in the last 4 games?
Yep.
That's something to watch.
100%.
Definitely going to line him up over there.
Yeah, that's why I say I feel a lot more comfortable about picking the Ravens than I do just jumping on the 49ers, especially if Debo is not 100% or not
All
playing.
about Debo.
That game swings big time for me. And you're right, that for the right side of the Niners line struggled late in the year, and they struggled against the Packers last week. And Aaron Glenn, the defensive coordinator, has certainly seen that, and we'll try to attack it. All right, good stuff with Rod's rant. The second today, good stuff on these games. You now know more about those games than you did before, without a doubt. Also, Rod, before we get to who said that coming up.
Who said that?
Can I mention that I'm reading up on this Kayshon Boutte thing. This thing's wild.
Yeah, man.
Let me just give you some point of facts on this. I mean, this Kayshon Boutte thing is bonkers, Rod. I mean,
He's a professional gambler is what he was.
Well,
professional gambler.
Oh, I mean, it's
just the numbers. like the amount of bets you're placing a day, that classifies you as a professional gambler. If he's in 20-something bets a day, which is I think the range he's in.
Yeah, he was 22.5 bets a day. So essentially, he was making it, and he was a professional gambler. But now here's the big rub. He was betting on himself and making bets on LSU while he was playing for LSU. Yeah. And there was one. How about this? This sounds just like Ty, who's a degenerate himself, a degen. One of his bets while he was playing. They were playing Florida State, Rod, and it was the eighth leg of an 8-leg parlay that he had bet, and he bet on himself to go over 82.5 receiving yards and over a touchdown. And now there's video surfacing of him on the sidelines cursing his team because he's not getting the ball. He's like, the guy get me the ball, which receivers do all the time, but it puts it in a different context when you realize he had bet on himself.
I cannot believe that.
Now that's better than having bet on yourself to go below that and like drop passes and things.
Like the Nebraska guy? Or was that
Iowa? Yeah, the kicker.
Yeah, no, it was the receiver. That receiver that he had the under, and then in garbage time he has like a wide open, gets a screen pass, scores, and you could see him like he's like doesn't celebrate with any of his teammates at the end because he realized the over just hit.
No, I mean when you think about it, I mean let's say he's placing 22 bets a day, whatever.
That's ridiculous. Like as someone that has
8,900 bets,
yeah.
8,900 bets.
But guys, break it down. When you think about that, guys, you're sleeping for 8 hours. He's an elite athlete. He's sleeping for 6 to 8 hours a day. So out of the 16 hours that he's up, he's placing more than a bet per hour.
Yeah,
that he's up.
Oh yeah,
guys, that's either he's addicted to it, or He's a professional gambler.
Well, he made
sounds
over
like he's pretty good.
$500,000.
Is that okay?
He made-
Is that so? What is the verbiage on the $500,000? Is that actually what he made?
That's
or
how
is-
much he.
That's how much he
that's how
profited.
much he earned.
Profited.
But they said the police report said he reinvested most of it back into new bets.
So he lost it.
But he did take over almost $200,000 out of that account.
Okay, that's
But he
professional
wasn't-
gambler status.
Yeah. He wasn't.
you
He
go.
wasn't. He was under his mom. It was under his mom's name. That's how he was able to do it underage. But his handle, he wasn't hiding it, Rod. It was like Keishon Buteau 2 was his gambling handle.
I want to say that's what I'm saying. The way the guys are getting caught, it's almost like they're ignorant to the rules. Like they don't know that these are the rules and the laws, right? Because he's not even trying to hide it. The guys even in the NFL, remember that's what our take was, like they're not trying to hide it. So were they ignorant of the rules and the laws? Because otherwise, you'd think they'd go out of their way to be a little bit more discreet to hide this stuff.
Yeah, because
if you go through a third party, you pretty much can hide it. If you just ask somebody to place the bets for you, their app on their phone all the time, all you do is contact them. Hey, I need you to place this bet on the phone, and then you take out the money and give the money to me. But it's all through you. These guys are doing it themselves on their phones with their names on it, their accounts. What the hell is going on? They're failing the idiot test.
big time.
You need a cousin.
And you can at least, not put your name on it.
Don't put your name on it, man.
I mean, at the very least, don't make your account name Keishon Buteau 2 or 87, whatever his number was.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, Keishon. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty clear he was a professional gambler and he wanted to gamble more than even play football. He is a member of the New England Patriots now. But, for the NCAA and for college football, the fact that he was betting on himself in games he was playing in, that's going to be a real
He's
problem.
been betting in the league then.
Oh, he has to.
If he was betting
So
that
this
much
is-
in college,
this is jail
he
time,
got
right?
to the league and started betting. He's been betting in the league. The NFL just like, you know what? We need to start. They probably were already looking into him.
Yeah, I don't know what the punishments can be because the charge is betting illegally underage,
Yeah.
and at a high level. You're right. I mean, the NFL securities are immediately looking into this
Got to be.
to see what's happening with him and with the Patriots. Now, maybe he got to New England and Bill Belichick and those guys made it real clear what the rules are, and he's like, "Oh, I probably shouldn't have been doing that back at LSU."
That's fair. It could be.
Because remember who his coach was? Ed Orgeron. Ed Orgeron was kind of a loose cannon. It wouldn't be beyond Ed Orgeron to miss a few things and not make it real clear with his players. But that is a wild story. All right, we'll come back. We'll pick up Who Said That, Rod?
Who's that?
Including its Aggie v. Longhorn coming up in the NFC Championship game. Also some other audio from around the landscape. Let's hit it. Underdog Fantasy. We just said it, man. You don't have to be Keishon Buteau or anything, but you can have fun with the games you're going to watch, right? And that's what Underdog Fantasy is all about. You don't like Ty in there. You don't have a guy. You just want you're going to watch the game, but man, maybe I want to win a little money on this. Get a little action going in. Have fun. That's what Underdog Fantasy is all about. It's the games you're going to watch, whether it's an NFL game on Sunday, one of the two, or NBA, right? All three Texas teams are playing tonight. You're going to watch some of these games, Mavericks, Rockets, and Spurs. You just go to Underdog Fantasy, go to the app that you've downloaded to your phone. If you haven't, do it today, or go to the website, get signed up, use my promo code Hogan, Hogan, my last name. They're going to double your first deposit up to $100. So you're starting with double your money. And then you're just going to pick between 2 and 5 players you're going to watch that are going to be playing in the games you're going to watch. And you choose if they're going higher or lower on their in-game stats. You choose the stats, too. You get to pick the ones you want because you get to use your knowledge of these games and the matchups and those kind of things to go higher or lower. And if you go 5 for 5, you're going to win 20 times your money. So that $20 investment becomes a pretty big deal for you. I mean, more than that, you're really rolling. That's what it's about. Pick them, watch them, win them. You choose higher or lower on 2 to your 5 favorite player stats. The more you pick, the more you could win, and just have an absolute blast with it. Again, you're going to watch these games anyhow. Just gives you something to really root for and watch for. Put some stakes to it. That's what Underdog Fantasy is about. It's built for fans. They have winners every day. You can be one tonight with the NBA or the NFL on Sunday. It's UnderdogFantasy.com. Download the app. Promo code Hogan.
Must be 18 or plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concern with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
All right, time for Who Said That before the top of the fabulous fifth hour. We roll into the 10 o'clock hour and wrap up our week, but still a lot to do between now and then, and it's a little Who Said That, Rob? What do you have for me, my
Who
friend?
said that? All right, Ty, I sent you a bunch of clips, so you can dial any of them up, and we can play Who Said That?
Denied or in the top 32. Wow. Raheem Morris is the best coach I know and ever been around that don't have a head job. And I don't have a problem saying it. I've never had a problem saying it. I've been saying it.
Ooh,
Who
is
said that?
That's a very authoritative voice.
You definitely should do that. If you don't get this one, I'm going to be upset. I'm going to be a little
Give
disappointed.
it to me again. Give it to me
Get
again.
one more time.
Let me hear. Let me literally listen.
And I know some of the guys being denied are in the top 32.
Wow.
Raheem Morris is the best coach I know and ever been around that don't have a head job. And I don't have a problem saying it. I've never had a problem saying it. I've been saying it.
I know it. I can't think of it. It's not popping into my head.
Tomlin.
Okay.
Mike Tomlin. There you
Okay.
go.
Well, you know, because that was your coach. He
That's
yelled at
true.
you, used to yell at you.
That is true. Yeah, in the same DB, right? I probably worked together after that, but they worked together. They were in the same DB room with me because Raheem Morris was the quality control coach, and Mike Tomlin was my DB coach in Tampa. So they got it from the horse's mouth there. Mike Tomlin saying he's one of the best damn coaches that doesn't have a job. Well, now he's got a job.
Well, and people will show his record with the Buccaneers. And look, that wasn't a very talented team, and he was 32 years old. You know, he's gone through it. And then, of course, he took over for Dan Quinn when Dan Quinn was fired in Atlanta that year in 2020 and coached the last 11 games, and now he's 47 years old. Interesting. And look, he beat out 14 other candidates, and reports are he just blew away the interview.
Had to have.
And, you know, if it came down to he and Bill Belichick, with Bill Belichick, you probably were going to have to dismantle your front office because Bill Belichick wants to report directly to Arthur Blank, and they have Rich McKay there, and they have, you know, the general manager Fontenot. So, you know, probably a better fit, and they know him. They're familiar with the player.
That's right. Good point.
They're familiar with
They've
the coach.
already vetted him.
All right, what do you have here, Rod? Who said this? This one might get you tricked. Let's see.
Obviously a crazy crowd. I know they weren't very friendly to you, but I just wondered, what has it been like to watch women's sports?
Actually, they were. They were calling me Boo.
Well then, what is it?
All right, there you go.
They were calling me Boo. Ooh, man. That's not Sha'Carri.
No, that's
Angel
that's
Reese?
South Carolina head coach Dawn Staley.
Ah, damn it!
Because-
I started to go women's basketball.
Because her number one Gamecocks went into LSU last night and beat the defending champs in 76-70 in a good game. And yeah, they were calling her Boo.
They were calling her Boo thing?
Not Boo thing. Probably they were just booing.
Oh. Not calling the booing. There you go. All right, Ty. I sent you a bunch of clips, so dial one up. We can play Who Said That.
What is your best Jim Harbaugh story?
Before practice and stuff, we would do these work out before practice, like every coach does. But he'd be in his khakis and his cleats, shirt off, like squatting in our weight room. It's just so funny because you're walking out with your pads and stuff, and then you see Harbaugh with his cleats on and his khakis, just squatting like 135 for reps and stuff, and you're just like, what in the hell is going on?
Why with cleats on? That's dangerous. You might slip out. Yeah.
That's him though. He's just because right after that he's gonna walk right out to practice.
He wears cleats to practice?
Yeah, every day.
Oh yeah, he's different. I always see him throwing the ball too, like pregame or something.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's very like interactive with the quarterbacks. And he has this thing where he like slaps the out of them like before like they play and stuff, like pounding their chest. Like
one of the most interesting dudes I've ever like been around in my life. Crazy.
He is.
He's almost to the level of like Mike Leach quirky in his
Yes.
quirkiness.
Yes, he is. Yes,
Remember he was on a recruiting trip and spent the night at the kid's house?
It's a kicker too.
He was a kicker.
It's a kicker. That's a great point. Yeah, man. I like him. I enjoy him. If you know who else more than Justin Herbert who's excited about Jim Harbaugh coming to town? The media. They're like, thank you. So many headlines, so many quotes. I mean, he's gonna give you just headline after headline, news story after news story.
It's just sad that he's going to a team that really doesn't have a fan base.
Well, that's what
Besides
they're trying
that
to build.
one lady that was
That's what they're
planted
trying
this
to build,
year.
right?
That's true.
They're trying to build that, obviously, and this is, as I've said, this is the first time they've really gone after it when it comes to head coach. I mean, they've been going with the Anthony Lynn's, Mike McCoy's, Brandon Staley, and that does nothing for a fan base. They don't know who it is, and they haven't worked. They're going with like milquetoast hires. Well, this is a big time hire. This will get you on the front page of the LA Times.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, steal some headlines in that town. You better.
And I'm sure it's provocative out there. Somebody will be writing the story about you hired a cheater, right? You hired a guy that's running away from the NCAA.
Or right there, a guy who's not afraid of like making a rival, like creating another. Remember what he did to who's that? The Jim Schwartz?
Yeah.
He passed him on the back.
Oh yeah,
at the end of post-game
midfield. Yeah.
Oh, that was great.
Remember how much he and Pete Carroll hated each other all the way back to their USC Stanford days.
That was a long-standing rivalry.
That was a serious rivalry.
Yeah, it's a good one. That was Aiden Hutchinson, by the way. That was on there.
That was Aiden. All right.
Yeah, so he knows Jim Harbaugh really well.
Weirdest guy I've ever been around. I love it.
You hear that over and over again, though.
And the khakis are famous. Remember when he was coaching the Niners and the pleated khakis became a big deal?
Oh, he'll have a khaki like endorsement.
State Farm should get him. Bring the other Jake back. Remember him?
You're right about that.
What are you wearing? Khakis.
Yeah, Jake and John. I like it.
Well, I mentioned he put a picture out after he took the Chargers job with his wife at a steakhouse, and he was at a big steak and big glass of milk. Big glass of milk with his tomahawk.
Disgusting. That dude is weird, man. That dude is eccentric. He's got money. He's eccentric. Not weird. Eccentric.
And it seems like his brother John is much more normal. But, that's what brothers do sometimes. All right, we'll be back. Hook him up with Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Hook 'em Up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
That's a new open for our fabulous fifth hour, which, of course, on a Friday is the 25th hour of our week here on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. What are we going with there?
Oh, Kanye.
Little Kanye? Okay, I didn't know that song.
Yeah.
I like it.
Jamming.
Thought maybe if somebody was coming in concert or something this week yet.
No, I was just feeling a little Kanye this morning.
There you go.
Whose voice was that?
That's Selena Johnson.
Okay. Like it. Like that groove. I'm down with it. Here's something I'm not down with to start off the fabulous fifth hour, Rod. GoFundMe accounts, those are cool things, right? If somebody's house burns down.
It is good, yeah.
Somebody has big medical bills piling up.
Crowdsourcing stuff.
Yeah, tragedy, whatever. So I'm a big GoFundMe guy. Fan of it. But not a fan of this, Rod. So, when I was growing up, my first ever TV crush, I've told this story before. The first girl I ever was watching on TV that I was like, well, I don't know. Daisy Duke was pretty good on Daisy Duke. She was an old lady. I mean,
yeah,
she was beautiful.
You're talking about somebody your age?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was Alyssa Milano on Who's the Boss.
Good one.
And we're the same age. So I kind of grew up with her, Rod.
Quality, I like that.
So as she blossomed, I was watching Tony Danza and Who's the Boss.
I remember that.
And she, of course, went from adolescent to young lady on that show.
That's great.
So I got to see her flourish, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I was a big fan. Big fan of Alyssa Milano, who went on to be a pretty good actress or whatever she's done. But I don't like this here, Rod. This has always been one of my pet peeves as a father of a youngster who played travel baseball. We talked about travel baseball a bit yesterday. So Alyssa Milano took to the X, right, into Twitterverse to say that my son's baseball team is raising money for their Cooperstown trip. Any amount would be so greatly appreciated. You can read more about it at their GoFundMe account. So you can't go out and ask hardworking people for money to send your kid to a baseball tournament.
Yeah, I agree. That's in bad taste for her, especially.
Yeah, I mean, do something for her. Have a car wash.
Yeah, agreed.
Have a bake sale.
Yeah.
Go do chores.
Yeah.
Go offer to do mow people's lawns, and then we'll put the money towards our Cooperstown trip.
Yeah.
People used to do this when my kids were growing up. Like, no, we're not asking. We got people standing on street corners.
Yeah, you got people
with
out
whole
there.
baseball teams.
You're right. Offering to do stuff, offering to wash a car.
Now, if you're offering a service, I'm all for it because that's putting the kids to work. But the kids got to be doing it, not the moms, right? You got to have the kids there doing something to earn the dollars that send them to Cooperstown. I'm all for supporting those trips. But that's not what GoFundMe's for.
That's not what GoFundMe's for.
But last I checked, Alyssa Milano is a big time. She's made millions
of dollars.
She got money.
I was like, you got money. Can't you? Well, how much are you contributing to the cause?
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
someone pointed, of course, this went in this day and age, this went scorched earth on social media. This one says, "Hey, Alyssa Milano, you're worth millions. Why don't you just pay for your son's damn team to go to Cooperstown instead of asking real people for hard-earned money?"
Listen, I get it. I get why she don't want to pay for it, but if you don't want to pay for it, then I'm with your idea, E. Like, okay, well then have them earn it somehow, and then then that's a better idea. Then people will be more I think, willing to give.
Another fan said, just a reminder, Alyssa Milano and her husband are both multimillionaires. They could certainly pay for the entire trip without batting an eye.
That's why they're millionaires, though. You know how to keep that bread. You know what I'm saying? They ain't trying to spend it. It's bad. It's bad optics, though. It's in bad taste.
It is in terrible taste. Come on.
Because GoFundMe, I'm with you. It is for, I don't know. It may not be that's what the purpose was intended, but I think now it has kind of transformed into something that in our society we look to help those who are less fortunate, those who have gone through some kind of tragic, traumatic event.
Yeah, and they've got a cost that they didn't expect to absorb, and now they don't have the money for it.
And then everybody can go in, give a few dollars here, and then
everybody realizes if we all give $20, that's going to add up real fast.
10,000, whatever.
And if you can afford more than that, do it.
Yeah.
Keishon Butte could have given a bunch of money to that whole thing. You know what I'm saying?
This dude, man. This dude here.
But so that's a pet peeve. Come on.
No,
Melissa.
that's terrible. That's a bad look.
Let's do better.
It's a bad look. Come on, Alyssa Milano.
That's also for yous out there. Don't be having your kids on street corners with their baseball helmets trying to collect dollars like a homeless person.
To have them have a service of some kind.
You got to have something.
Put them to work. Have them go around there. Be like, hey, we'll do y'all yard. We're gonna do y'all yard.
Well, they used to suggest us, hey, well, let's do a bake sale. Well, then the moms are just gonna make all the cookies. Do something that, I mean, gosh.
Something the kids can commit to.
Yeah.
Personally.
I'm all for helping. Yeah, car washes, lawn duty, clean this up, whatever it might be. I'm all for that. And most people would be willing to support that. I'm not just going to drop a $20 bill in a because they can go to Cooperstown.
Just randomly.
I want to go to Cooperstown. Come on, man.
You tell me, he's going to sell some cookies
Why don't you
or
send me?
sell some candy or something, huh? Like them Girl Scouts. Go sell
Well,
something.
yeah, all baseball leagues always had fundraisers, right?
Yeah,
you'd
you
have
can sell
you'd
stuff.
have the cookie sales, but
The
this is
candy
to send
sales.
an individual team to it. Because like now, there's these traveling tournaments everywhere. But Cooperstown, New York's home of the Baseball Hall of Fame. That's a really cool tournament. That's. I think they have it in and around the enshrinement this year. It's Adrian
Makes
Beltre.
sense. Sure, it's a great
I get
experience.
it. Oh, unbelievable. And you get to tour the Cooperstown, the Hall of Fame, which is great if you're a baseball fan. All for it, but come on. This is good use, bad use of GoFundMe, good use of Twitter to go after Alyssa Milano.
But bad use
my
of your
childhood curse.
Bad use
or
of your celebrity
crush.
brand, though, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's a bad use of your celebrity brand. Because I'm with you. Because I'm sure all the parents did that, maybe posted that too. But she's the one that's going to get the most traction, of course.
Oh, yeah, she got the
you're
biggest
celebrity.
following.
Yeah, you're the celebrity of the group, so you're going to get the biggest following. So I agree with you. I don't like that.
What does she do these days, Miss Milano? Any
She
idea?
ain't got to do nothing. She does like random stuff. I think she's big, like being in political.
Oh yeah, she's very
she's
very Californian in that
political
regard,
realm, yeah.
which is fine.
But
to
in
each his
terms of
own,
acting, I don't know if she does any real acting anymore. Actually,
I will say, when we used to do our show in the studio, Rod, at our old studio, we would come in and because you remember, this would happen a lot. I'd come in the morning, and the TV would be on TBS because
that stupid
game
show
was,
that was on.
The basketball game was on the night before, right? One of the
Gotcha.
TNT or TBS, one of those. So there's especially when the playoffs were going on in the NBA or baseball, and so it would just still be on that channel. And there was a show on that she was on called Charmed.
Oh yeah, I remember Charmed.
Where she was a witch.
Yeah. Terrible.
And all you had pretty girls, and they had real tight shirts. And
That was it.
Yep. And they were they were witches.
Yep. I remember this. Charmed. It was actually a hit for him too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I could never hear it because the sound was down. But
Shannon
I could see.
Doherty was in it too.
Yes,
right?
Shannon Doherty.
Shannon Doherty's in it. Rose McGowan.
Yes,
Yeah.
young Rose McGowan.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Because I just remember I catch myself looking up going, "Wow, who's that?"
No, it's
who was that?
They casted it very well. It was very good casting back in there. I think it was just 3 of them. That was the main witches.
Okay.
I never watched it, by the way, in case y'all wondering. I just know the plot. I don't know why.
I don't either.
Probably because it was 3 good-looking women in it. So
Well, yeah,
I probably
that's
paid,
kind of the thing, right?
I probably caught it one time.
It was on because the game was on, but then he's like, "I'm not changing that." I'd rather watch that than Stephen A. Smith yell at me. Come on.
Yeah, it was on the WB back in the
The
day. Remember the WB back in the day? The WB. Man.
I'm trying to see. Charmed ran from 1998 to 2006.
It was an Aaron Spelling show.
178 episodes.
Aaron Spelling made all kind of shows.
Yeah, that came after Melrose Place and Spin City that she was in. So.
Man, okay. Yeah, no, I mean, Melissa Milano, she's still kind of a little hottie. She still got it.
Yeah, well, she's
older
my
now.
age, and we've aged it together. We're actually like 10 days apart, birthday-wise, like literally.
You did your research on Melissa Milano, didn't you?
Come on, man.
She's
12 years
all
old.
types of little factoids
When I was
about
13, 14, it was very impressionable.
That's pre-internet, too, so you had to work hard for those facts about it, right? You had to go to the library, read magazines.
Well, I think I remember reading somewhere that you're going to laugh when I tell you why I know this.
Exactly.
I didn't have to, because of the way my name is spelled. When I was a kid, I used to get
female.
I'd get
female
subscriptions
brochures
to
and stuff.
Well,
yeah.
but I would get subscriptions to like Ms. Magazine and Teen Magazine.
Yeah, the Teen.
And they would send me a free one.
The Teeny Bopper magazines.
To try to get Mrs. Aaron Hogan to go ahead and sign up for.
But
so embarrassing.
You read it though.
Well, because Alyssa Milano was on the cover.
You read it though. Hey, see, it worked there. Well, you didn't get a subscription, but
and then I read in there that she,
Man.
like the age of her character was the same age as her, which was the same age as me. Like they wanted to cast somebody who was of the age of the character they were
then you
playing.
You fell for it even more after that.
Oh yeah, 100%.
She's my
well, and
age.
then those things grew, and you're like, whoa.
She's gonna be the girl. Oh, yeah, whoa.
That happens?
She looks different than the girls in my school.
Well, she looked different than she did last season on that show.
That's true but those shows, they tape at different times, so it could have been like a year and a half. But and then you're like, damn, that's the last time I saw it.
This is all grown up.
No, I used to watch that show, though. Who's the Boss?
It was good. Well, you had Tony Danza. You had the
such an unrealistic plot, though. Can we agree the plot was so unrealistic? Was he supposed to be?
He was the Manny, essentially.
He was the Manny in the house. That was a weird plot.
And he lived there with his daughter.
He lived there
because she was his daughter.
Yeah, so it's a weird. And then there's a woman.
And the grandma and the mom. They have a kid, his son.
It was weird.
But the mom wanted the kind of a male influence to be
And
there
then
for
they
the
end
kid.
up falling in love.
Oh yeah, but it was but like for season after season, it was like, well, when's that going to happen?
It was
like
the tension.
There's sexual tension here. I didn't know how to call it that when I was a kid, but I was like, come on, these people just need to
Hook it up. Here we go.
Hook it up.
Yeah.
And if you remember, her mother was a big character, like the grandma.
Yes, I remember that.
And she was always come on. But he was Tony Danza. He was this, hunky guy.
The 80s sitcom plots are so awesome, though. They were just so bizarre, a lot of them. Like, think about, like, Perfect Strangers was like that. They were Perfect Strangers.
Yeah, Balky.
Balky. That was a weird random plot. Remember what was Bosom Buddies? Was it Bosom Buddies?
Yeah, and that was Tom Hanks.
It was Tom Hanks, dressing up as a woman. It's just a weird plots, man. It was the 80s had some of the strangest plots for sure. I'm glad now, I guess now you don't even have to have great sitcoms anymore, but the ones back then was so weird. We just accepted it too.
Yeah.
We just accepted it.
But we watched them too. They were all like, I'm all in, man.
They were all kind of weird, but it was just like, yeah, we accepted it. It was kind of cool. It's kind of quirky. Like all of them were like that.
They were all,
It was the boss.
Well, and then because that was all you had, but so you would have 30-minute sitcom after 30 minutes. So each ABC would have their 4 shows of one night, and you just watch them all back to back to back.
Oh yeah, this is TGI Friday. Is that what it was?
I don't remember the day.
Remember the TGI Fridays? That was like the Family Matters and what was the one?
Urkel.
Yeah.
Urkel.
Full House. There was like
Yes.
4 of them in, and they were all like kind of hit shows.
And then NBC had Thursday nights for so long with like Cheers, which would roll into Kramer or Frasier. Yeah, that was sitcoms back in
Those
the
were
day.
quality sitcoms with quality plots that made sense. Some of the ones that just made no sense at all. It's like, what is this? That doesn't make any sense as a plot. Yeah, but there you go.
Plot schmott.
Nah,
It says everyone in our age group was in love with Alyssa. Well, I'm glad to know. I'm sure because we were all watching this happen, and she went from this kind of skinny little girl to like, whoa.
Yeah.
Alyssa's a teenager.
No, listen, you're right about that.
This is my sister used to get 17 magazine. I used to read every issue.
See? Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Got to get into the mind of the woman. You got to know how the women are thinking, what they're reading. This is important, man. It's important.
CB, our historian and knower of all things, says Shannon Doherty says Alyssa Milano got her fired from Charmed.
Oh, they didn't get along.
She seems like one of those.
It's so weird to find out that a lot of these shows that were built on kind of the female friendship, like the really close bonds, that they weren't actually they even though they like Sex in the City, like they were really close, obviously versed on the plot of the show, but they didn't like each other behind the scenes, like they hated each other.
Yeah,
Well, that's reality.
That's reality too.
But then the show they don't hate each other, but we know that women don't. Sometimes they end up hating each other.
Well, that's
when
why
they
I
get
think
close.
the cast of Friends was unique because they all did like each other for the most part.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
I mean,
I think
all
you're right.
6
yeah.
of them got along, and of course
Yeah.
Matthew Perry was a
Yeah, he's like a
really
he's like
bad
alcoholic
and drug addict.
at the time. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right about that. Good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, that would be the one. But yeah, typically you're putting 5 or 6 girls together for hours and hours at a time. That's not going to go good.
That's not gonna go well. Not at all.
No.
Yeah.
Oh man, this says Milano worth reportedly $10 million. Yes, you pay for.
Okay, come on, lady. Are you serious? You want that kind of bread? Now I
How
will say,
how unaware of things are you, and how much do you live in La La Land in Hollywood if you literally are worth that much money? And your husband's really rich too, by the way.
yeah, so you double that pretty
And
much.
you're going to really go on to social media and ask people for their money for your kid to go to a baseball tournament?
Middle class folks out here just asking for their money, and they'll give it to you too. That's the crazy.
No, well, the only thing dumber than her is people who would actually give them money.
And there are people that will do it. You know they will.
Oh, Alyssa.
Yeah, exactly. I'm such a fan. Okay. Hope your kids have a good time. It's like, she don't know. Don't be doing that. Don't be supporting her. Don't be enabling this behavior.
Listen, Keishon Buteau, while a minor gambling at LSU, was using his own name as his gambling profile.
And you know,
We're not all real smart.
Is it Buteau or Butte?
Butte. I always say Butte, but then I feel weird saying it. Because then I
Sounds like I'm saying booty.
Yeah, Butte. But
I'm fine with Keishon Booty. I mean, if you go to some parts of Louisiana, that's how they would call that.
Yeah.
Keishon Butte.
I think it is Butte, though. The Cajun influence. But I will say this about the young man. First of all, his career is over. Done.
He done.
Yeah, because the NFL, because I find it hard to believe that he stopped gambling after gambling with that type of frequency, 20-something bets a day. That he got to the NFL, got drafted, and decided, I'm done. Finally made it. We're good.
How did nobody on his team know about this? Well, you
Oh,
guys-
they knew.
They
yeah,
did.
yeah, you guys know. Yeah.
You knew your
guys know.
teammates, right?
Yeah, you know stuff like that's going on.
If all he's ever doing is betting.
Yeah, he been like that. Guy, I'm not saying everybody knew, but guys in his circle, they know. They know when you're doing that kind of stuff. They know. They ain't gonna snitch on you because they're your teammates, but they know. But my point is, because the NFL's not gonna start investigating if they haven't already. If he's not already on their radar, he's going to be on there now. And remember, the NFL is working with these betting companies. Betting companies actually doing security work for the NFL. They're actually red flagging players and relatives of players, investigating who has connections to betting sites and to betting apps. So let's just assume that he's also betting in the league and the NFL is investigating it. Dude, I honestly, he might get the same suspension as everybody else. I think everybody else gets usually a year. But if he's betting with that kind of frequency, they might go over a year with him. He might get more than a year if he's doing that kind of frequency and if he's betting on himself and on the team. Now, at the NFL level, they have those signs in every damn room. They're not in every college locker room. Maybe they are
Like
now.
You go to the rookie symposium
Yes.
and things.
And now maybe they are now, because when I played, betting was not as mainstream as it is now, sports betting. Now sports betting, 38 states,
No, it's all
you
in
can
your
place
face.
a bet legally, and you have to absent everything.
Back then, you had to try to gamble.
You had to go to a certain state, go across state lines and try to go gamble.
Yeah.
Or you had a
You had to have a bookie.
something like that. So if he's been doing with that kind of frequency in the league, I wouldn't doubt if Roger Goodell suspends him for longer than a year. Especially if he's betting on himself and the team. Those other guys, remember, they were betting like in the facility on other sports.
Yeah, which you can't do.
Which you can't do.
Like you can't even make a bet on. You can't play blackjack on your phone if you're on the team bus going to the airport.
Yes.
If you can do that at your house though.
But not in the facility, and it's just rules about
In
that.
any team facility of any
Yes.
kind, the team playing.
But if you're betting 20 times a day, you're definitely betting in the facility. Unless you're walking outside, running around the corner every time.
Well, no, if you break down the numbers, it's a bet an hour that he was making for about a 370-day period.
Do we think he just stopped when he got to the league?
No, well, that's right. And that's what the NFL is already immediately looking into. Keyshawn Boutte.
Man, it's just not worth it. It's not worth it, young man. It's not
Made
worth
500 G's.
It's not worth it because what he's going to make in the league, though.
That's right.
Yeah, man.
He was second or third round pick.
But you know what he should do? If the league decides they want to, basically decide they want to suspend him and for, longer than a year, and let's say no other NFL team wants to touch him, say he's untouchable after that, persona non grata, he should become a betting expert. No, he really should. Think about it. Because it's already out there that he's a good bettor. That he's got $500,000 in profits off those bets. He actually can go work for a betting company. And he's got the chops.
I don't think he's smart
got the
enough to do
background.
that.
Right?
Based
Isn't
off
that
his
brilliant?
I mean, that's a smart idea from you, but I don't think he probably has the wherewithal to make that capitalize on the situation like that. It's especially if he was making dumb enough decisions to bet that much and bet on
Very
himself.
true. But if I was ahead of
parlays that he's included on.
But it's a good point. Good point. So maybe he's not thinking. Maybe he doesn't have the forethought to think about it like that. But if I'm if I'm the head of a gambling company and I'm watching this, if the NFL won't touch him, I'd bring him in. I'd bring him in as one of my experts. Yeah, one of my experts. I'd bring him in, put him on the panel with everybody else. He obviously does his research.
Barstool?
Yeah,
that
he
would
knows
be,
his stuff.
That would work.
Or one of those.
He knows his
Odd
stuff.
Shark or Brent Musburger's outfit.
You've been a pro gambler now, and Ty, you said you've aspired to this. It is not the black, kind of the black market, scarlet
not.
letter it used to
No.
be. You can do that. Just like you can go be a
They're
marijuana.
playing the Super Bowl in Vegas for crying out loud.
Yeah, you can go be a marijuana tester, and that's not. You can smoke marijuana all
There
day.
are other avenues.
Test it.
Just because you're not playing football in the NFL doesn't mean you can't continue to make this part of your career.
Yeah.
You know football and you know gambling.
You know football and gambling.
Who's a better expert than the fat guy I'm watching on YouTube?
Like I'm saying,
this dude's already got a resume. That dude
He's
made $500 in the police report. Made $500,000.
$500,000 and doing it discreet. Well, not discreetly, but he was at least doing that part time with something else.
That's right. He should, and they should be on top of him.
Man, I'd bring him in. That Barstool is a good idea, Ty. They should do it because they're not scared of controversy, and it would bring them more.
And they're not
headlines.
associated with PEN anymore, so it's not like they have any regulations to
But they
abide
don't
by.
do the gambling thing anymore. But obviously,
No, they just started. No, they just got a deal.
They're
back
did?
in.
Yeah, they're back in. Yeah, it's ESPN Bet, I believe, right? That's what they're gonna do.
Remember, they sold that to them, did they not?
They're getting back into the gambling business. Literally, I just read it yesterday.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they're getting back into
Portnow sold it.
Yeah, they're getting back into
to ESPN, so Ben could make it ESPN Bet.
I'll find the article.
And then
for you.
he wanted out, but it didn't cost him anything, right? He value of his company stayed the same. But either way, that is a very smart idea. But now he's got to deal with jail time potentially and charges.
Hey, you can bet your commissary in jail. That's pretty popular here.
Well, remember we tried to get the guy on who last year was making parlays from the jail. Remember he had his one phone call?
Oh, here it is right here. Barstool is getting back into sports betting. The company is in advanced talks with DraftKings on a multi-year marketing deal.
Yeah,
will be announced after the Super Bowl due to their PEN separation and stuff like that. And Joe Pompliano says Barstool's non-compete in the gambling space ends at the end of football season. So Stool Presidente got the company back for $1 and now will sign an 8-figure annual deal with DraftKings. Bring him
money.
in.
Yeah, that would be
Bring
smart.
him in. Boutte, baby.
Yeah, that's our lead gambling analyst.
Yes, exactly.
Tayshaun Boutte. And
For real. He's
that's
great.
smart. That's smart.
Yeah.
But he's got to deal with his legal issues
That's
here
true.
first,
There you
and
go.
then he can probably do that and pursue that. What were you saying, Ty?
I wasn't saying anything.
I thought you said
You
chime
are.
something in there.
Oh, see, my man CB has already sent us a TGI Friday, the preview, like the little trailer for the TGI Friday promo. Full House, Family Matters. Man, you had to be home to watch that. That was
Full
the
Full
joke.
House is not one that I watched.
Perfect Strangers was all part of it
Yeah,
too.
that was Balky and the other guy. That was such a
Mhm.
weird show. I even the kids like, I don't like this Balky guy. He's weird. Bronson Pinchot, didn't he play him?
Yeah, I actually liked Perfect Strangers. I was one of my fans.
I
love
typically
that.
didn't watch the Friday night, the TGIF. I was a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday sitcom watcher. Even when I was a kid on Fridays, I'd be out going somewhere, running around the neighborhood.
That's true.
Causing trouble.
That's a good point.
Didn't have any homework. I could do my homework later. I was a procrastinator. Hey, some news from the NFL. We talked about him yesterday. Brandon Staley, the fired coach of the Chargers, is interviewing with the Packers for their defensive coordinator job. Packers. We talked about the Dolphins maybe swooping in there.
I love your idea about the Dolphins, though, because he's a Vic Fangio. I believe he studied under him in Chicago. So he's from that Vic Fangio defensive coaching tree. He'd be able to just walk right in there and almost be a seamless transition. But yeah, the Packers need a defensive coordinator. That's a good one. I mean, I like Staley as a DC, just not as a head coach. And there's something to think about. I've been looking at this too. I'm doing some research on it. If you go look at the amount of coordinator turnover in the NFL, it's mind-blowing. Guys, what if I told you in the last 2 years, every team in the NFL has changed offensive coordinators? Every team. Every team. Think about that. All 32 teams have changed offensive coordinators at least once in the last 2 years. The last one was Alex Van Pelt from the Browns. He was the last. Now the Browns are looking for a new OC. It was it. Everybody. Think about what that means. It not only means they're getting plucked for head coaching jobs, but that means teams are so dissatisfied. They're willing to move on from a coordinator quick, fast, in a hurry.
Yeah, there's all different reasons for him. Eric Bieniemy left to take the Washington job last year. He'd been there a long time.
Some of it's promotion, but a lot of it's just
it's all different reasons.
turnovers,
You're
yeah.
right, 100%. That's an amazing stat. All right. This says Rod B says TGIF and doesn't say anything about Topanga.
Oh, my bad, boy. You're right. Listen, I did not watch that show, but you're right. She is spoken.
I don't know who that is.
Topanga. Oh, talk about man. She was way mature before her years. She had. I want to say
a little too old for that one.
I want to say she had like double C cups or something crazy when she was like an early teenager.
Topanga?
Go look at those pictures of her. Am I making this up? Ty, you remember Boy Meets World in Topanga?
Boy Meets World was the show? Topanga?
You don't remember Topanga?
Me?
Oh, man.
I don't.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, man. Okay.
Is
Man,
that? I
gotta pull
know
up
there's
for
a song I've listened to before that might mention.
Well, that would make sense because I'm probably, what am I? I'm 9 years older than you.
Mhm.
Rod,
Oh, I'm doing I did a quick Google search. She's got a going on.
Oh man, she was impressive back in her
But
day.
those eras, like I'm talking about with Who's the Boss, you're talking about Topanga. That really you got to hit your age window.
Yes,
because it's only about a 4 or 5 year period, and then you're off in high school. And
I was
you're
a
not
big fan
watching
of
those shows.
Rudy from the Cosby Show.
Rudy.
Yeah, I had a little crush on Rudy from the Cosby Show. She was one of mine.
Lisa Bonet, even as a young guy, when we watching the Cosby Show, it's
Lisa
like,
Bonet was amazing.
Didn't she have like her own room in the basement or something?
I would have been in that basement with her.
Yeah,
Lisa Bonet was just, she still is, actually.
She still is
damn good looking. Lisa Bonet had it going on for a long time. I mean, she was on a different world, too.
And you knew she was real, like, exotic.
Yeah. Oh.
Mysterious.
Yeah. That's why Lenny Kravitz got on it. Then he was like, ooh, you fit. Man, we fit. We're compatible. We're both kind of crazy.
100%. A little, just, very sexy people.
They are sexy.
Yeah.
Just a sexy couple. Just sexy.
Yeah.
You heard about that.
Yeah.
Thanks
for the Topanga drop.
Oh yeah, man, Topanga. She was a real deal. That was truth.
And I'll say this for the people of my generation, my age group. I believe I saw something this week that Kelly Kapowski.
Really?
Is 51 or 2 now. Kelly Kapowski.
I like Kelly Kapowski.
Who doesn't?
Yeah. Yeah. Saved by the Bell had a bunch of them.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
You had a bunch of them on there, man. Lisa had it going on. Kelly Kapowski had it going on. Jessie was like she was the least sexiest of the group, and she still had it going on. Remember, she later got in, was it Showgirls? Was that what it is? What was she in? She was in like a movie that was very sexy and you remember this?
Yeah. Who?
Where she played a stripper in Vegas?
Which one?
Jessie.
Oh,
from
yeah.
Saved by the Bell. I
Yeah,
believe
she
it was
did.
Showgirls or something
She
like
did
that.
make one of those. Showgirls was the movie.
But yeah.
Kelly Kapowski is Tiffany Thiessen.
Tiffany
And
Amber
she
Thiessen.
She is now
Mhm.
51 years old. So
Oh, yeah.
she's my age, too.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Saved by the Bell.
Oh, man.
Because, yeah, it was that, and then it was 90210 was on.
Now, that was like very mature women, and they were all hot, too.
Yep.
They had a smoking hot. That was a sexy cast. Men and women.
By design.
Yeah, that was just a sexy cast, Melrose Place. And Beverly Hills 90210, I don't know if they had as many.
Well, that was Shannon Doherty, too. We
That's what I'm
just
saying.
mentioned her.
And what was the blonde, though? Who was the blonde? I forget the blonde. Remember?
Shannon Doherty. I'll find this.
You know what I'm talking about.
I'll find this.
I forget who she was, but she was great, too. Oh, we can't forget about Christina Applegate, though, on Married with Children.
Oh, 100%.
She was one of mine, too.
Yes.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Well, it all started. Let's go. Let's all double back. It all started with Daisy Duke. So for yours truly, because Daisy Duke was pretty bad.
But that was her first crush? But it wasn't,
she
age-appropriate
She
crush.
was not
though.
age-appropriate. But those shorts and at the boar's nest, delivering beers at the boar's nest. Are you kidding me?
As a young man, just changed your life. You're like, what is this? I enjoy this, and I don't know why I'm enjoying this so much. Yeah,
Oh.
there you go. Hey, I had that.
Yeah.
What
else do you need, right? I mean, you're what am I, like 8, 9 years old, and it's cars jumping over ravines and crashing and police chases and
a woman in short shorts. And they did
Daisy Duke.
That's why they call them Daisy Dukes, because
That's
she was
her.
one of the first ones
Oh,
to wear
yeah.
those short shorts
100%.
on TV like that. It's like, we didn't, oh, man, those are really
100%.
short. You can, my imagination can do the rest. Those are short.
And the one other one we have not mentioned what was the three young college girls that lived together? Too Close for No.
Oh, I don't remember this one.
Facts of Life. The Facts of Life.
I don't know if they were good looking though.
Blair and Joe and Tootie.
Blair's a little overrated. And so was Tootie. They were not hot. I'm sorry, guys. Not hot. No. Facts of Life. No.
Come
Not
on.
hot. Nope. Go pull them up now. You'll see.
Well,
like,
you know they had the
actually-
round-shouldered one. That wasn't. She had the insecurity go.
I don't think any of them were that hot in Facts of Life. Nuh-uh. They didn't do it for
Really?
me. They didn't do it for me. They did not.
Not even Tootie.
They did not. They did not get my loins going as a young kid. They did not. I remember the ones that did, and they did not. I remember watching it and like, nah, I'm not good. Donna Reed got me going more than Facts of Life. I used to love me some Donna Reed.
I think you got to go do some research because I'm looking at her here. Blair's pretty hot.
Let
Blair
me
was
see.
pretty hot.
Let me Google this.
She was the rich girl, and of course Joe was kind of the poor from the streets kind of girl. Tootie was the black girl, and then there was the
Oh, Blair. Okay, she's cute. She ain't hot though. She's cute.
We'll be back.
She's
when,
cute.
when we do,
sexy.
Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. It appears we know who the new Texas defensive line coach is going to be. Rod will give us one more bio look at him, also what's coming. We also have to preview Texas basketball tomorrow. Longhorns playing at BYU, looking to get on a winning streak now after turning their season around in the last 7 days. We'll pick up that conversation as well. Hook 'em up with Ian Rodby.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
I did like this note regarding AFC and NFC championship games, the Final Four. It says 3 of the 4 teams in the AFC and NFC championship games still use a fullback regularly and value elite linebacker play. The other team has Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, but the Chiefs actually love 13 personnel. They actually used more 13 personnel versus the Bills than they had used all season long, and they love 12 personnel too. So they just do it in their own little way, do it a little differently. But yeah, I mean, I love what you're saying about that. It's very unique about the fullback thing. I'll give Kyle Shanahan more credit for that than anybody else. He stuck with 21 personnel when a lot of the NFL thought, oh man, that's ridiculous. We'll go 11 personnel, more speed on the field. And now the NFL is actually starting to come back to 21 personnel more and more, not only because the McShanahan tree is starting to spread all over the league, so they're using more of those 2 tailback sets and more of the 21 personnel with fullbacks. But I think now Shanahan has made the league after 5-6 years come back to the value of the fullback in the running game, but also in the play action passing game.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
I mean, Juszczyk is a stud.
Oh.
And we talk about Ricard with
Yeah,
the
Ravens
300-pounder.
Yeah.
And, we talk about the Texans. You can expect Bobby Slowick, if he doesn't get one of these head jobs, they'll be looking for their Juszczyk this offseason. Because they were using Andrew Beck, the former Texans Longhorn.
Yep.
And then they would use, when he got hurt, they used the other guy, the tight end. They were trying to kind of pigeonhole, find somebody that could replicate some of that. But they'll be looking for theirs for sure. And obviously, I mentioned the one of the things you like about the Lions is how old school they are. This is why people love Ben Johnson's offense. I mean, no quarterback is under center more than Jared Goff.
It's interesting.
No quarterback in the league, and it's a high percentage. And they run a lot of 2-back sets with a fullback. I mean,
old school fullback,
old school.
Yeah.
And but that's there's something there when you've got fullbacks, and then both the Niners and the Ravens with elite linebacker play. While everyone's going one direction, the Ravens said, no, we're going to trade for Roquan Smith, and we're going to pay that dude. And he's been mentored there by Ray Lewis. I mean, Ray Lewis is one of the guys that helps him out. And then they drafted Patrick Queen out of LSU. He's one of the fastest linebackers in the league. So yes, while teams like the Cowboys and others are not valuing the position as much, those are still really important positions and can bring a lot to an offense or a defense. But those games are going to be a lot of fun. 2 heavyweight matchups, 4 really, really good football teams in this mix here to get after it. Hey, before we get to Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain, let me just mention Texas plays BYU tomorrow. That game is at 1 o'clock. I mean, this is a big opportunity for Texas. If they can win this game and get 3 straight wins over ranked teams, just it does feel like they have found the rotation, discovered their floor spacing again, right? And I thought Jerry Hamilton said something very astute yesterday when we talked to him. They stopped trying to use Dylan Mitchell at the 3, right? He's just not. He can't play the small forward position. He just can't shoot well enough.
Yeah.
It screws up their spacing. So they've actually moved him back to the 4, and they're using Dylan DeSue in the post. And then, the backcourt is A. Smith and Hunter, and then they're kind of mixing and matching that small forward position. And it could be Brock Cunningham, been Kendall Weaver when they go 3 guards. But they're not having Caden Shedrick and Dylan DeSue on the court at the same time. Because it's just 2 bigs, and then you put Dylan Mitchell out there, you got,
not
it's
enough
just
space.
Yeah, not enough room.
Not enough space.
I think they've kind of figured it out, and I think what we've seen against Oklahoma and against Baylor is okay. This is and Kendall Weaver needs to continue to be more and more a part of what they do because he is such an energy guy. And then if you follow Kendall Weaver up with Brock Cunningham, you got 2 guys that are just glue energy
junkyard
dogs. I think Brock Cunningham's a little bit better as a 3-point shooter than Kendall Weaver is, but Kendall Weaver is more going to the basket.
Yeah.
Being aggressive, going to it. So, and BYU, look, they're a good team. They score 85 points a game, 84 points a game. That'll be a tough environment in an afternoon game in Provo. That'll actually be noon in Provo when it's a 1 o'clock tip here. But this is an opportunity because obviously Monday night, win or lose, you're playing Houston.
That's going to be a big one.
The Cougs.
Yeah. Big in the mood.
Then if you could hit that game on a 3-game win streak, and I was thinking about this the other day, how often has Texas played Baylor in basketball? Texas played BYU. This is only the 2nd all-time matchup. The only other time these 2 programs played was in November of 2013. And it was played at BYU, and BYU won at 86-82. So it's been 11 years since they played. and that's the only history between these two teams playing college basketball together.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
I never thought about that. Yeah, we don't football. We haven't.
Football, there's been a
There's
history.
been history. Yeah, you say them a lot in football, but not in basketball. Big weekend though for Texas basketball though. They can come out this weekend. They could be above 500 and
Get to 4-3.
get to above 500 in Big 12 play. That could be big. And I'm with you. We'll see if they actually have found something of substance, or was it just an outlier, or just kind of sheer luck more than anything, a coincidence. They actually found something that works in Big 12 play. If they can win 4 in a row or 3 out of 4,
Then you're talking.
then you're talking about something.
And, this is that stretch where you're going to play 4 straight ranked teams. This is the third of them. And then you get the home game with Houston. So, and I will say it did feel like watching the game the other night at the 11-minute mark of the second half when it was a 1-point game. That's when it really felt like, okay, this team has found its rhythm. They just humbled Oklahoma on their floor from that point to the end and outscored them, I think, 19-4 in a stretch there, and just closed out the game by 15. Sent the Sooner fans home. And afterwards, Porter Mosier, the Sooner coach, had to apologize. Said sorry. That's my. We
can't play like that to our rival at home.
Essentially, he says I've been begging folks to come. You guys came, and we didn't deliver.
Dud. We laid an egg out there.
That feels pretty good for Rodney Terry. Hey, let's go behind that burnt orange curtain football-wise. There's developments on the coaching staff for Texas. Let's hit it.
And they were all asking themselves the same question. What is behind that curtain?
All right, let's talk about Kenny Baker. He is the newest D-line coach for the University of Texas. Kenny Baker most recently was the assistant D-line coach at the Miami Dolphins, with the Miami Dolphins, I should say. Before that, he was with Western Kentucky. And he was with Western Kentucky for probably 3 years as he was a DN coach there at Western Kentucky. Also ended up being a D-line coach there at Western Kentucky. And before that, you got to go back before that, he was at multiple different stops. He was at Mercer for a while as a coach. He was at UT Chattanooga in 2019 as a coach. And before that, he was at Mercer as a coach. He originally played his football at Gardner-Webb. He was a defensive lineman at Gardner-Webb, where he was a team captain, defensive player of the year for them. He was a 4-year letterman, a 3-year starter for them, and actually ended up getting on the dean's list. Stayed there as a student coach or a coaching assistant in 2009 after he was done, and that's where his coaching career really starts, is in 2009 at Gardner-Webb as a student assistant. After that, he goes to Lakeside High School in Georgia as the defensive coordinator, and then goes back to the college level. This is when he starts his official college coaching career. Was at Berry College in 2013. He was the defensive coordinator there and linebackers coach, and he went to Mercer for about 4 or 5 years at Mercer, then went to UT Chattanooga for a year, then Western Kentucky, then to the Miami Dolphins, where he coached was the assistant defensive line coach. And I said this too, Miami Dolphins did have one of the better defensive fronts in all of football. They were a really good defensive front. They were 4th in yards per attempt allowed, yards per rush allowed, 3rd in sacks. They were 2nd in QB knockdowns. They didn't blitz a lot either. So that defense actually was pretty good. And it's because that defensive line was one of the best. If you go look at all the guys they had, Emmanuel Ogbah, Christian Wilkins on that, Raekwon Davis, some really good players that he got a chance to work with. A lot of Longhorn fans concerned because this is not a big name, but from, like I said, just from the resume and looking at him, he's a fast riser, right? Guy's been coaching 11 years total at the college level, 5 years at the FBS or the NFL level. And you don't become a fast riser like that unless you can cultivate relationships, unless you value relationships, you can maximize them. That's what I see out of Kenny Baker. Also, getting to the NFL level, not only does it take a guy to value and maximize relationships, but you also have to be a great developer of talent. That's something that that's got to be your calling card in the NFL. There are a few ways to get to the league. Nepotism, knowing the right people, which he has done, value relationships, but you got to offer something. Usually that's a guy that can develop talent, or somebody that's bringing a breakthrough, groundbreaking, revolutionary scheme or technique of some kind. Think Brennan Marion and his go-go offense and how he's become a fast riser because of that. I think the reason that Kenny Baker's a fast riser because his ability to connect and maximize and cultivate relationships, which, by the way, that's all recruiting is in a nutshell. It's just relationships, and he's obviously a relationship guy, but also a great developer of talent. Jerry Hamilton had this quote from a source that he talked to about Kenny Baker. He said, quote, phenomenal hire. He teaches run game and teaches pass rush at a high level. Phenomenal hire by Texas. Matt Zenitz of 247 Sport talked to a source who said, an elite teacher and developer of talent with energy to burn on the recruiting trail. Chip Brown talked to a source that said he's a young, hungry technician who has helped develop and groom NFL talent. They also said he's a native of Cartersville, Georgia, has relentless work ethic and passion for the game. Said another coach. Elite teacher. He's from Georgia, and he's going to recruit hard. And as a coach, he's elite and has gone through every level of football and worked his way up. Just a great developer of talent. He's going to be very precise. He's going to be technical. And I think the talent development is the biggest piece with him. So you're hearing the same compliments being echoed from different sources. Elite developer of talent. This guy can develop talent. Elite teacher of the game. I think that's what Sark wanted to target. But I think him being from Georgia, actually playing high school football in the Atlanta metro area. I've told you guys several times, Atlanta metro area produces more NFL draft picks than any other metro area in the country. DFW is second. So think about a metro area that's producing more NFL talent than DFW and how much talent that place is producing right now. You want somebody with ties there, you got to show a choice, but this guy's got deep roots, family roots in Georgia, in Atlanta. That's important too.
So, yeah, I mean, it's one of those, this is where you give Sark a lot of credit. He wasn't just trying to hire a name or a resume. He was going to hire, what he was looking for. And this checks a lot of boxes. NFL resume, coached in the National Football League.
Yep.
Has that, when you're trying to build a coast-to-coast recruiting staff, right, you only have 10 guys. You got West Coast with Johnny Nansen and PK. Texas, of course, Terry Joseph's, really deep into Louisiana. And now you're bringing a guy with Atlanta, Georgia roots to go with Tashard Choice. So you kind of can go coast to coast, especially as you're headed into the SEC. And he's a developer. I mean, that's what every, anybody that's been around him says. Mm-hmm. And so because if you just glance at the resume, you're like, that's kind of thin.
It's very thin.
But that means you did your deep dive research. I mean, then he probably blew away the interview.
Agreed.
So you weren't just going to get a name. You were going to get someone who fit the culture, fit what you're trying to do, and keep that development piece going, because that's what Bo Davis was so darn good at. All right, so appears to be a good hire, and we also have to give Sark a really big thumbs up for the track record of hiring good coaches. The initial staff is still mostly together. The hiring of Chris Jackson out of Jacksonville last year was a really good one. Mm-hmm. But Texas could have 2 receivers in the first 40 picks of the draft this year. Tashard Choice is just knocking it out of the park at running back. So like those hires so far, this seems to be along those lines. So good stuff from Rod, always doing the work and bringing it. Texas, remember there was supposed to be a big recruiting event this weekend with the quarterback KJ Lacey from Saraland, Alabama, coming in along with Ryan Williams, but that's now not going to happen. Because remember, Ryan Williams recommitted to Alabama this week. So even KJ Lacey said, you know what, I'm still committed to Texas, but I don't need to make the trip because they were going to come as buddies. They're teammates.
Makes sense.
And now that's not happening. So I don't know what the recruiting effort looks like this weekend, but classes have started. Winter workouts have begun. They start this grind. If you remember, Steve Sarkisian at the end of the loss in the Sugar Bowl said, our success this year began with our winter workouts in January. Mm-hmm. We got to get back to that leadership. And that's what you define here, Rod. Who's going to take the leadership reins from the leaders that are moving on? And there are a ton of them.
It's Quinn's team. Quinn needs to do it.
Quinn, Kelvin Banks.
Yep, it's got to start with him.
These guys, David Benda and Barron Sorrells on defense. Jade Barron on defense, continuing to keep the bar where it was, because that's how complacency sets in if the bar slides, because Jalen Ford and all those guys move on. Yeah, it's got to be Quinn. You're 100% right. Quinn Ewers leading this way for Texas. All right, good stuff behind the BOC. We'll come back at what's popping outside of the Longhorn game at BYU. What other big games are popping in the Big 12 this weekend in college basketball? Obviously, our final picks on the championship games, and we'll wrap things up and send it off to the Jim Rome Show. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. What's popping as we wrap things up? Coaches carousel in the NFL is popping for sure. 2 more positions filled yesterday. Raheem Morris and Dan Canales landing jobs. That means opportunities dwindling for one Bill Belichick, one Mike Vrabel. Also, maybe Dan Quinn, Rod. If Dan Quinn doesn't land the Seattle job here pretty quick, you got to wonder if the Seahawks are waiting on Mike McDonald.
Mike McDonald?
Mike McDonald,
Yeah.
the defensive coordinator of the Ravens,
Yeah.
which, as you've talked about, he's kind of figured out that McShanahan offense in games this year, showing the ability to shut it down. If you're going to coach in the AFC West, you got to be able to deal with Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan. Might be a good fit. He's a rising star.
I know.
If they're waiting on him, and then of course the reports that Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator in Detroit, is kind of the possibly the choice in D.C., our nation's capital, with Washington. That would mean Dan Quinn's coming back for another year, and then Bill Belichick is not coaching.
Well, you at least got to want to talk to him face-to-face, right? So I don't know about the calendar and when they can interview the coaches that are still playing,
Yes.
still actually participating in the playoffs face-to-face. So they may just be waiting we like Dan Quinn, but we got to talk to Mike McDonald face-to-face. Got to have the face-to-face.
Well, and if that's the case and they don't hire Mike McDonald and then they hire Dan Quinn, that's going to screw the Cowboys a little bit because they're going to be a month into the hiring process. And we just mentioned Brandon Staley's talking to the Packers. Vic Fangio landed at Philadelphia. I mean, the best defensive coordinators are already taken.
Yep.
So if Dan Quinn leaves and takes some guys with him off of the staff, you're kind of in a spot here almost at the end of January into February trying to hire a defensive staff, which has been vital to the team that's why part of the reason why you've won 12 games each of the last 3 seasons.
Well, don't be taken by surprise. I mean, you should already assume that he's leaving, and there needs to be plans in place right now to at least go pursue all of the best available candidates. So yeah, you have a checklist, and you probably check off Vic Fangio. You can check off, whatever,
Brandon
Joe Barry,
Staley,
Brandon Staley. But you better have a list ready to go because you're right. You won't have time to waste when Dan Quinn takes that job. You better be ready to go right now to get the best candidate.
Well, look, the Senior Bowl's this week. You'd like to have some of your defensive staff there watching the Senior Bowl. Those are important practices, especially for guys you're looking at. You want to see them up close, those kind of things. Dan Quinn has talked about he enjoys being there and watching those things, and so we'll see. We'll see where this goes. Also not popping, Novak Djokovic undefeated streak in the Australian Open semifinals came to an end here this morning. 10-time champ lost, shocked in the semifinals. So that happened this morning. Also, I'll mention this, Rod, with the basketball. With the hoops, you got all 3 Texas NBA teams in action tonight. The Mavs are in Atlanta. Rockets are in Charlotte. And the San Antonio Spurs host Portland tonight down in San Antonio. Popping in the NFL, Rod, Championship Sunday is Sunday, and the Ravens are going to have Mark Andrews back.
That's bad news for the Chiefs, man.
Mark Andrews will be back. It was really close for the Houston game coming off the bye week, and now Mark Andrews looks like, according to reports out of Baltimore, will be a full go for the Ravens, just adding another weapon to that offense that averages over 28 points per game. I'm sticking with the Baltimore pick, and I am going to take my pick is incumbent upon Deebo Samuel. If he doesn't play, I've got the Lions. If he plays, I'll take the 49ers. I think he's that important to this game.
Yeah, I think he'll play. Whether he'll finish the game, I think it's a real question. I think he'll end up starting the game.
Then I'm taking
the
Niners.
question is whether he'll finish the game, because that means can he make it through an entire game? I don't know. I'm gonna take the Niners. I'll take the Niners, but you're right, man. Deebo, they average 13.8 fewer points per game without Deebo in the lineup.
Oh, I know
that's
numbers.
A big difference.
And they just look different. I mean, they just look different. They're easier to defend, and it makes it much easier to put the game in Brock Purdy's hands at that point.
Yeah,
and that's what
nobody.
You want.
Yeah, I say, well, that's what they want, but that's not what the 49ers want. The 49ers want you having to worry about all those weapons, and then Brock Purdy's job is just point guard.
Distribute, yeah.
I'm point guard, baby.
Run the play.
Easy, yeah.
Okay. With these weapons, that play is going to be open. It just is, because it stretches the defense and stresses them so dramatically, which is kind of what the Lions do, because the Lions stress you in a lot of ways, and then Jared Goff just has to throw good passes.
Yeah.
And he's a very accurate thrower when he's protected and can step into a throw. All right, also on Saturday, Rod, we mentioned the Longhorns are playing at BYU. Texas women are also playing at home. That's going to be, I'm sure there's been some hard practices for Vic Schaefer the last couple days. There were several people who texted us and said that Vic better be careful because they were at the game the other night when they lost OU, and he said the Texas ladies look tired. They look leg tired. They couldn't stay in front of Oklahoma. Vic's going to have to be careful here that he doesn't run this team into the ground here in January.
So look tired, or did they just lack the energy and the
Well, that
intensity.
becomes the question. I mean, Vic Schaefer said it was intensity, or they maybe a little run down right now.
Legs for it. Yeah.
Remember, they lost Rory Harmon, and they've been trying to reboot on the fly of how they're going to play.
That's a good point.
And it's a long season. But yeah, that was Vic Schaefer not happy. That's a 2:00 tip tomorrow at the Mood. Also tomorrow in the Big 12, Kansas State plays at Houston. Houston plays at Texas on Monday night. They'll play K-State tomorrow with Jerome Tang's team. Good game. How about the ranked matchups? Kansas is at Iowa State tomorrow at 12:30. Texas Tech is at Oklahoma. Porter Mosier's had some hard practice with the Sooners the last couple days. Texas Tech currently sits atop the Big 12 at 4-1. They're the top team right now. That's a big one if you're a Texas fan and everybody else, you're rooting for OU in that game all of a sudden. TCU's at Baylor tomorrow afternoon in a really good game. This is the whole Big 12, man. It's must-see TV on Saturdays.
Yep.
West Virginia's at Oak State, UCF's at Cincinnati, and, of course, Texas is at BYU. But, you have 3 ranked matchups. K-State, Kansas at Iowa State, Texas Tech at Oklahoma, TCU at Baylor, and then Texas at BYU is dang near our ranked. That's almost 4 in the Big 12 this weekend.
That's sexy.
That's good.
Yeah.
All right, so that's all popping this weekend, Rod. Ty, are you sticking with you've been on the Chiefs all the way through, right? You were Cowboys to the Super Bowl and that busted, but now you're Chiefs all the way to the Super Bowl.
Was I Cowboys on the Super Bowl?
Yes, you were. And Longhorns to win the Natty.
I don't
You
know
were
about
Cowboy-
that.
you-
I think
you
I
were
gave up
Longhorns
after the
to win.
49ers game. I was
were
Longhorns
Longhorns
winning
to
the Natty. I will
That's
say
what
that.
you were. That's what you were.
I'm going Chiefs. Chiefs win it all. It's a script. It's the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift script. I had to mention it since we didn't mention her today.
And it's crazy. You should be rooting for Lamar Jackson to
I
end
am.
the Taylor
No,
Swift
the
saga.
Baltimore is my second favorite team. I'm going to be rooting for Baltimore. I just believe in my heart that the Chiefs will win. Better quarterback.
Okay, well, that's good. You're going to see more Taylor Swift you've ever seen in your
Oh,
life.
I know.
You're gonna have
I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not looking
a
forward to it.
Super Bowl preview going to be all Taylor Swift. She's going to be at the Super Bowl, like media days and stuff. Oh, it's going to be crazy.
Crazy weekend. Looks like the sun will come out on Sunday, so enjoy that. And we'll get back at it at Zero Dark early, Rod. 6 a.m. Monday morning. We'll hit it up again and recap everything that goes on this weekend. And we'll preview that Texas-Houston game on Big Monday down at the Moody Center. Rod, have a great weekend.
You too, brother.
Hug that baby.
That's right.
Rod, Ty, you have a good weekend. Be careful. Hug that
Won't be doing
girlfriend
much.
of yours. All right, all those things.
Stay out of trouble.
Stay out of trouble. Everybody have a good weekend. We'll do it again. If you missed any part of the show today, go ahead and hit it up on the podcast page at hornfm.com. Jim Rome is next, then Rich Eisen, then the Sports Complex into your drive time home. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody.